Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good, everybody? Robert Paul, I see you. What's good? Robert Paul says, salute to the squad. I see y'all behind the scenes making that magic happen. We trying to do a little something, something. We trying to do a little something, something. Trying to do a little something, something. God of Moses and Elijah, what's good? Yeah! The New York Knicks is in the building. What's good? Can y'all hear me okay? Everything good? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good, everybody? What's good? Do a little something here. Lily Phillips, what's good? Kendall Jackson, what's good? Cynic, what's good? What's good? What's good? I see y'all. My man's God of Moses and Elijah. What's good?
Good guys.
W, what's good?
What's going on, everyone?
Good man.
Hey man, I see y'all, man. I see y'all out here. Quiet money. What's good? What's good, everybody?
Not that much, man.
Another day.
So nasty. Says yo. What's good? Yo, I got some questions for y'all tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Got some questions for y'all tonight.
Okay.
You know, this might be y'all time to get in y'all bag. Hey, Robert Paul says freezing and high def. Let me look. I apologize. I couldn't be prettier. I'm sorry I let y'all down with this ugly mug. Yeah, man. Jay Tucker, what's good? IQ J's in the building. T Money, what's good? App Trader, what's happening? Yo, so I had some time to think about some stuff, man, and I wanted to see what y'all thought about a few things. So the first thing I thought about, the one thing that was on my mind is this. Well, what can a Knicks fan expect from this coaching staff outside of development? What can a Knicks fan expect from this coaching staff outside of a reputation of defense? Well, what can a Knicks fan expect offensively and in terms of adjustments? Is there a place where a Knicks fan should um, reasonably expect some type of adjustment offensively from this squad, and how dynamic will those adjustments be? What are we looking at?
You said what's my expectation with this team, right? With Tibbs and the roster, right? If I heard you right.
No, I asked if a Knicks fan um, can have a reasonable expectation of adjustments from this coaching staff. What can we expect outside of what Tom Thibodeau already brings to the table?
I think he's overachieving. Feels like something. I mean, I didn't expect a 5-3 record and now 5-4 record. So that's why I'm celebrating that we're winning, because I wasn't expecting to be winning. I mean, I sort of had a feeling, but but when it's happening, it's like, is this really happening? And I don't believe it. But the thing is that makes me feel overachieving is so many players are hurt, you know? So that's the factor that changes everything. It's not like we have a a 10 roster and they're healthy. It's not like Obi's playing. I expected Obi to be playing,
Right.
and that's a whole nother story because I don't want to get my whole philosophy and shift over to another conversation that I don't want to. I want to stick to the narrative. So again, a lot of people are talking about Obi this, Obi that. I feel like if Obi was here, I would feel real comfortable with this roster. I would feel more confident with the roster. And maybe that's just my belief, but but with the current situation, because first of all, I do think that Obi's a dynamic player. So let's just put that out the way. I might be the only one. Let me just say that I might be the only one that think Obi's going to be this good, but I do believe he's going to be this good. But long story short, the point that he's unhealthy, the point that he's not healthy, and we're depending on what we have. Offer Payton $5 million salary. Dennis Smith Jr. is how much is he learning under Tibbs? They're trying to work him up. Kevin Knox, so far a good role player coming off the bench. So if he could, I think he's constantly improving. Some days he's learning, some days he's improving. And me personally, I don't have anything against Kevin Knox, but you have Bullock playing well, phenomenal. Then you have Burks, who's hot and cold. Most of the time he's in between these. But like you, I really don't expect much right now. So I'm happy with what we got. I'm just humbled and I'm happy with what we got. And hot and cold.
Hey, Mo, you got the broadcast playing in the background? Okay, that's coming. Okay.
But Emmanuel Quickley was sort of created a winning situation with the Knicks. I felt like we started to a little bit overachieve with Emmanuel Quickley in certain parts of the. He won us some games. If Alfred Payton won us some games, and Austin Rivers. So I don't know. Somebody said it in the I think it was Alan Ham. He said expected up and down season with this Knicks team. And I think he knocked it out the park with it when he said
that.
Okay. Yeah, I like we lost to OKC, man. Like that sucks. Like I'm not happy about it, but like I can see that happen, like something similar to that happening a lot. Like we'll play like a team like probably like Phoenix or something like that. And just like lose by 10 a lot of times this year, but I guess that's what happens. We weren't gonna win every game.
Right. So Kev, you have anything you want to add to that? Do you have a insight into?
Here's my take. As you know, a lot of people on the panel know and in the chat know, I have been consistently the only person who's like, listen, this is a good team. This is a playoff team because the coach is going to put us in position to succeed. I never expected us to go, 72-0. I wasn't expecting us to be a top echelon team. I thought that Tibbs was going to make this a competitive team. And anytime you compete, you're going to have a chance. And really, at the end of the day, that's all that we should be expecting is just a chance to put ourselves in position to win.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the structure that we have is the best structure we probably had since Woodson was head coach. And like again, when you say what can a fan expect, I mean that's all we can expect. I mean, would we love to win every game? Yeah, I'm sure we would, but that's not possible. I mean, even the best teams, lose and get blown out, and the Clippers, who are like second in the West, got beat by like 50 points.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So are we gonna get? Like I said, I'm never gonna get too up for a win. I'm never gonna get too down for a loss because wins and losses come. This is a program. I hate to say program like we're in college, but this is an organization that is seeing things and doing things for the first time, because we have a lot of young people who were taught such bad habits, and they had to be broken out of those habits. It's like a horse.
Mm.
And that's what I expect. I expect us to be competitive game in and game out. And when the season comes, I expect us to be playing in May, or is that when the playoffs start? May. I mean, if we lose in the first round, we lose in the first round. If we somehow happen to catch fire and advance a little bit further, then that's what happens. But I fully expect this team to be a playoff caliber team in the East. So I mean, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Yo, look who it is. My guy, what's good? What's 5 CB? What's happening?
Hey, what's up, y'all? How you guys doing?
Good. Hey, so Latrell Sprewell is the American dream.
What's up, man?
Hey, man, so how you doing tonight?
I'm good, man. Just disappointed about last night, but we have another opportunity tomorrow and getting ready for this Ravens game tomorrow. So got a lot on the agenda for tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, man. Hey, so I'm not for sure if you heard what I said. I guess what I'm getting at is during the course of life, sometimes you have epiphanies, like in weird moments. So today I was in Nick G's neck of the woods, um, walking around doing stuff, enjoying the day, and I had an epiphany about this Knicks team. Um, I think about him a lot, and I think about what y'all say a lot also. And so in doing that, it made me think to or it took me to this place where I don't know if I feel comfortable with my level of um, awareness to where this team will be going forward. I'm with Kev W on the optimistic side because I think it's smart to be that way because I don't see where this franchise has let you. Well, this version of the franchise has let you down before. You know what I'm saying? It's brand new. So my thing I would prefer to be optimistic as opposed to doing the two other options, which is wait and see or be negative. I choose not to do that right now. And so being that way, I find myself being kind of up and down on the roster because I have been so critical. And when I say critical, I don't mean like in a bad way, but in a hopeful way, but at the same time feel like I've been let down. Right. Like I mentioned, um the loss to Oklahoma City would have been the perfect game for a young guy to step up. And I drilled down on it. But the thing is that was me as a Knicks fan with an expectation of, a young guy stepping up, you know what I'm saying, not understanding like what the game plan was. And so I think I was like kind of guess it was like the heat of the moment kind of take. But I kind of live and die by these Knicks. You know what I'm saying? Um, so while thinking about that, um, shout out to Meals, by the way. I had lunch at Meals today. It's a spot in West Columbia. You know what I'm saying? I had the missus and my mom, man. Lunch was awesome. So shout out to them, by the way. But um so I guess what I'm getting at though with the Knicks is my optimism and expectation and wanting to be good kind of gets mixed all together. And sometimes I think it causes me to put pressure on, and I know I can't put pressure on Knicks players, but I'm saying kind of put me in a spot where I would hope certain players, step up more. But then when I thought about it, I'm thinking like, you know what? Maybe the pressure should be less on the players themselves, and it should be what is the expectation from the coaching staff. Our offense has looked bad. Say there was one game where we blew a team out. I think it was the Bucks, think we blew out the Bucks where we looked like NBA Jam,
Mhm.
and then since then we have not been NBA Jam. We've been pedestrian, and so I'm asking y'all: is that on the coaching staff itself to find something else, or are we restricted by the roster, or 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 is Thibodeau going to stick to this style of offense, which guarantees us not to be blown out? Kind of like taking the air out of the football. If you ever watched the old New York Giants, who had a great defense, but their offense was just like, "Hey, we're gonna run this thing. We ain't gonna throw no pick sixes. We ain't gonna do none of that stuff. We're just gonna play a tight game and we're gonna win it at the end." So, what do y'all think?
Mm, I mean, personally, like I said, I believe that Tibbs is going to have us in the games. I think that here's my thing. I think Tibbs is so 90s basketball, and unlike a lot of other teams that we don't have any superstars. So a lot of teams is like, we're going to do what the superstar does. And if the superstar buys in, then we'll kind of listen. But this team is like, we're so young. And the young, even some of the young players are like veteran role players or journeymen. So it's like, there's no one on this team that's going to be like, man, I'm just going to do my own thing. I'm going to whatever. Everyone is buying into Tibbs because you're either young or pretty much like a journeyman. So the cachet level isn't there. With that being said, I think sometimes Tibbs gets in his own way because he's so focused on his system that the adjustments aren't really there. It's like just do the system, and it's like to me, this is why I think Greg Popovich is the best coach in basketball. It has been for 10, 15, almost 20 years now. Remember when the Suns, when they had like Amari and Nash and Sean Marion and all them, they were running and gunning and everything.
Barbosa and yeah.
This team wasn't. That Spurs team was slow and methodical and defensive oriented. But when they played those Suns, they were able to adjust and also move. They were scoring like 120, 130 points a game with them because they knew that their style of play wasn't going to work against a team like that. So
Right.
they had to adjust. And Greg Popovich had the know-how to make those adjustments. Can Tom Thibodeau do that on the fly? And he also make those adjustments like a coach like Greg Popovich can? Because we're so quick to anoint, like he's this great coach. It's just we've seen him with Chicago, and they've had like really good established talent. Can he make those adjustments with the talent that he has now?
That's a good question. I want to defer that to somebody on the panel to see what they think. So, what do y'all think about what Kev just asked? It basically what I got from it is Tom Thibodeau stuck in his ways.
I mean, I think it's clear Tom Thibodeau is stuck in his ways, but I mean, it's been working so far. Like, especially in the games where there's a lot of separation in the second half, you can see that the opposing team, their coaches have made changes to their game plan, and then that's where you see a lot of times those teams kind of distance themselves from us. So I don't see too many changes from Thibodeau's game plan in game, and also I don't see too much adjustments game to game, depending on who we're going up against.
Wow. What you think, Mo?
I think Thibodeau's who he's gonna be. Like I don't know. Like, I mean, he plays his players like he plays guys, 30 plus minutes, 40 plus minutes. He's gonna have an 8-man rotation. He's gonna stick with the vets. He's gonna have like a short leash on his rookies. Like, we're gonna try to maximize our wins. Like, that's just what it's gonna be, and we're gonna try to put confidence in a guy who like in later in the season we can trust. So that's why I think Tibbs has his Tibbs has his plan. He's like set in his way. He works harder than he works as hard as any coach out there. So like I'm not going to like put any pressure on him to like have a certain record. Like I'm not gonna put pressure on him to take us to the playoffs even. I think I've seen enough. Like I mean, obviously I wanna get to the playoffs. I wanna win, but like I've seen enough in terms of like the way that the culture has changed in that like they asked all these players like what's different about this coach than other coaches that you guys have played for. What's different is that like if I don't listen to what he says, I'm not going to play, and that's going to affect my career. Like that's enough for me, because like we don't have enough talent for me to be like, we have to be in the playoffs. Like, no, I'm not gonna. I'm happy with whatever I get. Honestly, I'm going to appreciate this season. I'm going to root for my Knicks, and I'm going to hope that we get to the playoffs. But if we don't get to the playoffs, I'm not going to be disappointed. So that's where I am.
Okay. But go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say that. Did you guys listen to the post game of Tibbs in the post game? Did you guys listen to it? He said something. He said something along the lines of, if we rebounded the ball, and what was it? If you could rebound the ball, if we would have rebounded the ball, we would have had a chance to win the game.
Yep.
And I think it comes across to me like he's really, really passionate about what the system and what he believes in, and it's all about pushing the roster into buying into more of the system, because the more they start believing in the system, because sometimes it could be the score. You start thinking you're losing because you're not scoring enough or because of defense. But sometimes when you look back at those tapes and you start looking at, we actually did have a chance to win the game. We just needed to crash the boards more, and there's stuff like that makes that I believe Tibbs wants the roster to constantly harp on, so that they don't start thinking, they don't start beating up on themselves, and they start because once one player in the starting five or whoever's playing, it starts to believe like, man, I don't think we have a chance to win. I think the roster starts to like have doubt, but Tibbs wants everybody to be like, listen, man, we're still in the game. Continue to buy into the system. And I think Tibbs is all about his system. So I don't know if he really believes the adjustment. I think right now, year one, he's really obsessed about having the roster buying into the system, which is a hard job to do in itself. I don't know if it's right now it's the right time to talk about, in my eyes, to talk about making adjustments. I think when the roster because who gave a credit to Coach Pop? Kevin. Coach Pop had those players. A lot of those players bought into his system already. Like year one, he already had them for 1, 2, or 3 years. So they know the system. They believe in the system. They know the system. And so I think we're in step one, and we're 9 games in. And it's all about first buy into the system. And once you buy into the system, we can start having conversations in the future about making some adjustments, because adjustments does need to be made too. But
Yeah, well, I mean, when I say that is, like I said, I don't know if, granted, that was in the playoffs. So that was also after the season was done when he made that kind of adjustment. But it's the fact that it's not even the players buying in. This is Coach Popovich saying, if I'm going to keep up with this team, I had to change how I coach. I had to change the philosophy of which I run this system. And that has to do with more of Popovich than it does the players.
I disagree, man. I think it's both. Both have to have a very strong mind, open mind to make adjustment. You can't just. I think it's a both. I think it's both.
You know what? Like this year is. This is the first time that I've ever thought coaching really mattered. Like, this is the first time I've ever seen like the legitimate, like, from one side of the spectrum to the other side of the spectrum. David Fizdale, whatever he was doing, to Tom Thibodeau, like literally changing the way this team thinks. Like the personnel that we have, the personnel that we have is like, yeah, we got creators, we got like better scorers this year, but I feel like if you give that same personnel to David Fizdale, it's just not gonna be what it is this year. Like we'd probably be we probably would have only like won like 1 or 2 games. So like I definitely think like coaching is everything, man. Like I'm never like, cause like we've been spoiled by Derek Fisher. Like we had Derek Fisher, y'all. We had Jeff Hornacek.
Oh, you mean the other way? Yeah, you mean the other way. Like our coaching has been so bad that when we finally get a guy, I understand what you mean.
You know, like it's just it's ridiculous. So I'm very happy. Like once we get like another like all-star level player is when I'm gonna start putting expectations on and start like really scrutinizing what Tom Thibodeau is saying.
I want to say I think we got him already. I'm gonna surprise you.
No, we already have.
No. I think it's Obi in the stash. I think he's gonna be an all-star.
Yo, this guy.
I'm calling it.
Think about Moses. Like I saw him when he was going hard for Julius before he started any of this. So I'm not even gonna go against him.
I'm telling you. I think.
Go ahead.
I think Tips is cooking up something over there, man. I think once he gets unleashed, I don't know, man. I expect a solid player this year from Obi.
We'll see. I hope so.
I think he's just gonna come around and bam, surprise everybody in the league.
But the thing is, the playing time, like he's a power forward, like, and Julius is also a power forward. So how are we gonna get him?
You know what? When it comes to that coaching, I let Tibbs handle all that. I just think that he's just gonna be great, you know, because Julius is a good playmaking forward, and Obi's expected to be a freakish athlete, a freakish dunker. And it's supposed to be a stretch forward. So I'm going to leave it up to him. I don't know how he's going to do it. But once Obi starts to get minutes, I think everybody that's been on the floor so far, it starts to excel a bit. Emmanuel Quickley, he won some games for the Knicks when Tibbs puts him on the floor. Burks has helped the Knicks win games. Julius, of course.
Actually, Burks has actually not helped us win any games, if you want to be technical.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, Kevin?
I don't know.
Literally, we did not win any games with Alec Burks.
Oh, yeah.
We are 0-2 with Alec Burks. If you want to be technical, Alec Burks has not helped us win any games.
You know what? I guess you're point there. But I feel like Tibbs prepares. Well, he's been playing phenomenal though. He has been playing good with the Knicks.
Okay.
So
he's well prepared.
Let me ask y'all this.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I want to get to. Basically, this is what I want to get to. Is the Knicks' offense predictable?
Yes.
So far, yes.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
I will say
the thing is, we're playing through a power forward who doesn't have enough like creativity with his ball handling to like, or his like it's like we're playing through a big man kind of, and his handle is not like that to where like we have that many options, and his jump shots.
But Mo, we're going to be playing against a team tomorrow that has an offense that runs through their big man.
But they also have Jamal Murray also.
Yeah,
and the offense could run through Jamal Murray, and it does. I'm not gonna say it's 50. It's more like 60-40. Like 60% of the time, it's running through Jokic, but 40% of the time, either Jokic or Murray has the ball and are creating things. Where here it's like you saw it yesterday with foul trouble, and again, this is what I have on Tibbs is he has put this entire team around Julius. And that's it. Like there's nothing else.
That's not his.
And I mean, in a way, it is because he hasn't opened up anything else for anyone else. I mean, case in point, let's look at the Chicago teams. He had Derrick Rose, right? And we all know Derrick Rose in the beginning before the injuries was phenomenal, right? But then you could switch it up and literally run the offense through Joakim Noah or Luau Dang. And so it could look, their offenses had different looks. Is you had Derrick Rose attacking and can do things with Derrick Rose, or when you went into half court set, you can run plays through Joakim Noah.
I agree, but we don't have any players that are talented enough to run an offense. Like,
right.
Well, no, because here's the thing that I don't think is true. I think if you wanted to have different looks, you could. If you have RJ say, okay, RJ, you're going to draw a lot of attention, right? And I know your mentality is to score. I know your mentality is to attack and score the basket. But what Tibbs keeps saying is he wants to collapse the defense and pass the open man. Think about how many opportunities RJ Barrett has to be a facilitator with the style of play that he has. That he could average probably more assists than Julius does.
I said the same thing. Kev. Well said.
Yeah, if RJ wanted to, RJ could average 7-8 assists.
Yes.
Because
RJ doesn't look to have that many assists, though.
Exactly.
Well.
But if Tom Thibodeau sat RJ Barrett down and went over game film, said, look how much attention you draw when the defense collapses around you. How many wide open men are on it? Like if you had a lineup where you could have, like let's say yesterday when Tibbs said he went at small and when Alex Burks is back healthy, if you had Randall, Knox, RJ, Burks, and Rivers in the game, and just to space the floor and have RJ drive and be able to kick out and do things to wide open shooters, you could do that and not run the ball.
So here's the thing. Here's my problem with that lineup, right? And I ain't trying to start no beef, no World War III. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. I like part of what you said, and then it's like you swerved the wheel on me. You know what I'm saying? I think in a lineup that you just said, my preference would be, and stay with me because there's tape that supports this. I would like to see Kevin Knox be more of a creator in that lineup as opposed to RJ Barrett, because we've seen Kevin Knox run the pick and roll with another big versus telling a zebra in RJ Barrett to be a horse. You know what I'm saying? Instead of telling RJ Barrett to, no man, we don't want you to be super aggressive 100% of the time. We want you to facilitate. I say, hey RJ, can you be more aggressive if we make Knox the facilitator? You know what I'm saying? And that's a personal challenge to RJ Barrett. You know what I'm saying?
But
I want to respond to that too if I have a chance.
I'm sorry. So Sports Vibes, you had something you want to?
Yeah, the thing is though, a lot of times when RJ drives, he's so one track minded that he doesn't see what else. Yeah, so you want him to penetrate and still understand that there are going to be shooters around you or players around you that are going to be open once you get into the lane. And I like what you said about Kevin Knox, because when I'm reviewing film, you see Kevin Knox has that ability. I mean, Anthony says he can't facilitate, but he has that ability to get into the lane and pass out. He did it to Quickley, I believe, on one play. And then also in the last game, they got mad at Knox because Knox had the ability to make that one extra pass to Quickley for an open three, and he ended up chucking it, and it was an air ball 24-second violation. But Knox has that ability. A lot of people sleep on Knox. He's not a top tier player or not a top tier player in that draft, but he has some things that he can do to facilitate the offense a little bit more if you aren't running everything through Randall.
Right.
Great point, Sports.
Right. And so we saw Knox do some of that in this summer league thing a few years ago. Right? Where the big could come up and Kevin Knox can turn the corner. You know what I'm saying? Against in that with the screen set. You know what I'm saying? My only deal with him, and it was my frustration was that back then he didn't have a tight enough handle to get all the way to the basket, and he was so light in the rump that every time he gets bumped out of his position. But now you have a third year Kevin Knox with a tighter handle. I'm not going to say this. I'm not saying his handles are tight. Like I'm not saying he's LeBron James, but what I'm saying is Kevin Knox has improved his handle and he has improved his body. So now that when he gets past past the screener, he can advance the ball where he can keep his head up. Because the knock on RJ is once he turns the corner, his head is down. He going in there like bowling pins. You know what I'm saying? So but the thing with Knox is Knox will at least keep his head up. You know what I'm saying? You know how we know? Because Knox always knows when to get into his floater. Right? Y'all remember when we used to talk about Kevin Knox having a floater? Nobody remember that in year one? In year one, his floater was disgusting. Because if he wasn't touched, it was money. But if somebody bodied him, it would be all over the place.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? That's a strength and that's a gym issue. You know, that's an off-season issue where you know what I'm saying, you get in the gym and you get better. You know what I'm saying? So and while I'm not saying that Kevin Knox is a primetime facilitator, I'm not saying Kevin Knox is the secondary ball handler. What I'm saying is when your offense is predictable, how about shake it up? You know what I'm saying, Thibodeau? How about explore other players' secondary and third and tertiary traits? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we know that Kevin Knox is probably, and this ain't the Kevin Knox show, everybody. This ain't Kevin Knox at Night podcast. So, but the thing is I think Thibodeau and that staff need to explore and develop these kids' peripheral skills, so that when RJ Barrett turns the corner, you don't see three guys in the paint waiting on RJ Barrett, and he goes bowling in there anyway. Or when Austin Rivers comes around the half screen off the wing, and Alfred Payton is by himself on the other wing for three. No defender is within a country mile because they know he can't shoot. You know what I'm saying?
That's the main problem. The Elfrid Payton plays like 40 minutes a game, like 30 minutes a game. Like he's on the court so much. The court is so small.
What if you do this? What if you do this? What if you bring and the Golden State Warriors do this? And for those that don't know, but how about you bring your point guard up so he can screen for your power forward? So the point guard after that decides whether to either spot up for three or cut to the basket.
Because
And
I would say that it's not going to work because nobody trusts Alfred Payton to make a shot. So people
IQ
will
does
lag
that
off.
from time to time.
But yeah,
Right.
but if you're talking about Alfred Payton in that position, nobody trusts Alfred Payton. That's why he's always looked. This is why we had no spacing.
He's inconsistent. He's inconsistent. I would say that about Alfred Payton. That's the problem.
Nobody has any faith that people will lag off of Mitch. Mitch can be at the top and have 10, 15 feet of space because everybody knows Mitch ain't gonna shoot.
Because he don't look at the basket. When he catches the ball for the dribble handoff, he does not even look at the basket. He looks at the receiver. You know what I'm saying? Like when he catches it,
I agree. I agree. I'm saying what the issue is. The issue is the lane is congested because the defenders are lagging off their men because Mitch isn't going to shoot. Alfred Payton can't shoot. Julius Randle's not the best shooter. And
He's not a shooter. No, Julius Randle's doing good.
What I'm saying is Julius Randle he's not like Dirk Nowitzki. He's not a stretch. Is what I mean.
He's not Chris Bosh.
You can sag off of Julius Randle and live with that shot if he takes it.
Yeah, you want Julius Randle shooting the three.
He's actually knocking him down. He's like at 40%.
He's knocking
right
him
now.
down, but if you're game
But
planning
honestly,
defensively,
do
you
you
want
really
Randall
think?
shooting
Right
threes.
now, Julius so hot. You have to play defense on him, and you have to lag off of RJ, who's shooting 38% from the field.
My thing is right now, everybody on this time,
Everybody's lagging off of us. We can't shoot.
everybody on the starting five, everybody on the starting five, you can lag off of, and you can shoot.
Nah, not Julius. You can't lag
We're
off of
missing
Julius right now.
both.
On the three, you can
We're
lag
missing
off
both.
Julius. Let's not. You can
Nah,
lag off Julius.
Nah, not right now.
Yeah, that's right, bro. That's funny.
But I wanted to make a point with you, Kev. You made a great point about RJ Barrett and the assist. And one of the best things that I think RJ has is driving to the lane. I like when he drives to the lane. I think it has a good chance of going in or getting to the free throw line. That's what I like about RJ. And Freezy made a point about he has tunnel vision. Sometimes he looks down. Am I correct, Freezy? He said something.
Right.
My whole thing,
Right.
you know who used to have that problem last year, and he used to have that even in history?
RJ Barrett.
No. Julius Randle. Julius Randle used to have that problem.
Right.
If I remember correctly, Julius Randle used to always look down and used to just have a bull mentality. But if RJ learns to keep his head up and pass the ball, I think we're always gonna get a better shot. I think the best shot when RJ has the ball is him going to the basket or him him hitting the open man. I think that's so many missed opportunities with that.
I think also to your point, just thinking about Tibbs and your question, Freezy, about adjustments and things like that. Whoever we bring in here, whether it's free agency or trade, we always talk about the guys. You have to adjust to the players so that they fit in your system. But I feel like with Tibbs, we got to target specific guys that Tibbs is going to be able to. He not everybody can fit with Tibbs.
Right.
So when people say like James Harden or like weird players like that, as talented as he is, that's not a Tibbs guy. That's not going to work.
No.
So we have to keep that in mind. Just pointing that out.
Yo, if James Harden was on the Knicks and Tibbs and James Harden had to figure it out. Like,
That'd be terrible.
God, that'd be so.
Also, I think Freezer made a good point. Kevin Knox could average more than one assist for the season. He could literally average 2 or 3 easy. But again, he has to constantly prove himself. But I think he really could average 3 assists for the season. And
so when you watch the game live, you're like, oh man, how did RJ miss that shot? And then you go back and rewatch the game. Mm-hmm. There is a clear lack of, in my view, and I may be wrong, but in my view, there's a clear lack of synergy with Elfrid Payton and RJ Barrett. I don't know what to like what one thing to put you, you know what I'm saying? I can't figure it out.
I have a guess.
And so going back to the point I made about changing things up in the offense, but not changing. I'm not saying change the offense. What I'm saying is changing things up in the offense so it won't be as predictable. But like when you come down and if you miss 4 shots in a row, you're like, hey man, we can't just continue to come up and down this floor and not make shots. We got to at least try something different because if you come down and miss 4 in a row and they come down and miss 3 in a row, guess what? They're up +2, +3. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, so I watched this weird Bay Area sports show. They were talking about how Steph Curry getting back to screening more for the bigs, so that they could facilitate. And I'm not talking about like for James Wiseman. I'm talking about for Draymond Green and Eric Pascal, right? How Steph would screen for them, and it looks so selfless. But what it does is it creates mismatches where Steph can drive to the basket back door or get shoot three off that natural screen. Um, I don't know if we see that with our offense. The most of the times that what I see is um, the three man weave up top, or Mitch coming to the top of the key, catching a pass from somebody, and looking at the receiver as he comes to get the ball for the dribble handoff from Mitch. Like Mitch doesn't even look at the rim. He don't even care that there's a basketball rim over there that's 22 something feet away. You know what I mean? At the very least, he could take two dribbles and threaten the paint. You know what I'm saying? At the most, he could shoot a jump shot.
I want to make a point. You know what I do like about him? I like that he tried to do a putback dunk against OKC last game. Man. That was a good attempt. It didn't count. It was way after the whistle, but at least he's trying to go for putback dunks. So.
Okay. All right. So Legion of the Knicks podcast was good.
Salute, guys, man. Just coming from watching those exciting playoff games. Salute to Taylor Henke. Even though he lost, showed some beautiful grit. You know what I'm saying? But overall, it was just fun. Fun chilling, man. Chilling with some friends, man. Getting out the house.
Hey, so I called you earlier, and,
Yes,
and I think Sim said you were busy counting money. Is what it was. Like
Not-
you don't
not at all.
you don't allow people to count your hundreds for you.
By the way, first of all, not whatsoever. Second of all, I do owe you a call. When you called, I was still sleeping, so because I was on your show till 5 a.m. yesterday. So I apologize for sleeping all the way to almost 1:30. But
Hey, and you know what? And I got up and did Knicks Morning Drive with GI. Got off the KMD with GI. Changed clothes, threw on my Knicks gear, drove to Columbia, had lunch with the ladies. You know what I'm saying? Drove back, came back, ready for this.
You're a machine, bro. You are a machine. I give you your flowers while you're still alive, man. Salute to everybody, man. God Moses Elijah. Kevin W. I know Kevin still hates me. It's all good, man. It's all love, man.
Don't hate anybody.
I still have your skeleton, right there hanging up. It's okay. It's okay, Kevin. I still got love for you, Mo. Looking like Nas after the Godson album. Shoot to the sports vibes, too, man.
So your top 5 rappers are Nas. And,
whoa, that's you.
And
my top 5 rappers, you already know. Come on, that's you, bro. Don't Freeze. Why do you do this? Let's get back to the Nuggets game. Don't do this, Freezy. Do not. You know you are. That is your guy, man. Let's get back to the Nuggets, man. This guy.
So I asked the question, and I was waiting on lunch to come out, and it dawned on me, man. Like walk around all day, man, and thinking about the Knicks. I think the offense probably needs a second or third option. You know what I'm saying? Some flexibility. I'm not saying scrap the offense. That's not what I'm saying. But for those of y'all out in the virtual chat that think I'm against Tibbs' offense, I say run what you're comfortable with. But the deal is I think when you get 4 or 5, like the OKC game, when you had 4 trips down in a row and you have 4 bad shots, I think it's probably like don't come down a 5th time and try to do the same thing. Is what I'm getting at.
I think we.
So I think we need to add more things in. Just Legion, just really quick. I think we need to add more things in the offense. There's no doubt about that. Freezy, when you watch us play, it's very predictable. And to be fair to Tibbs, the right play right now is to run it through Randall most of the time and get guys open because they're doubling. But to your point, we have to evolve it. But go ahead, Legion.
I was just gonna say that the style of play, we depend way too much on Randall. I'm a little concerned that Tibbs has not experimented with putting RJ in a post, which I thought would have been excellent. Again, according to Synergy, RJ's possessions in the post, he's 0 for 4, but 20% of those, which is weird because 0 for 4, but you think it'd be 25%. But anyway, 20% of those drew in a foul, right? So I'm just confused. You got to have a guy in Randall, like I said, that teams are going to start to play the passing lanes a lot more aggressively on Randall because they know that he likes to get positioning, and then he sometimes leaves his feet to find an open man. And they're sending double teams in really early. Why don't you get guys like RJ Barrett? And like I said yesterday, I even said Knox. Before Kevin kills me, I said Kevin Knox. No. I'm saying before Kevin, because I said Kevin Knox yesterday, I had no problem with him in the post. He missed a shot. I want to see 5 of those a game. I don't care if he misses. You're trying to develop a player. You're going to see ugliness. But try to get these guys into place where they're effective. RJ Barrett is not the quickest of feet. But when you get him on smaller guards, even a guy like Dort, who is strong, he's stocky, he's 6'3". You know what I mean? You're going to have guys who are overly aggressive. Guys that, look, RJ's what, 6'8"? 6'8", 6'7"? No, I'm sorry, 6'7", 6'7", 6'6", 6'7". I mean, get these guys in position and open up a different avenue. And when those guys start scoring, then you have guys who are going to collapse. Now, unfortunately, again, this team does not have high talent like that. Because people say, oh, we have talent. Because we're like, no. We're getting coached up and we're walking on a tightrope right now. Mm-hmm. Red will give you 10 for 26 for 31, but going to the line, going 10 for 12 from the line, and then having Rivers hit 5 threes, 4 of them, I think 4 of them in a row. That's just not sustainable.
And 3 highly contested. Don't forget the contested.
No, they're very. But I said also Rivers will give you games like this. He gave you last year against the Kings. I think he put up 38. He'll give you these microwave games, but the thing about it's not dependable. It's not balanced basketball. And at this time, instead of our eyes being focused on winning, it should be on expanding guys' games. Right? RJ Barrett needs to be in the post. Now, again, people get mad at he's shooting threes, and I agree that he should be shooting 5, 6, 7 threes, especially when he's not feeling it. But again, you're trying to work on things that he's weak at. People kill Kevin Knox, and okay, guys, do we want Kevin Knox to get better? He needs to be in the post. Like we shouldn't sit here and admonish him because he's trying something that we've all been crying for. Hell, Mitchell Robinson, I thought yesterday would have been, or 2 days ago would have been a perfect game for him to work what he said, or they said that Johnny Bryant was working with him and Obion, which is the jump hook shooting, a mid-range shooting, and a 3. They were practicing threes. All things that he had opportunities to do and didn't do. You know what I mean? So again, we gotta chill out. Are we looking to win because it's like, damn, we're the ugly girl, and somebody likes us now, and we never, you know what I mean? Or are we looking to develop these guys so that next year when we're better positioned, right? Then we could go for gusto and reach for the playoffs. Because this year, if we reach the playoffs, I think it's going to be by the skin of our teeth, if that even happens. I'm more so concerned about development. So let's not acknowledge these guys for trying something new, but Tom Thibodeau has to expand the offense. Randall, even if it's ugly, get RJ, get Knox in the post. You know what I mean?
So what are you running? So what are you running to get? So what are you running to get these guys in the post? Are you looking to? So here's the thing: you can come out and just do walk down, post up, ISO. You know what I'm saying, on one side, you know what I'm saying, with your post player and your passer on one side and 3 guys on the other side, spread out, say 20 feet apart. Or are you running some type of screen and roll action to create a mismatch where you get a post up, where you get a guy in a post? Like say if
go ahead, my bad.
Say if Kev W is guarding you and I screen for you. And then I keep Kev W, and then I take Kev W down in the post. Is that what you're talking about doing, or is it some variation of what Tibbs already runs in his offense, but just choose that calls that play a number in a post play, or
so here's one thing they could do, and they do it for Randall all the time, right? Sometimes they'll have Randall say it like the elbow, right, as a ball a pain is coming down, and if they want to try to force a favorable matchup. They'll have Randall near the elbow, and then they'll have I don't know, such and such. Maybe a guy with maybe a smaller guard on him. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does, but they ultimately get Randall to post where as Payton is coming down, Randall and whoever the other guy say from the corner who maybe had a weaker guard or a relatively guard, they'll come and set the pick, or they'll come and try to switch. So it's like Randall setting the pick for that one guy, and then trying to see if they could trap the smaller guy into Randall. Sometimes they reset quick enough, but that's something you can do with RJ. When RJ has a guy like Dortz, you can have a point. So say you had Dortz, George Hill, and SGA. Defensively, the weakest out of all of them is probably SGA. So I'll probably have whoever's on SGA. Maybe I don't have Payton come down and bring the ball if SGA is on Payton, but say George Hill is on Bullock. Maybe I have Bullock just come down, have RJ and RJ and EP. RJ sets a pick, EP comes out, and he switches onto what's the name's man onto SGA, and now RJ has a mismatch
Right.
with SGA. Now, if that doesn't work, obviously you can sit there and try to post it with Dortz, but then you also still have Randall on the other wing, where if RJ's not getting good positioning, Randall could cut in. And what Randall does really well, slide coming in from the wing, getting that ball and driving straight to the hoop. He's a Brahma ball.
Right.
There's many ways to get RJ or Randall. They run some flex play sometimes to get Randall open in the post. You could definitely do that where there's action down low where you see them get Randall open, so he goes to the other post. So you sometimes set like a double screen to get Randall post. You can run the same thing with RJ, right? And still have Randall coming from the opposite wing. You run a horns play where you have, say, RJ as the ball handler. You have RJ, and the two horns you have a Randall, and say Taj Gibbs is coming back. He's a decent mid-range shooter, right? Or even Mitch. Forget even you can have Mitch. Mitch is a guy that runs the pick and roll RJ. And he runs on the side of RJ. He runs on the side of Mitch. Mitch cuts down. Randall pops out, right? So you have the option if RJ can't get the loop, or if he can't get the drive to the basket, can't get a kick out to the other corner. You see Randall right there. Pass it to Randall. Go watch how they ran the horns play. Go literally type in horns, Minnesota Timberwolves, and literally what Cat did when he popped down the horns. That's what Randall could do each and every time. Shooting from that high mid range, even stepping into it, shoot it from the foul line. It's a very effective play. There are many things you do.
So I saw the play that you described a few seconds ago. We ran it against the Toronto Raptors, and it actually got Julius Randle covered by Fred VanVleet in the post. You remember that? They kept running it, and they couldn't get to it effectively because
which one? The flex play where they run the down low screens for Randall, and he's
Yep. It's the flex play because Fred VanVleet was trying to get back to his guy, but Julius Randle was wide open on the block. So instead of running cross court to his guy, he just pasted to Randle, and we ran it against Kyle Lowry too, against RJ Barrett. But the thing is with Fred the Randle and Fred VanVleet thing is we didn't have adequate post passing, right? So Randle had him sealed, and whoever it is, I can't remember, passed the ball to his inside hand, which is dumb. If you got the guy sealed, you pass it to his outside hand, or tell him to put his outside hand up high where you can pass it that hand so the guy can't come around and steal your ball. And then the other time, Julius Randle just bowled him over, just backed him too hard, and Fred VanVleet just flopped on the floor. He got an offensive foul. So yeah, I see what you're saying there, but let me ask this: so why don't we run that more often?
I have no idea. And Florida Sun, I agree. They say they run actual plays just like rookie ball, park ball to me. They really don't run many. Like I've watched it, and I know people kill me for bringing up Coach Color Blocks, but salute to Coach Color Blocks. And I asked him, hey, are my eyes lying to me? When we watched, I think it was the Hawks game, I was like, we not really running many plays outside of pick and roll? Maybe some wing action where we wrap around, drive into the zone and kick it out to a Bullock, to Quickley, where he made that big shot against what was a good game that he had? Not the Hawks.
Atlanta. Was it Atlanta? That wasn't Atlanta.
What was it really good? Was it Atlanta? Because he
Willie had a good game.
I remember the drive he had when he didn't pass up. He drove.
When did Willie have a good game?
It was Atlanta. And go back to watch that 1-3 from the wing. That's the play I'm talking about. We run a lot of that, where it's like the 3-man action on one. But I don't know what it is. I don't know what Tibbs is doing.
He's giving them a lot of freedom. He's giving them a lot of
freedom. We're not a team that needs freedom.
I'm still surprised that Reggie Bullock had a good game.
You give freedom to guys who are individually talented and have a high IQ, and they work. We are not a team where freedom can be afforded to anybody.
I think what River said. I agree with you, Legion. That's a good point. But what River said is we've put in more stuff defensively where we are more. There's more plays being put in defensively on coverages and things like that where. He said Tibbs is, because we're so dialed into that, and I agree, they got to do more offensively because they're giving way too much flexibility on offense. But he says that he's just letting them, for the most part, play on offense right now.
Also, I want to add to that.
That's the worst thing with Trump.
Also, I was just going to say, I'm seeing Alfred Payne take a lot of threes. RJ Barrett is taking a lot of threes more this year than last year. Reggie Bullock Kevin Knox, he's shooting a lot of things. I think he wants. I know you guys are not happy with so far with how effective we've been so far, but I think that's what Tibbs wants. I think Tibbs wants everybody, especially the guards. If you look at the guards, Austin Rivers, Alfred Payton, RJ, all of them, they always take at least 4 to 5 threes a game. I mean, maybe I could look more at the stats, and maybe I could be wrong, but I'm starting to see from going off from recent history. Austin Rivers took a lot of threes. RJ took a lot of threes. I think this is what he wants. So I know you guys. What do you guys think about that? That maybe it's not that they're taking bad shots, but maybe that's the shots that Tibbs. This is what Tibbs wants. He wants to space the floor. He wants them to shoot threes and to eventually start making them. What do you guys think about that?
I mean, it's part of development. I don't necessarily mind it. Again, I was not looking at this season. I said 25 is our cap. I'm not looking at this season. This is a season where you have to discern whether guys are here for the long haul, right? And again, I'm not saying that RJ should shoot 7, 8 threes a game, because he still needs to execute better at the rim, which he's not doing at the moment, right? This guy was giving me high percentage at the rim, and then it's like, all right, I'm going to expand my game. That's one thing. I have no problem with these guys trying to shoot threes, but it just seems like it's shoot threes, maybe a mid-range, and then Randall. Like, it's not as if we're trying new things with different guys to see, okay, can this guy span here and there? Let me say one thing on the defense, because I won't pontificate for forever, but with the defense, the issue is that we have either dumb or tired big men where they can't recover in time, right? How many times have you seen an ice defense? Well, also Payton too, defensively at times. He doesn't reset aggressively after the pick. And sometimes that leaves a big disadvantage for the big guy, for the big man going down low. And if it's a pick and pop, that's how we got killed yesterday. A lot of pick and pop with Horford, and Mitch was not able to recover in time. Came back there way too slow. So if they're focusing on defense so much, it'd be one thing if you sold out on defense, right? Where our field goal percentage was poor on the floor, but their field goal percentage was poor on the floor because everybody's dialing and tuning in on defense. Again, Mitch Robinson has come a long way individually, regardless of some fundamentals in the past few games, but in that ice defense, it's Payton sometimes that leaves him to disadvantage, or sometimes it's Mitch who just gets out way too late on Horford. And what I said, people were praising the opponent three-point percentage that we have now, but I said a lot of those shots that were missing were off. That's why teams that recovered in the second half beat us. Pacers recovered, Toronto Raptors recovered. All those guys, even the Bucks, even though we beat the Bucks, the next day they recovered. So when I think of good defenses again,
you mean the law of averages,
right? And reversion to the mean. That's all. Reversion to the mean. Unless you're the Celtics, one of the best defensive teams I've seen that played passing lanes to like to a science, and I think that was Tom Thibodeau's team, right? I just don't understand. Not granted, we don't have James Posey, we don't have Tony Allen, so we don't have Leon Poole, we don't have those type of guys. So
you don't have Rajon Rondo.
We don't sell out on passing lanes, and that's a major issue. Now, in certain teams, in the second half in that Utah Jazz game, we did well, but as for a full game, we don't have that philosophy down pat. So I don't know. Maybe they're working on it, but we'll see.
I mean, to be fair, they haven't had a lot of practices, to be fair. I mean, it's not like they had the training camp and the usual, but I'm not making excuses. I agree with you. We need to see more plays, but hopefully Tibbs can get the guys in practice and we can be more proud of what we're watching. But overall, we got to be happy with where this team is at. I think we are so far.
Well, I think in a place when you're in a place where the team is not deep, I think you have to make things easier for the guys that are on the floor, because I think one of us mentioned after the game that Julius Randle let a guy like 6'3" just stroll in there, get an offensive rebound, miss it, grab another offensive rebound and put it back, because Randle was exhausted, like he didn't have anything else left in the tank. My thing is if Thibodeau, if you have an 8-man rotation, how about use more zone? Don't just use zone on side out of bounds. You know what I'm saying? I know zone is not your way to go. But in today's NBA, man, when you have cats that are gassed, I think at some point, if you just don't only run 8 guys, you have to run some type of zone to save guys' legs on offense. And I'm not talking about going all fancy with intricate 1-3-1 matchup zones. You know what I'm saying? Trapping corners. I'm not talking about all of that. I'm like, hey man, let it come down and do some 2-3 zone. Let a cat get a blow, and then because I think the trips up and down the floor get understated and underrated, especially when guys like R.J. Barrett and Julius Randle lead the league in miles. Not just per games, but already run. Um, I also would talk to the guys about in these offensive sets. If you miss like in high school, listen, man, my coach was a jerk. You know what I'm saying? He was an old Italian dude, that come from a coaching family. He was like, listen, I'll let y'all play. I'll let y'all do y'all stuff. I'll let y'all do y'all street thing. But if you miss 2 in a row, next time we come down, we running something. You know what I'm saying? And I know 2 in a row is like, man, that ain't nothing. Back in the day, 2 in a row was something. You know what I'm saying? But now you say, hey dog, if y'all miss 4 in a row, we running our base offense and get a good look with our best player. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I think we kind of need to get to. And then also on the flip side of that, which is kind of odd me saying it in the same breath. Um, I would like to see guys like Knox and Quickley, get to be more creative. You know what I'm saying, with the ball in their hands, like Julius could do. Like there are some points in the game that like we'll just let Julius cook. We'll let Julius come down and take three possessions in a row. RJ too. Like you'll see RJ up pass the ball, and if the ball gets back to RJ Barrett, y'all know who's shooting.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You
Can I
know
ask,
what I'm saying?
can I ask a question? And we all know I'm the resident Knoxer in the panel.
Mhm.
No,
I want to
You're
ask.
a Knoxer?
really?
You are a Knoxer?
I'm shocked. I don't think that's you.
It might not be.
He
Who knows?
admitted it.
All right.
But here's my question. And we can hate on Kevin Knox since he doesn't know all this. Do you believe that Tom Thibodeau has unleashed everything that Kevin Knox can do? Or do you think that Tom Thibodeau has said, I need you to basically stretch the floor for the other players?
No, I'll start and I'm sorry for interjecting. I want y'all to eat. I want to hear what y'all have to say legit because I already had this whole scenario play out in my mind earlier. But I just want to answer what Kev just asked. Man, I think Kevin Knox, what it boils down to is Kevin Knox is a confidence player, right? When his confidence is up, you see him be more aggressive, right? And I'm not talking about shooting. I'm talking about catching that pass and being decisive, being aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Trying to make the right basketball play. You know what I'm saying? But when his confidence is not there, then you see Kevin Knox catch that ball in the corner. Maybe he can shoot it, maybe he can't. But his decision is not to shoot it. He'll dribble out of that corner and kick it back up to Alfred Payton for 3. Something crazy like that.
It gives me
And
chills
so,
when you say
yeah,
that.
yeah, but I'm saying no, but what I'm saying is in a split second when you catch that ball in the corner, you make a split second decision. Do I shoot this thing or no? Right? And there's been times when it's just been no. Like Clyde was like, "Yo, why didn't you shoot that?" I think that was like 5 games ago. I was laying across the bed getting ready for the thing, watching the game, and Clyde was like, "Why didn't he shoot that?" And I was like, "Exactly, why didn't he shoot that?" You know what I'm saying? So the thing with Knox is this. So cats like Knox and RJ, they have other things in their bag that I feel like they can do. They just don't do it enough for it to be a mainstay in their offensive arsenal. You know what I mean?
So
Like
wait,
like
let's just talk about hold on. Besides, and most of the majority of shots are spot up shots and transition points, right? That's where the
right,
majority of those points come from. So
right.
what are the other things that we see there's potential for him to develop? Like let's just name the skills.
Pick
Hey,
and roll.
yeah, and one other thing. The other thing is what you and I talked about last year. You remember what we talked about? Kevin Knox shooting this 18-foot shot on the baseline. Remember that where we was like Kevin Knox could shoot that, do that whatever the Allen Houston type play is. They're like the 18, between 16 and 20 footer. When he just on the baseline or whatever, you just screen palm.
Taking a deep step into the baseline and shooting like a hard
fadeaway.
No, but I'm saying, why can't Tom Thibodeau put Kevin Knox in motion and have him come off screen?
He's not good enough, man.
How is he not good enough if you don't know if he can do it or not?
I'm tired of this. Yo, he's like he had a play the other game where he like tried to pull up off like, and it wasn't even like, it was like a step into the 3-point line and he airballed it. It was just like, yo, this is your third season in the league. You're still airballing. Like Tom Thibodeau said it. He said Kevin Knox will play well when Kevin Knox makes shots that Kevin Knox, like easy shots. When Kevin Knox shoots,
if you're gonna quote it right. Tom Thibodeau said, "If Kevin Knox takes good shots, Kevin Knox will hit them."
What's a good shot?
That's the quote. If you're gonna quote it right.
You need to spot
My
up.
thing is this:
about spotting
if
up.
you don't know, you don't know. But here's the thing: if you put Kevin Knox in this situation to see if it works or not, like what harm is it going to do to see if it works? To see if he can do it. Because here's the thing, and believe it whether or not, other than Rivers and Burks, Kevin Knox might be the third best shooter on this team.
That's good. That's why he's going to be.
Just forgot about Quickley. What's going on?
He has to prove that still.
Well, Quickley is. I want to see Quickley do it. I want to see Quickley because I've seen Quickley shoot air balls, and granted he's a rookie. But that other game, it's like, okay, you might need to dial this back quickly because
shooting percentage?
Was Randall a better shooter?
This year his shooting percentage.
This year, career.
This year he's shooting 41% from the field and 40% from three this year.
Who? Knox.
Hey, Kevin, can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question?
Knox shooting 40% from
three. Yes, he's shooting 41% from the field and 40% from three.
Kevin, can I just answer your question, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to come at you because I know.
No, it's fine.
You're very serious about your boy, but this is why I said, yesterday, if Knox was able to take over, and I'm not saying that. Just hear me out. There's one of those games where he got it and he was killing it on every possession, right? Or carrying his team, right? I think that the thing with Tibbs is that he's trying to slowly bring Knox along, but you're talking about adding other parts or making him a primary option, using other aspects of his game. Tom Thibodeau just doesn't have that trust in him yet, right? That's why I said if he took yesterday's game, right, and I'm not putting all the blame on him. I'm just saying it was one of those special type of games where it's like, whoa, we didn't know Knox could give us 25-30 like that. Then Tom Thibodeau probably feel more comfortable making him that secondary off-screen guy. Because remember that play, Rob said that it was a tough play coming up, but the ball hit him squarely in his hands, and he flubbed it for that dunk or easily, whatever it was going to be, right? He flubbed it. Knox's hand-eye coordination can cause some hesitation from other players to trust them in those slick passes to get it to him in motion. That's all. I'm not trying to kill him. I'm just saying that might be a reason why they don't want to make him a primary or secondary option as an off-ball mover in the offense.
Legion, sometimes he processes things slow. I mean, to your point, I don't think Tibbs is ready to give him the keys to the car to be that secondary off-ball guy. And I agree with you. He's trying to bring him along slow. But to Kevin's point, maybe we need to see more. Maybe we need to see Kevin Knox more in pick and rolls.
Not too early though.
I don't have the answers.
It's not even making him a primary focus. You don't have to run plays for somebody for them to be a primary focus of an offense. You can just okay, I need to switch things up. I need to do something. So let me try this. Let me draw this play up. I mean, and
I've even seen a play where he was driving. Remember when I think the Hawks. He's driving baseline, and they collapsed on him. And he I don't know if he tried to draw the foul, and it was just this limp. He just threw the ball without a bounce. I don't want to laugh because it's just like
he redeemed himself a couple plays after that, though.
He did, but that's the thing about it, sports. Knox giveth and he taketh.
He taketh away. It's never just give it.
I'm not so many players on the roster that are like
Knox by himself. If they want to feel more comfortable, and I agree, it may not be a primary thing, right? But I agree with you. There are plays where he's running off ball, Kevin, and he's open down low, and they don't see him. That sometimes may be a trusting where they're not even looking for Knox as a primary, secondary, even tertiary guy. He's like, oh, maybe he's all right. We give it to him if everything breaks down. I mean,
Like
But that's a ridiculous take. When I think it's fair to say, I would rather Kevin Knox take a shot than Elfrid Payton. I think everybody can agree with that.
And in fairness to both of y'all, I think what Guillermo's thought was pretty good and spot on. But what Kev is saying too makes sense. like in a sense, if you want to get the ball to a shooter, why are you passing it to Elfrid Payton as opposed to Kevin Knox? So I kind of
you know why, Freezy? Even if we don't like it, EP has a higher purpose in Tom Thibodeau's offensive philosophy than Knox does right now.
I thought the whole purpose of basketball was to put the ball in the goal.
Kevin, you're coming at the wrong guy. I'm just telling you.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what you said is Elfrid Payton has a higher purpose in Tom Thibodeau's whatever. The purpose is to put the ball in the hole. And I would rather Kevin Knox to shoot the ball than Elfrid Payton, because Kevin Knox has a better opportunity to put the ball in the hole than Elfrid Payton does.
As a Tom Thibodeau type of guard or type of player, EP outside of his shooting probably fits
penetration.
Penetration, kicking the ball. Now again, it might fit because they both like slow pace. Elfrid Payton can work outside of his best buddy Julius Randle, so he needs to wait 8 seconds to Julius Randle come over, set the pick. And Tom Thibodeau does not play with pace.
Right.
Does not play with pace whatsoever. You look at his winning teams of Chicago and Minnesota; they do not play with pace.
I do feel that that's the one thing that Tom Thibodeau has lied about.
Higher purpose in executing what Tom Thibodeau wants for the majority of plays versus what Knox does. Knox is not that great on the ball. He's not a guy who's a really good ball handler. He's not an adept dribbler. He's not great shooting the ball off the dribble. Well, spot up shooting, that may be his calling card. But again,
my thing is, like I said, why can't Tom Thibodeau run a play where you bring him off a screen, how they do it from one baseline to the other, while he comes off the screen and catches and shoots?
I don't disagree with that. I think
there's nothing wrong with it, because I think that Kevin Knox can do that.
I think he can.
That's not even a play I've ever seen from anyone on this team.
Kevin, of all the things that you have said about Kevin Knox on this show, of all the things, that was the one point where I say that's a good point. I agree. I'd like to see that more.
And then plus two, for one, I just want to put a bow on what Kevin W. and Guillermo said. What Legion of Knicks said that Elfrid Payton has a higher purpose, and you can tell because they actually cut him and brought him back. So there's some type of thing going on there where my man gets cut and don't even pack up his apartment. He's coming back. You know what I'm saying? So there is some type of thing going on there. But the thing with Knox and others, now this is not just about Knox. This is Knox and others. The thing about the other players is, I would like to see them do more stuff across the board. Like I would like to see RJ maybe assist more, but not be a facilitator. You know what I'm saying? Like be more of a willing passer. And I know that sounds like being a facilitator, but no, that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is RJ, if you go into the basket, if you somehow are out muscling your man, you go into the basket. You don't have to try to throw up some type of weird layup over 3 people, man. If three people are in your face, that means 2 other people are open somewhere else on the floor. You have to be able to find them. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And the thing with Knox is I think Knox has a fear of contact, and I don't know why that is. And I'm not knocking Knox. I'm not trying to start nothing with Kev W. Or the other guys. What I'm saying is when Knox turns the corner, you don't see him turn on his jets. Like you don't see him like I'm gonna go in here like RJ be going in here. You don't see that from Knox.
He had that one nice dunk in Toronto, though. I'll give him that, where he really tried to throw it down.
Yeah. But it's the same thing. It's the same thing you see from Frank and Tina. When Frank turns the corner, you don't see Frank like, oh, I'm getting ready to yam on Rudy Gobert. Oh, wait a minute. Frank, hey, wait a minute. I just contradicted myself because Frank did try to dunk on Rudy Gobert, right?
I think he let him do that.
Nah, man.
That's his boy. That's his countryman. Yeah. And where do you see Frank doing that?
Frank, you didn't
let
see
him
Frank
do that,
you didn't
bro.
see Frank slip a couple hundreds in his pocket after that?
I saw Frank try to dunk on. I saw Frank try to dunk on Porzingis. When Frank saw Porzingis at the rim, Frank was like, "There's a mismatch." In my
Frank
opinion.
was like in Space Jam when Michael Jordan was trying to like outstretch his arms, and he did. Yeah,
right. So what I'm getting at is I think that the guys they don't make it to this level and not be able to do things across the board. Like so let's use Kevin Knox for example. So right now Kevin Knox is the all-time leading scorer in Florida basketball history, right? But in the NBA he's about 8 points a game. You know who record he broke in Florida? Vince Carter.
Oh wow.
Vince Carter, right? And and Kevin Knox started this whole basketball only thing at a late age. I think he probably did it at like as a 10th grader or something crazy like that. So I think there are some things there, but I don't see why he didn't bring those things to the next level. And the thing about RJ having like a nose for the basket and having the nose for clutch moments. I hadn't seen that out of RJ. I don't know. I know the competition is different, right? But I figured, well, you know what? I'm a Barrett here. I don't have to explain nothing about RJ Barrett. RJ Barrett's numbers going to be in the Raptors. Let's talk about these other cats on the roster.
Whoa! I mean, let's not go that far. RJ Barrett has a lot of flaws to work on. He did have the clutch moment against the Rockets last season. So, but RJ Barrett is not without flaws. He has a lot of flaws.
Hey, RJ Barrett does not have flaws.
He had, bro. He can't shoot the three. He. When you look at his shot chart, even from at the rim, what is he averaging? 46% at the rim. Like he's not efficient. So let's
because he's getting hacked up. They're not calling him in the
but hey, you can't depend on refs to make your career in the NBA unless
in the Sixers game. Joel Embiid had his finger in RJ's mouth and they didn't call it.
As a Knicks fan, I will never count on the refs to give us anything. I've seen Carmelo Anthony clothesline when we played the Mavericks when they had Vince Carter. Close that line him in the air. No, and they showed the replay. No foul. I've seen Melo.
Well, Carmelo never got a good
whistle. After he gets to the rim and he hesitates, catches him, and they're on his back, and he puts it up.
Carmelo's never gotten a good whistle.
We're never going to get our just due with the refs. I can't depend on it. So what RJ Barrett needs to do, even though I think that he'll get more clear fouls operating a post, and if he develops change of pace, fake moves, better post-up moves, that's definitely going to help him. Now he's working with Drew Hanlon. The reason why I'm not looking at RJ Barrett as like, oh, he's a lost cause already. Because again, first of all, it's still his rookie year. If you want to be honest, right? We played 62, 66, how many games last year? Add these 9, 8, I believe 5 and 4. These 9 games, right? He's still essentially in his rookie year. And he's been working with a guy like Drew Hanlon. Again, Drew Hanlon worked with Kelly Oubre, worked with Jason Tatum, has worked with Joel Embiid. So it's going to take time. These guys, again, not all these guys didn't come into the league perfect. It takes time to reform a shot that you've been doing for most of your life. So
you should
he has a lot of flaws. I'm not saying he's not blameless, but the thing with Kevin Knox is that we have to just take it for what it is with Kevin Knox. Maybe that he's just a bit player that maybe might have some upside, right?
Hey, so let me do this real quick. So Robert Parr, thank you for the super chat. Robert Parr says, start Knox. If he's not producing off the bench, then switch it up. Get at about 5 more shots a game and see what happens. Hashtag few for the fire. So let me ask this then. Is DSJ through?
Facts. Oh God, I forgot about him.
Yeah, I didn't even. He's done.
Frank shortly thereafter.
I don't think we will see DSJ play a minute for the New York Knicks this season.
Wow.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. Injuries happen.
So what was the deal in preseason where Johnny Bryant kind of took him on as like a personal project? Y'all remember when we watched the preseason games? And every time we saw DSJ come to the bench, Johnny Bryant was there, talking to him.
I should say barring injuries.
Rivers in them.
We don't know about injuries to your point, Sports 5, but assuming no injuries. But
Okay. All right. So I'm not sure for sure if I agree.
I mean, I haven't even seen him on the bench. Has he been going to the games?
He's injured right now. Excuse me, y'all. JD, thank you for the super chat. This brought in the opponent what Nick that struggle versus OKC Mini. Must have a bounce back game tomorrow, and why again not considering the game the opponent.
RJ.
I want to see some DSJ, man.
No, Freezy, stop. Why you do it? Freezy, you do this on purpose, bro. You're trolling now. You don't want to see DSJ. You want to see have us up here. It's your DSJ. You know you don't.
You don't want to see DSJ.
So how bad has Alfred Payton looked?
Yeah, but we have better options. You skipped a whole bunch of guards and went straight over to DSJ.
I'm not trying to
like there's Austin Rivers, there's IQ, there's Burks who's played some minutes at point guard, there's Frank. Like Frank is before DSJ.
I enjoy Alfred's misses more than I do DSJ. Like at least Alfred's misses are more entertaining.
Charlie Ward, Chris Childs, like you have a lot of guards you can bring before. They should not be anywhere near the court with the Knicks in any prominent role. You're talking about a guy whose athleticism is gone. He needs to go to G League. He needs to understand how the point guard position actually works and refine himself. Turn himself into a Trey Burke where he can work on his jump shot consistently, not just some preseason games. You know what I mean? He's just not that type of player. He's not a smart IQ player. He when we talk about Alfred Payne, he needs a pick and roll a lot. And I don't think I'm not saying EP's a high IQ player, but Dennis Smith Jr. is not a high IQ player whatsoever.
I don't think you can play him, man.
He's a product of AAU. He's a product of I'm gonna use my athleticism and dunk everybody and beat everybody. He lost his first step. He's also got explosiveness, right? Can't process the game. Is not a dependable shooter, and he doesn't have size to dominate people. So what is Dennis Smith Jr.? He's a reclamation project in the G League or China. That's no disrespect, but it is what it is.
At least Thibodeau knows Payton's going to go in, penetrate in the paint, try to get his feet wet in there. He knows he's going to miss a ton of shots with him, but at least he knows what Payton's going to try to do on the court, even though it's not going to be great. It's going to be bad most of the time.
And in the small sample size we saw DSJ, he looked lost out there. I mean, he gave his all defensively, but on the offensive side of the ball, he really didn't look like he knew what he was doing. And it didn't look like he gelled with a lot of the players on the team as well. So I think we have a lot more better options at point guard than DSJ. And you're not going to put DSJ at the 2. So he's limited.
Man,
very limited.
His shot looked much improved in the preseason.
Easy, why are you doing this?
Yeah, thank you, Mo. He's doing this on purpose.
Do you guys think Buddy Hield would help this team?
He's too expensive. But he would help this team. Like
he would help.
You know who I think would help this team? And as the season goes on, I think we might get to that point. D'Angelo Russell.
Ooh.
Because I think this thing with Minnesota is not working out, and they're going to have to do something.
Get me out of that, man.
I don't know. That's a tough one.
I would rather have Karl Anthony Towns. But so would
if somebody makes an offer, I think he might be had because it's just not working. Like they tried, like, okay, we're gonna bring your friend in, Cat, Russell, y'all can play buddy ball. And even though they've been together, it's just like they're like 2-7 now. And they look bad. And I just don't know if it's sustainable. I don't know if they're like, okay, should we just start over? Should we tank? Should we give up? The thing about Cat is I don't know about the relationship that he had with Thibodeau. There's reports that it wasn't all that great.
Thibodeau was something.
Where do you rank D'Angelo Russell among all point guards in the NBA?
He's
top 20?
Top 20.
I say top 15.
Okay. So name him, Kev.
He had that one good year with the Nets.
I'm only putting a spot, Kev. But top 15.
Probably.
I think I would rather just try to fix DSJ than trade a whole bunch of stuff for D'Angelo Russell.
You can't DSJ. You got to put him in it, bro. DSJ has to go to the G League. Y'all talk about Alfred Payton. DSJ is a worse version of Alfred Payton. how many times have you seen him wind down the clock because he needs that pick and roll for Mitch? How many?
Right.
Like when he gets that step, he processes the game very slow. The only thing he does well is that he can pass very well to the corners for some weird reason.
Right.
Other than that, he is not a fast processor of the game, and he's limited. He can't play off ball. He doesn't play off ball whatsoever. He can't do it. So what value does he have? I mean, you might as well just have Elfrid Payne who can at least flat slash and dominate smaller guards.
So what's wrong? What's wrong with sending DSJ to the G League?
I just said
I think that's a good idea. I think that's a great idea.
Contract's about to be up soon.
Yeah, I mean, because if you send him to the G League and it rekindles something, right? and say you send them down for like 30 or 40 games, and you bring them back, and we have say 20 games plus the playoffs left of
we don't have a G League though. We don't have a G League free agency this year. Or I don't know. I don't think we're gonna have a G League.
They're having a draft coming up.
We
soon,
are.
but
We
I
have
don't know
a
what the
G
exact
League.
rules
Yeah,
are.
I feel bad.
Trier's in the draft. I forgot. I apologize. So we haven't G. I apologize, guys. Trier's in the draft, by the way. Trier.
I feel bad for whoever has to watch that G League team.
Nice. What happened to Trier, bro?
He's not. He's in the draft.
No, but I mean, what the hell happened to his career?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Apparently, there was some stuff off the court too. That he had there was some issues with that. I don't know.
The dude had question marks from go. Like even in Arizona, the dude they was like he took the performance enhancer and all this stuff, and then they were like he was like, nah, I was in a car accident, and then he took it again, and then they was like, whoa, you took it again. He was like, no, it was just a leftover bottle from the car accident the first time, and then they suspended him, and then he missed like 11 games, and then he came back, and him and Ayton and the other guy he drafted, the undersized power forward, I forget his name, but they couldn't match. They lost in the first round of the tournament to a team you never heard of in your life. Arizona lost to that. Y'all know how y'all be driving and you see a college off on the side of the highway. You like, man, I didn't know that was a college. I didn't know that was a school. Yeah, but yeah, Arizona lost to them. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know. The thing with Trier is I like what I saw offensively, defensively. No.
I just felt like he was playing 1-on-5 out there. Like he didn't even know anybody else was on the floor. He was just. It was effective. Don't get me wrong. It was effective. It was effective for like a few games. But like I don't feel like his teammates liked it.
Does that sound familiar? you give it to number 9 and say number 20 is open in the corner, and number 9 is going to the basket like a runaway dump truck. But so the thing with DSJ, I'm not trolling y'all, man, because if I want to troll you, I'd be like, yo, Kevin Knox needs to shoot the ball 25 times. That's a troll. You know what I'm saying? That's a troll. Because it's gonna have that would have y'all like what? And then Kevin was like, right. But the thing with DSJ is I feel like the athleticism is too tantalizing to pass stuff on. You know what I mean? Like if somebody unlocks that, because and I'll give you an example. Like when the first time I saw Kyle Lowry out of Villanova, I was like, yeah, this kid ain't gonna make it because he's fat. He's fat, and the Grizzlies don't know what to do with him. You know what I'm saying? And then they trade him to the Rockets, and you like, I don't know, maybe this dude is a borderline NBA player. You know what I'm saying? Depending on your point guard depth. But then all of a sudden, he turned the corner. It wasn't just about certain play. It was about intangibles that he brings to the table. And then over the years, he got a lot better. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we do in this organization. We always get guys and like they go somewhere else and they find out what their career is all about. And you know what? I'm okay with DSJ going to do that because like we don't have enough playing time. We don't have enough time. We don't have enough resources to be tolerating DSJ figuring out whoever he is. And I don't think that like he's like in terms of his athleticism, I think Legion already said it. Like it's dying off. Like it's his burst isn't what it used to be. Like he used to be the type of guy who like he had like I thought he was like what John Morant. I thought he was gonna be what John Morant is. Like just crazy. Just like a really, but he just doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. He's not
like
that level of dog is not that's like in the top 0.5% of the NBA. Like that Russell Westbrook dog is like you only see that in guys like Westbrook or Ja. Those guys like that. Like Shaq used to have it, right? Like every time Shaq had so I had this discussion. Like a cat told me that Shaq in his prime was the most unstoppable player that the NBA has ever seen, right? And I was like, no, Shaq in his prime was a two-move big. You know what I'm saying? Two-move big, but you couldn't stop. You could barely stop those moves. But if he missed and you found him, you could stop him because he couldn't hit free throws, right? You could foul Shaq before the play, before he gets to those moves, and he's useless, right? So Shaq would catch the ball on the box and pivot depending on. So Shaq was right-handed, so Shaq catch the ball on the right block and pivot into the paint and try to dunk, and then on the left block he would reverse pivot and try to dunk with two hands or offensive foul. You know what I'm saying? So.
Hey, Freezy, can you please allow Chuck or pressure Chuck to come up here because he's saying that we're wrong on DSJ, and I think that Chuck, he's gotten ahead of himself. He had his little, bias win yesterday with State. So I think that if please allow Chuck to come up here and explain his case on DSJ. He's saying that we're wrong. Everybody here is saying that DSJ's athleticism has waned. No one has seen skill, this unlocked skill from DSJ. So can you just allow him to come up?
To be honest with you, I think Chuck is right. I don't think it's a lack of athleticism.
My gosh.
I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna tell you what I think it is, and y'all gonna laugh and clown me with that. But I've been laughed at before. I don't think it's his athleticism. I think teams going to zone has slowed down people from getting a head start, getting to the basket.
So you mean his IQ is bad? Okay, thanks. Either way.
No. I didn't say he had a high basketball IQ. I never said that.
For the point guard position, you better be the smartest.
He also doesn't have the right mentality. He quit at NC State. Anytime something gets tough for him, he's never been able to respond.
That's why I think. Go ahead, Latrell. Finish your thought. My fault.
I mean, just my whole thing. There's a pattern here, right? There's not a coincidence. Like there's a history here with this cat. Nobody's doubting that the kid had talent coming out of in the draft. He was selected to be. I mean, where was he taken? What was he? The number 9 pick, 6 pick?
He was 9.
9. 7. Okay.
Oh, you went before?
Hey, so let me address this super chat real quick. So shout out to Knicks Fans TV. Thank you for the super chat. My man says, "Bless up Freezy and company." Hey, I appreciate you, bro. Hey, keep doing your good work, man. We appreciate you. Hey, go ahead, man.
Yeah, my thing with DSJ is his body language all of last year. I'm trying to forget last year, but I can't. He just didn't have the right mentality. Like when it was the first sign of things not going his way, you want to see a player bounce back. I have not seen from DSJ since he has been here the ability to bounce back. Now, do we want to give him the opportunity and see if he can do it again? That's up for debate. I personally have seen enough to not want to see it, but that's just me.
Hey, so okay, all right. So all right. So I really want to. Okay, I'm gonna just say it, man. So for a dude that loves athletes, how do you say that DSJ doesn't have it, man? It's clearly it's there, but my man is injured.
Because he's had 2 ACL injuries and he lost his first step. He has also a back injury that has been bothering him. You see him laboring even from last year on the court. He's just not that player anymore. He's not explosive. He can't get past anybody. That's why he calls the pick and roll constantly. He's called it. I mean, compared to some other guards last season, he was calling the pick and roll about 54% of the time. right? And I believe that's probably even. I think previous than that, he was calling the same, and I think that's actually average for some of the top point guards. But again, he's not this guy who has great isolation numbers. I mean, I believe from isolation, I'm looking up now. I think he averaged about 23% from the field last year. He's just not, and that's been going. That's been waning. You know what I mean? So again, about injuries catching up to him. He's just not that type of guy. And I'm looking up now just so I'm accurate as hell. But I believe when I was killing Freezy the other time, me and Andy, it was like the Dudley brothers in WWF. He was just killing him with logic. I was killing with facts. And we came to that conclusion because we were trying to compare him to Frank. And Frank last year actually had better isolation and pick and roll numbers than DSJ. So again, DSJ is not this great guard. We were enamored by his explosiveness. You guys have still yet to tell me what specific skill outside of his explosiveness have you guys said, yo, we need to unlock that because it's right there, man. No one else has said anything. Everything's about athleticism.
Hey, I have Alonzo Trier.
Hey, so God, I'm Moses and Elijah. Before y'all cut my head off, I just want to so the thing is, what I'm saying is, I'm not implying that DSJ's basketball IQ rivals Steve Nash. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that DSJ's heart rivals RJ Barrett. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that DSJ's jumper rivals Mark Price, right? What I'm saying is that I believe we may be wrong on just this one thing, that the athleticism has diminished. I think the last time we saw him, he was hurt with a back injury, right? Back injury. It happens, man. I hurt my back. I'm not 100% freezy like I used to be. You know what I'm saying? But I'm working towards getting back there, right? You know what I'm saying? Anybody that has had a back injury or whatever, something happened to them, they know it takes you a while to kind of get that back. And the trust, because no lie, I was walking through the grocery store, and you know how the shelves around the corner, I bumped when I thought I was 100%. I bumped the shelf, and I felt pain shoot all up and down my back, and it reminded me that back injuries are not that easy to heal from. So, but the thing with DSJ is, I think the athleticism is there. This cat is 22, right? We're acting like the cat is 37.
It doesn't matter how old you are. When you are an explosive athlete, one injuries here and there, when they're knick-knack or you're like, it doesn't matter. We have to stop thinking about basketball. We're like just limited to just age, right? These guys have been playing basketball since 3 a days, 2 a days, right? Their bodies have aged way past ours. When you're ripping he destroyed both his ACLs. It's a miracle that he can even jump that well. And then he has a back issue. His body's probably compensating for that. So you're talking about a guy whose body's just going to constantly compensate to the point he's totally broken down. So again, DSJ is just a guy. It's an unfortunate, tragic story. You just got to move on from him. You know what I mean? It is what it is. Let's look at some other players who can probably offer more and be healthy on the court. You know what I mean? Again, when you look at DSJ, take out the athleticism. Look, Chris Paul's not the most. One of my favorite guards of all time is Andre Miller. This guy, all of us.
What? Are you a psycho?
He wasn't that explosive.
Let me explain.
Yeah, Baron Davis, Chris Childs, Derek Harper.
Let me explain.
Let's go.
Because Andre Miller did not have great athleticism, but he's one of the smartest, most heady point guards in the game. Can body you on the post, couldn't shoot, could lay it up on you, make the passes, had great court vision. But he was not fast or was not quick. His athleticism, he's not going to.
Mark Jackson wasn't fast. Mark Jackson wasn't fast.
What about Terrell? What about Terrell Brandon and Rod Strickland? I thought you were going to say those.
Yeah, we had Brandon Jennings. We had all these fast. We had Starberry. We had. Come on, we had the most point guards in NBA history, but none of them ever panned out. We always get point guards after their prime. That's the thing. We never get them in the draft. We have the keys to. We have the Lamborghini, but we don't have nobody to drive it. That's the problem with the New York Knicks. We have 2 through 4, but we don't have a 1 and we don't have a 5. We have a center that can't shoot, but he does all the other things. He plays hard. He works, but he's pencil thin. He's going to have wear and tear on
Not
his
at
body.
not at 250. He ain't pencil thin at 250.
He's not pencil thin, but you
Right,
still
right.
he came straight out. He came straight out of. He didn't have any college. He doesn't have the IQ. He didn't play college basketball. He played in high school. He's like Kevin. He's like a Kevin. He's not. I'm not going to get over myself. He's not Kevin Garnett because he's scared to let it go. He's like a Ben Simmons in a center's body. He doesn't want to shoot the jump shot. He doesn't have a mid-range game. He relies solely on.
He don't even look at the rim, bro. He don't even look at the rim.
He solves mainly, or he relies solely off the pick and roll and getting lobs. He doesn't have that offensive game yet, but he does the little things. But he's a raw talent, so we're not going to take that from him in his third NBA season. So, but you know.
So, Mr. Rocket, where do we go at the number at the 1 spot? How do we get that one?
We're playing point guard.
Hey, Rocket, how you gonna come in here? You ain't even gonna say what's up.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, we done moved on DSJ and everything. We done moved to Mitchell Robinson.
What's up, guys? What's up, guys? You know, what's up, guys? What's up?
Hey, it's all love. Hey, I'm glad you jumped in because we've been watching you in the chat and stuff for weeks. Yeah. So we glad you jumped in, man. But I think you're wrong about Mitch. Mitch is not thin.
No. I'm not saying thin. I'm saying we're thin at center.
Okay.
I meant we're thin at center because we have Nerlens Noel and we got rid of Spellman and we just bring back Taj Gibson. But if Mitch goes down, then what do we do? Play.
I'm here to tell you, I think Mitch is already down. Did y'all see? So they sent him at the game because
he caught the bug right now. But that just comes from the traveling and these guys are just getting into NBA shape right now.
So he's just sick. He's not
hurt. He's not hurt.
Okay.
But on low key, Mitchell Robinson has a little bit of back issues. Just a little bit. It's something just to monitor, but it's nothing too crazy at this point. But
So what do you think about my thing with DSJ? You want a DSJ train with me? Come on, dog. No.
I we don't give up on players. We don't give up on players because this is New York. We don't give up on guys, but I think something's wrong mentally right now with him. Like I think he's down emotionally. He lost, when you're dealing with he's not injured, it's nothing wrong with his body. He just I think something happened to him mentally and he lost focus. He lost focus. But at this when we're dealing with a season like how we're dealing with this COVID and all this stuff, we can't afford. Where we gonna go get the point guards from? If there's nobody in the league, there's nobody in free agency that we could go pick up. The best thing we could go do is look overseas. I think the best point guard overseas right now was Tu Holloway, and he played for Xavier, and he's cooking. But they paying him too much money overseas, and he played for Xavier, and he's only he's 30 years old right now, but he's cooking. He's killing.
He wouldn't come to the NBA.
He played for Dallas and he played in the G League and he was killing teams in the G League. But overseas, he's winning. He's cooking and killing teams overseas. He's winning championships and he's getting too much money over there. He's killing. And he's from New York. 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 He's from Hempstead, Long Island.
Right,
he's from Hempstead, Long Island, and he's just killing. He's killing teams, and he knows how to run an offense beautifully. And he's an undersized point guard. He's 6'1", but he's killing teams. And he knows how to run offense. And he played for USA basketball and all that. So
you say so y'all are saying that DSJ is done.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Hold up. I don't think so, man.
He's not done. He's not done. We're playing point guard collectively as a team right now, and I think I think we need to shake up the rotation. Like
shake up the rotation, bring in DSJ.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're gonna have to play by committee.
What are y'all talking about, yo? We're not playing no DSJ. We should not experiment with that whatsoever.
We already did that. That's what I'm saying. We already did that. We did that with DSJ. We did that with Nick.
And you guys are saying,
and why is
send him down to the G League? You can't send him down to the G League. I don't think y'all gonna be able to bring him back. That's gonna fracture that relationship.
Ntilikina keeps getting injured in practice. He ain't getting injured in the games. He's getting injured in practice.
I will say this about DSJ is if you go back to the beginning of the preseason, before Quickley, I guess, blew up in the scene, the first guard off the bench that Tip used was DSJ.
Yep, he was, sure was. But
So, and only due to injuries is why he got moved down off the depth chart. We may not like DSJ, but like I said, the first guard off the bench was DSJ. It wasn't Frank. It wasn't Quickley. It was DSJ. And when he got hurt, and then when Frank and DSJ got hurt, and Quickley took the spot and kind of just ran with it.
I would argue DSJ was the first off the bench because Rivers was out.
Because Quickley has
So
a
you could
better
always
basket.
make that argument. We weren't 100% healthy throughout the whole preseason.
But but like I said, there's a reason.
Definitely right.
There's a like I said, he was there before Quickley or Frank. So I'm not going to say that DSJ is completely buried. No, I'm not going to say that either.
But Kevin, based on what DSJ did in the preseason, in your opinion, I'm asking you, in your opinion, do you think he did enough to show the coaches that he deserves minutes?
He got 5 steals, man. I think,
He played good defense. I'll say that. His
I'll give you that. I thought his defense was
He
good.
played a position of point guard is the question.
But offensively, can he do anything?
over every other.
Listen, can DSJ? How about this? Can DSJ
help
run
this
a
team?
team?
Can he help this team?
Hold on, my thing is
if you
this:
give him a chance.
DSJ run a team as good as Over Payton? Yes.
I don't think so.
I'm here.
I think DSJ can run a
He
team.
doesn't have a great enough. He doesn't have a great enough basketball IQ.
But I think he can make it up. I think he can make it up in other
He
areas.
has the talent. He has the talent.
IQ is let's get the ball to
He's
Julius
more-
Randle
he has the-
and
he
take
has
these
the
dumb
talent.
shots, and I'll drive to the middle of the lane and throw something up. If it goes in, it goes in. If I miss, that's more than likely going to happen.
Alfred Payton has more athleticism than DSJ.
Hey, hold on, y'all. One at a time.
Latrell, my whole thing, Latrell, is last season you're talking about you saw him last season. You don't like the DSJ you saw from last season, and you're done with him. My whole thing is, again, these players are getting coached up. They're playing different. They're playing much smarter. So look, we've seen Alfred Payton win games for us. Right now, let's see how DSJ. Let's see DSJ coached up, and let's see how he performs. Because right now, the only thing I saw in preseason from him was get 5 steals and surprise everybody. Knicks Nation that he can play that kind of level of defense.
Fair enough. I'll just say this. I'm only trolling Chuck. I'm trolling Chuck in the chat when I say that Alfred Payton's more athletic than DSJ. But no, I mean, look, Alfred Payton, though, is getting in the paint. Can DSJ still do that? I don't know.
I think he can. Here's
I
my thing.
think he can.
If getting to the paint,
It's so okay. Somebody
Not walking the ball up. Not walking the ball up every. Not walking the ball up every. Every time up the court. He walks the ball up the court, and he's trying to. He walks the ball up the court, and by the time he walks the ball up the court, we're 12. We got 12 seconds left on the shot clock.
And then he gonna pass it to Randall twice and get it back.
He walks the ball up. He doesn't run the ball up the court, and he doesn't guard players all the way down the court. He doesn't pick up players. He doesn't pick up players on the defense all the way up the court like Frank Ntilikina and Emmanuel Quickley.
Right.
He picks up players at the mid court. He doesn't guard players full court down the basketball, and he walks the ball up the court. And he's talented. He's probably the most talented athletically on the basketball team. I don't know why he's not using his athletics.
I don't know.
I think it's
the most athletic.
No, I'm talking about point guards. I'm talking about point guards. He's probably our most talented point guard as far as he used to come down the lane and yamming on guys.
That's not talent. Hold on. That's not talent.
Yes, thank you. I was going to say that.
I'm talking about that's athletic.
That's not talent. That's not talent. Athleticism is not talent. That's a God-given blessing. But we're talking about soft skills. We're talking about you shooting. That's talking about you court vision. We're talking about things that you.
That's what I was saying about a basketball IQ.
No. Does he have that? Honestly,
we keep saying athleticism is. Let me not say it like that.
He doesn't have that. He doesn't have the IQ to run an offense.
I'm talking about certain skills where it's not. Oh, I'm tall, I'm big, and thus I will dominate. There's softer skills like picking your spots on the floor. Kobe Bryant, excellent. Getting to that little elbow spot, taking that shot like Jordan. That's talent. Olajuwon's footwork. That is talent. I'm talking about discernible. CP3's court vision. That is talent.
Exactly. Look at Chris Paul.
Ability to pick up the ball.
Look how
That
Chris
is
Paul
talent.
makes every. Look how Chris Paul makes every team he goes to
Size up
better.
your body. That's talent. Everybody keeps talking about his dunks. Can you guys give me another skill? I've seen James White could dunk the basketball like a freaking circus, a magician. Till this day,
DSJ can't shoot. He can't shoot a lick of shot. He don't have no mid range, nothing. He doesn't facilitate the offense. He doesn't get plays in the best. He doesn't get plays in the right spots.
Rock, you coming here for that DSA smoke? You coming here for that DSA
I don't
smoke?
understand this.
I don't want to see him touch a basketball on New York's right now. I don't want to see him on the court. He had ample opportunity, same way Franklin Nikita had ample opportunity, and they've been in the league the same amount of time. And why they just collecting dust on the bench? Emmanuel Quickley came in with that energy. And
I actually forgot about them. Actually, literally,
they got buried in the bench. There's no reason that.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
Like they sitting there looking at. They sitting there looking at each other.
When we was 5-3, I was like, man, I think those guys are goners. But now that we're 5-4, and maybe we need a point guard situation. Me personally, I'm looking at DSJ.
I don't understand.
More likely to stay with the team.
DSJ becomes the starting point guard for this team. God of Moses. I will buy you
Jared
a
Harper.
DSJ
You might see
jersey
Jared
for your
Harper
birthday.
before you see DSJ back on the court. You might see Jared Harper before you see DSJ back on the court.
I think you got to start. Remember, Tibbs loves defense, so I see so far with the little sample size this season, because I'm not talking about last season no more. I'm talking about this season. So far, DSJ so far got 5 steals. If he can start playing that kind of defense, if they can get him going like that, I think it's looking. He's not looking too bad for him.
I didn't actually hate Burks at point guard. I thought he gave a couple of nice minutes.
Burks was decent at point guard. But how many?
But you can't say you can't sustain Burke at point guard.
I know. I'm just trolling.
He couldn't. Trey Burke was nice, but he was into.
Was it 1 or 2 turnovers, sports wise? I don't know. We could look it up later, but.
We need a point guard. That's the bottom line. We're all debating.
I'm trying to give you a point guard.
He's not the answer.
Because you're going from last season. I'm going from preseason.
I'm not even just talking about this season. I'm talking about long term. We don't have a long term answer.
That's a good conversation.
That's been the problem.
IQ has 2 bad games, and y'all just completely take him out of the possibility of being what are we doing?
We're not doing that.
I don't know what IQ is. I don't know what he is.
It's too early. It's too early.
Too early.
What everybody is telling me, what they're telling me is that DSJ is not the answer at point guard, right?
Oh boy!
And I'm here to tell them.
He came in hoodied up too.
Oh boy!
It's 2 against 5. I
know that Chuck is not about to take my hoodie look. Okay,
and I like
Chuck was in there roasting State of New York last night. That was funny. I was liking that one last night.
Hey, yo, me and Chuck about to roast y'all.
Let's go. Let's get it.
2 against 5, or 2 against 6. And I like with DSJ.
It might be 3.
I know Legion of Knicks podcast don't want this smoke with DSJ. We're gonna move on. Because
I killed him on DSJ before.
I agree with Kodak Vlog.
What is the smoke with DSJ? He's just not that good of a player. That's why Chuck had to lower his projections from 15-6 to 9-4 to I don't know what to say because he ain't playing. That's his DSJ. He literally thinks that DSJ is good because of that one Mavericks year where he had a 29% usage rate and was the only point guard they had, and they put the ball in his hands. As soon as Luka came, he got scared and said, "I want the ball in my hands," the majority. And they looked around and said, "No," and they dumped. And no, they sent him home, and then he got traded. So
okay. So Legion, so you legit want this smoke then?
No, there's no smoke. We beat this. We beat the bloody Pope. I don't have an argument.
Because I can say something right now, and it'll deep fix that entire mess that you're talking about DSJ. I can say something right now.
Go ahead.
And it'll deep fix your argument forever.
Go ahead.
No, I ain't gonna. I'm gonna save it
because we still need a shot, man. We still need to get DSJ a shot.
the thing about having bullets for your gun is it's always good to not waste them.
So,
you know
so there's no
What kind of gun, a revolver or the bat?
There's no stat.
DSJ
is a player, is a so-called player that we should be considering and saying that, yo, man, there's something to our luck. Look, if he could come in and Tom Thibodeau sees value in him, that's Tom Thibodeau. I'm not coming against that. God bless him. What we're talking DSJ, like I forgot who said it. We got so many other guards in this team. Let's move on. Like, why are we talking about DSJ?
I mean, who do you consider
Hey,
Guillermo?
let me
Yeah.
this right
Who
quick.
do you consider as the other guards we should talk about?
So, JD,
I mean, at the point guard.
hold on, real quick. So,
Theo Pinson.
hey, JD, hold on, JD.
Theo Pinson.
So, hey, JD, thank you for the super chat. He says Chuck needs to say why he joined, what ticked him. All right. So, hey, go ahead, boss.
All of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Especially Sports Vibes TV.
Oh, snap.
Right?
Chuck.
I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about.
His team's too old to remember the rest of the line.
Coming after our people. Because Sports Vibes TV already has a W on record. When he murdered somebody. Yeah. So when he murdered somebody. It was kin to listening to Coogee rap in a posse cut. Where everybody thought they was dope.
Coogee rap.
And then once Coogee rap spit, it was like, can I do my verse over?
Damn.
Oh,
Wait, does Chuck win it with Sports Vibes? On DSJ versus Quickley? On DSJ versus Quickley, does Chuck win it with Sports Vibes?
Chuck, that's a fly sweat.
I'm not sure if you want a Sports Vibes, Chuck. I'm just trying to be nice to you, Chuck.
Well, it's not a versus. The last time I seen him, he was up on this Quickley high horse. So I want to see if he still got his saddle.
Damn.
First off, pause, and then second off,
That was not a pause. That was not a pause.
IQ is a rookie. He's gonna have rookie struggles. So if you're gonna come up here and try to bash him every time he has a bad couple games, you're gonna have to bash Tibbs for not giving him some steady minutes so he can get into a groove. He's playing 6 minutes one game. The next time he's playing
still
14.
hurt, man. He got that screen from Miles Turner. He's still hurt, man. He's scared to get another screen from he got that screen from Miles Turner. He ain't see the court again.
But he put up a good game against the Hawks, so we can't use that anymore.
Yeah, he had a good game against the Hawks, and then right after he only played 6 minutes, I think, or something. He didn't play much.
Due for a bad game. Yeah. To be fair, he was due for a bad game.
So Chuck, why are we talking about Quickley when we should be talking about DSJ?
Because he's replacing DSJ. That's why you want to talk about him.
Freezy, why are you wasting this? Do a battle.
Nah. So first of all, Chuck don't want this smoke with Sports Vibes, and I don't want to disrespect my man. Have him coming on here trying to go at it with people. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying.
I don't need no protection for you.
Chuck, it says you're 26. It says you're 26, 0 and 2.
What's the 2 ties? You set me up yesterday, and I came
2 ties. I thought you were undefeated.
Sports Vibes versus Chuck, and Sports Vibes said he don't need your protection. You trying to get me in the ring with Chuck? Stop playing, Freezy. Stop.
No, man. What I'm saying is I would rather take on the whole panel over DSJ. I'd rather go 1-on-8.
That's a lot of.
I don't care. Hey, Kev,
you better have the nuclear code for that.
hey, Kev, the one thing about Uncle Freezy is he's smart. He know when to pick them. He know what battles to stay in and
is
when to
DSJ go. Is DSJ really that battle?
Yes.
Come on, man.
Everybody in the chat is saying set up the battle, bro. You right now you're not doing your fans a service, man. Set up the battle between Chuck and
we all about the fans. You know what I'm saying?
Look at Chuck. He wore a Chicago Bears hat to mock you, to say you guys are losing tomorrow. That's blasphemy. He said you're gonna lose against the Saints.
Hey, no, that had his fire though. That had his fire though. I give him credit for that.
Freezy. Get the timers.
Chuck, what's up, Chuck? Chuck is ready, man.
Timers.
Okay.
Chuck ready, man. Chuck ready with that 26.
Oh, he disappeared.
Yo, everybody backstage, just stay backstage, right? Just a second. Chat, y'all know how this works. Y'all know how this works. With me, I don't dodge beef, man, between people. All I ask is that everybody shoot a fair one. You know what I'm saying? That's all I ask. If where there's smoke, there's fire. Right? Where there's smoke, there's fire. Right? But I don't flame I don't wave these flames, man. I don't want to make smoke where there is no smoke. What I'm gonna ask y'all is this: do you want to see the champ Chuck B? Now, yesterday, Legion of the Knicks podcast said, "Nah, man, when we had these championship things, man, we need 10 days off and blah blah blah." And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I could see that, man. I don't want to burn people out with getting in this debate arena because it's tough. You gotta be a tough cat to get in here, and you gotta stand your ground. You gotta make sense. You gotta sway people. You gotta pull people off the fence to your side, right? Chuck bounces in here. You know what I'm saying? Coming in all dressed up with his new outfit on. You know what I'm saying? Dressed up like the champions do. Ready for war. Ready for these 3 rounds, these 3 1-minute rounds. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I don't know if I want to, have Sports Vibes TV come on, man. He our guest. He our guest. You don't treat your guests like that when they come into your house. You don't do that with your guests. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying I don't know, but if that's what y'all want, virtual chat. If that's what y'all want, if y'all want some smoke, if y'all want to see Chuck B and Sports Vibes TV, I need to see it in the virtual chat. You know what I'm saying? I need to see somebody say something in the virtual chat. Virtual chat, don't be coming at me like a lamb, like, yeah, that's fine, blah blah blah. I don't care about that. We ain't gonna go mano a mano for nothing. You know what I mean? We ain't gonna go mano a mano for nothing. If we don't see it in the virtual chat, we ain't doing it. Chuck B want that smoke. That's what he came here for. And Sports Vibes TV, he don't back down from nothing. Sports Vibes TV don't back down from nothing. Did y'all see what he did to State of the New York Knicks podcast? Do y'all remember that? Do y'all remember that? I started to call it off in the first round, but the rules are 3 1-minute rounds. So we have 2 undefeateds going head to head over this topic. Is that what y'all want? Y'all got to say something. Somebody listen. We ain't gonna do this if the bodies ain't gonna hit the floor. Somebody has to get bodied. Y'all want to watch Chuck B get bodied tonight? Y'all want to watch Chuck B body somebody tonight? What's good? What's good? I'm gonna bring these two in. And we're gonna watch this virtual chat. I'm gonna ask them if they ready. Yo, what's good?
I don't think we got a topic.
Huh?
I don't think we got
a topic. DSJ versus Quickley.
Oh no.
All right,
I was on Quickley now. I'm not putting my title up for DSJ.
So what about Quickley then?
Quickly.
What about Quickley you want to discuss?
We ain't got no.
I was coming at you for Quickley last the 17 minutes and the 1 for 9.
He had a bad game. He's a rookie. You expect him to be an all-star caliber player every time he goes out there, especially when he's having to deal with inconsistent minutes.
See, Chuck ain't want. See, that's what I mean. That's what I asked. Chuck ain't want that smoke over.
No, that's a lawsuit record, Chuck. That's a lawsuit.
Hold on. Why don't you just talk about Quickley? You guys can argue.
Wave the white flag, man.
Sports Vibe. Are you a fan of Obi Toppin?
26, 1 and 2.
I want to see more from Obi. I think Obi will be a big piece on this team, but I haven't seen much Obi to really say I'm a fan.
Okay, so you think he's gonna be a big piece? Chuck doesn't. That's the second question.
Cool.
You said Obi. You don't think Obi's gonna be a big piece for this team?
Nah, I definitely don't.
So that's question number 2, Freezy. And number 3, you could talk about team wins on it. You could talk about team success.
So I don't know if Chuck feeling that. I think Chuck is
those are losing battles. I'm gonna tell you why those are losing battles. For one, most of the people like Quickley. So whatever, because I'm just going all negative on him, right?
So that means your argument's going to be short and sweet because it's not that many negatives outside of him having a bad game as a rookie.
How many positives you got?
I got plenty of positives.
Freezy, I gave you 2 questions.
He had a couple bad games, and now you're saying there's no positives?
They don't want
You
it.
went from one extreme to the next.
Well,
I think Chuck D really wants a shot at Legion of the Knicks podcast, and we ain't doing that. That's why
I don't necessarily disagree with some things Chuck said. I don't disagree with but Sports Vibe and Chuck literally disagree on 2 points, and they argue about it now. Put them in the ring and then give him a third.
And Chuck just said he don't want to put his belt.
Freezy, you don't want to fight against.
No, he's gonna get the votes because the fans like Quickley.
That's not true. It
is true. They like Quickley, and when we go to Obi, they want Obi too.
That's not. Wow.
They listen.
Maybe if you give me good
points. So Chuck, you saying the chat can't be objective?
No, they can't.
No, I agree with Chuck. I really do.
Right?
I really agree with Chuck. They cannot be objective.
They can't.
Why can't they be objective, Kevin?
Maybe you guys just fall on the wrong side of the issue.
They don't like who they don't like. That's just it's a fact.
So what this sound like, Legion? So what this sounds like is you know how when 2 champs win and you know and when they announce the decision and then the contender be sitting in the stands like I want you. That's what that sounds. That's what this sounds.
Call outs are mandatory. Call outs are mandatory. Call outs are mandatory.
I gotta fight is mandatory.
These prison rules. All call outs are mandatory.
Right.
I gotta fight is mandatory, yo. Come on, you're mandatory Sports Vibe.
Let me explain to you how this Knicks draft thing works. When we get draft picks, we get emotionally attached to them right away before they even play 1 minute. So we already hyped them up. Obi they was calling Obi a franchise player before he played 1 NBA game. These are facts. And they were saying, oh, we all right at point guard because we got Quickley before he played 1 NBA game.
They had to sell those draft picks, man. They had to
sell those. No. I'm talking about the fans. The fans get emotionally attached to dudes and don't let it go. I could make 1,000 great points about Frank, but there's a majority of people that's emotionally invested in him that's gonna disagree with me.
Man, stop smashing the fan. Why are you making these excuses, man? Either you can debate it, you can't.
No, freezing.
You know what I'm saying?
There's a difference between freezing. Knicks draft picks get more rope than players acquired by trade or free agency.
I understand that.
Because of emotional attachment.
I understand that.
They treat free agents like they're not part of the team.
Right. Okay.
Players that come via free agent, like they're not part of the team. Knicks draft picks get 4 years to prove themselves. 4 or 5 years to prove themselves. If you
every draft pick should get 4 years to prove.
So where you at? So
only 2 left on the roster is Frank.
Where you at DSJ? Where you at on DSJ? Where you at on DSJ?
My point is, people are still saying give Frank time, right? But him and DSJ was in the same draft.
Facts. So 4 years. They had 4 years. That's like a presidency. They had 4 years.
Hold up. The first year or the first month, DSJ was here. Fans wanted him gone. The same with Julius Randle. If Julius Randle was a Knicks draft pick, they wouldn't have been saying get rid of Randle. It's always get rid of it. Yes, man, it's a fact. When was the last Knicks draft pick fans was like, oh, get rid of him. Name him.
Chuck, you're omitting a big piece when it comes to DSJ. DSJ is also a player that said he didn't want to be here. So if Knicks fans don't have that connection to DSJ,
no, but
it's understandable.
It don't matter. I can name a bunch of players that falls under that. That the Knicks, I'm giving you Randle right now. Fans wanted to get rid of Randle.
Randle did not say he wanted. Randle didn't say he didn't want to be here. Randle signed here as a free agent.
Yeah, but we've also said that with the offense running through Randall, it's not really opening things up for our core. So, me personally, I can speak on this because in a lot of my videos, I had asked for us to move on from Randall. I didn't expect Randall to play as well as he's played now, but I think if we would have made certain moves, we would have seen what we've been talking about tonight, where you're seeing RJ expand his game, Kevin Knox expand his game, or IQ and other players developing and producing a lot more. Because right now, so much is going through Randall. A lot of these core players are not having the opportunity to excel, and you see it on the court. Like as you guys have said, everything is kind of bunched up, and with Randall operating, you're not seeing a lot of these, Kevin Knoxes of the world. When Austin Rivers comes in, you see a little bit more spacing and a little bit of penetrating and getting open looks for guys. But you're not seeing that as much with Randall.
Randall was here for half a year, right? And you had guys like Macri and John, I forgot how you say his name, talking about get rid of him in that spin move. Frank Frank scored 10 points and Macri made a 10-minute video smiling the whole video.
Yo, and hey, so first of all, shout out to my man Jay, Jonathan Macri. That's my guy. Chuck B, how you gonna?
These are facts. I can still find the video. These are facts.
Hey, yeah, man.
I'm just making a point how draft picks are treated differently than somebody via trade or free agency.
I understand where you're coming from.
All you saw online was Randall spin move, get rid of him in the spin move, and that became a tag, right? But if RJ was doing a spin move, nobody would be saying get rid of RJ in the spin move. RJ got flaws, but nobody's saying get rid of him.
RJ is flawless.
No, RJ has flaws, but again, you're talking about a kid who's still in his rookie contract or rookie year. But again, I think that at least I'll say for me, as much as I like RJ, he has a lot of flaws he's got to work on. I'm not taking that away from him.
RJ.
You can't compare RJ, a kid who's still put in his rookie year, to a guy like Randall, who's in his seventh year in the NBA, who was still not able to pass out of double teams last year. I mean, that's something you know from high school, right?
Barrett is.
I'll give it to you in the first 5 points. Randall turned his whole game around. Randall's not playing like last year. People like to look at the 19 and 10 or whatever he had last year and say, oh, well, production is production. You can have an empty 19 and 10 and have a productive 15 and 6, where you're making the requisite passes, you're playing better defense, and you're doing things that don't show up in the numbers. And Randall's obviously, I don't know what his average is now. Was it in the 20s and 10 or whatever the hell he has now? But again, he's playing 20. Sorry, what is it?
I think he's averaging
RJ Barrett's logging the most minutes on the chain.
Something like that. I'll pull it up.
Right. So Randall's playing.
RJ Barrett's logging the most minutes for the team. All those minutes he's playing, the production is not panning out. For all those minutes, and he's locked in at the 2 spot.
Yep.
He ain't been relegated to the bench, and he's all those minutes that he's logging. And he's not going nowhere at that 2 spot. He's locked in at the 2.
How long was Moutier here before they started calling him Team Tank and get rid of Moutier?
Exactly. Got rid of Moutier. Moutier ain't even in the league right now.
No.
Moutier have a higher.
You're missing the point. When was the last rookie, or not rookie, but when was the last Knicks draft pick they made those kind of assessments about? When did anybody call Frank Tank Commander? When? It don't happen.
Plenty of people want Frank out of here.
No. But when did that happen? When was Frank the scapegoat?
When
was Frank the scapegoat?
Frank not good enough to be a
We
scapegoat.
don't treat Kevin Knox well.
Frank became a scapegoat when he stopped looking at the basket and stopped looking for a shot.
When they
realized he couldn't shoot, that's when
So in fans' mind,
he does everything else. He plays hard. He plays defense, but he just won't look at the basket. He's scared to look at that basket. He became a Ben Simmons.
Most fans, right? When you have a team that invests in a draft pick, most fans, they're going to be tied to that team's philosophy. They in their head, if you have a regime that comes in, they're going to be married to that regime and say, hey, look, I'm on a train. Let's try to win. So they're going to try to marry themselves to the vision of that front office. And whoever that front office picks, people are going to have a higher cognitive dissonance with whatever draft pick that front office picks, even if they're not panning out right now, versus if you bring in a free agent who wasn't that good somewhere else and you bring on a team, they're not going to have as much patience because they're not really tied into that guy, right? It's the fact that the front office picked Frank, whoever it may be, Frank, Obi, RJ, they're going to be more married because they don't want to be in their head like, oh, I got to watch another 3 years of basketball knowing this front office don't know what the F they're doing. People buy in. It's just natural as that. But on the flip side, yes, you do have to be objective. If these guys suck, we have to call out and say, hey, this guy may not be it. You know what I mean? So but you have to see where friends come. We do that. Every fan base does that.
Okay, all right. Now, Stoudemire, did the fans buy into Stoudemire when he first came?
Yes.
I did.
Right?
Yeah.
Did they make Stoudemire the scapegoat?
That first year,
no. Hey, towards the end.
Towards the end, they started.
It don't matter. He was still made the scapegoat.
Right.
So it don't matter when. He was still made the scapegoat. What, the second year?
Yeah, because once they seen everything he did offensively and defensively, and they seen that he was at the end of his career.
Not the second year.
They still think he was a Stoudemire in his prime. As soon as they seen all his offense and defensive capabilities, they made him the scapegoat. They still thought he was Stoudemire in his prime. Once they see that he wasn't going to pan out, oh man, Stoudemire is not the same Stoudemire.
Fans also make when the draft picks don't hit, those picks eventually are made the scapegoats because like, damn, we have to draft for another point guard again. Frank sucks. So they come around. It's just that again, the teams have. Until those guys are gone, it's like people do look back and say, damn, that guy's like, it may not be happening now. But again, if you bring a guy like Randall and you compare him to, say, a so-called developmental piece like Knox, obviously, when you're looking at Randall, you're expecting a more immediate impact from him, right? You're talking about a guy who's coming from another team, came from the Lakers, came from the Pelicans, right? He has some relation with Kobe. You think he's going to become a high pedigree. You're expecting this guy to be a lot more productive than, say, a guy like Kevin Knox. Right? Versus Kevin Knox was more of a high ceiling, we don't know where his floor type of guy, right? So people are going to give him a little bit more leeway and say, all right, we'll wait so many years. And some people are fed up. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be blamed. And yes, he should be exposed for his bad play. But they're going to put more pressure on a guy like on Randall, who you're expecting to be a lot more productive than Knox. It's just how it works. But when you have to go back to the draft board and draft another point guard, those guys get a lot of flack. They look like bust. Randall even Stoudemire, we got him, right? No one says, oh, Randall was Stoudemire is one of the worst signings the Knicks have ever had. It's like, all right, he had a good first year and didn't pan out the rest. But he wasn't Frank, they're all going to look as bust. So they're going to get their proper due. Legion.
Stoudemire was never the scapegoat. I think Stoudemire's contract was the scapegoat. Because people in New York still love Amari Stoudemire.
And he couldn't stay healthy.
While he was playing,
healthy when he got here.
He wasn't healthy when he got here. Right. He wasn't healthy when he got here. But Stoudemire, I don't remember Stoudemire ever being made like this great scapegoat for the Knicks.
Nobody's ever healthy when it comes to the Knicks.
They were blaming the losses on Stoudemire. They was criticizing his defense. That was their go-to thing. Oh, his defense. His defense
and why won't he play center? And the other thing they criticized Stoudemire about is why won't he play center? Y'all remember that? Remember Melo at the 4, Amari Stoudemire at the 5? Why won't Amari Stoudemire play the 5?
He was explosive at power forward. He was never a center.
5 because Mike Woodson was about defense. He had Tyson Chandler. So Woodson was about to switch off defense, which is what his calling card was to put in Amari Stoudemire. That's why Amari didn't play center, because he had Tyson Chandler.
Yeah.
Every year, there's a player that gets blamed for all the losses. And it went Stoudemire. It also went Melo.
Carmelo Anthony. Yep.
It went Calderon.
Yep.
He got blamed, and Calderon. They did blame Calderon. He was Team Tank too. They was blaming all the losses on him. I'm telling you.
They was blaming him on Amon Shumpert too. Shit.
Is this Team Tank like a Twitter thing or something?
Huh?
It's like a group of people?
Yeah, I never heard
a group of people that like Knicks Twitter. Knicks Twitter finds
a lot of trash on
every
Twitter.
year. Every year we find somebody to blame all the losses on. One or two people.
Eddie Curry. Eddie Curry got it the worst. Joakim Noah, they got it the worst.
Just so y'all know, we still paying Noah.
Randall.
He's still in the books.
But hey, so let me jump in here real quick. So the one that got it the worst of all those guys Chuck said was Tim Hardaway Jr. So
Tim Hardaway got it.
Tim Hardaway Jr. could not do anything right in New York. He played through plantar fasciitis. You know what I'm saying? He had a lot of stuff going on.
They bring him back. They bring him back.
But and then what
they shipped him to Atlanta. Shipped him to Atlanta and bring him right back.
So my man was like, he came down. I think he came down and hit a three and flexed his muscle. Giannis got mad, blocked his shot, came back down the other end and dunked on him and stared him down in his eyes. And Tim Hardaway turned around the other way and jogged back down the court like he was scared. And from that point on, Knicks fans, I'm telling you, it's hard to pin down a stitch in time when people turn on guys. Like people turned on Starks with the 2 for 18, right?
I still don't forgive him.
Yeah, that's because that's because you're an unreasonable Knicks fan. But
John Starks cost us a championship. That's not unreasonable.
Hey, Kev, you want this smoke?
John Starks?
Yes. Kev,
I want this one. This one will be good.
I'll take on all.
Or was it Patrick Ewing?
Yo,
no. I don't care about games 1 through 6. In game 7, John Starks is the reason we lost that game.
Freezy, get in the ring with him.
We can't say that because we literally just getting John Starks. John Starks is always hot and cold. John Starks was always hot and cold. John Starks was never efficient. He was never efficient. He was always hot and cold.
He set up the battle.
Changed my mind. I remember sitting as a little boy on the living room floor crying for Hubert Davis to come in that game.
Oh yeah.
Crying for Hubert Davis.
Come on, let's go.
Hubert Davis.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. You know, it's a reason why they call him Hubert Davis. Who? You know, like,
Breezy set up the battle.
Number 44, Hubert Davis. Number 44, Hubert Davis. Number 44.
Y'all want to see a battle with Breezy and Kevin Durant?
John Starks cost us that game.
Kevin, fight him. He wants to fight Freezy.
No, Kev, I only fight champions.
Freezy. Kevin.
I only debate champs.
You're not going to fight John Starks then?
And then I only debate
You don't want to fight Chris Childs either. You don't want to fight Chris Childs. Chris Childs want to fight Chris Childs either.
I like it. John Starks had a normal, regular game. Just a regular John Starks game, we would have won that game. Some people just choke. John Starks is a choke artist. Reggie Miller caught it right. When Reggie Miller did this towards John Starks, he had it right. John Starks is a choke artist.
Nah, he did that to Spike Lee. He did that to Spike Lee.
That was John Starks choked.
Hold on, Freezy. You gonna set this up?
That game.
Freezy, you gonna set this up, Freezy?
No, I'm gonna let Kev rock because Kev. There's no way in a battle anybody can defend John Starks in Game 7 of the 19.
Cole House and mandatory. Freezy, gotta jump in the ring with Kev. Hold on. You gotta jump in the ring with Kevin. Like Kevin want that smoke.
Freezy fight Kevin W.
That smoke tonight before the Denver game. Jump in the ring, Freeze.
Jump in the ring, Freeze. David Parker said Freezy is ducking.
Freeze. They said they want that smoke in the comments, Freeze.
They want it.
They said they want that smoke in the comments, Freeze. Hop in the ring with Kevin tonight. Let's go.
John Starks. Y'all setting Freezy up to fail. Y'all are setting him up to fail.
Line him up. Line him up. Hold on. I'm about to get the boxing gloves.
What you gonna do?
I don't know if there's anything anyone can say.
All right, hold on for a second. Let me do this real quick. All right. Kev, you know you my man. You know you my man 50 grand. But this L that you're about to take is gonna be serious. This L that you're about to take is serious, man. I don't want to do this. Don't call me out like that, man, on some Starks, man. But listen. What I would do though, if you apologize to Uncle Freezy in front of all these people and say you're wrong, I will not give you this L. You know what I'm saying? And listen, and look, I'm trying to back my way out of this, but you pushing me in the corner. Kev, you pushing me in the corner.
I can't apologize for that. I can't.
Just apologize. All you gotta do is, man, look. All you gotta do is apologize to me and John Starks right now, and you won't take this L.
Definitely not doing that. I can't. John Starks cost us a championship.
Dog,
he cost us a championship.
There's
a reason. There's a reason. There's not a band. Listen. You know why there's a reason why it says 1994 Eastern Conference champions and not NBA champions. It's with John Starks under that. Thanks, John Starks, for not saying NBA championships 1994.
Oh,
that should be like a thing under that.
They're saying DuckTales by Freezy. They're saying DuckTales.
Put the boxing gloves back on, yo. Put the boxing gloves back on.
I'm not saying Kev over this because this is a layup for me.
Freezy, let somebody ask the question.
I wish John Starks had an easy layup in Game 7. He would have went 3 for 18.
Man, this is a layup for me, man. Hey,
Freezy, okay, let's do it. I
don't want to do this to Kev.
Kevin says he wants it.
Not even did he have a bad offensive game. He couldn't even guard Vernon Maxwell.
Vernon.
He let Vernon Maxwell kill him.
Freezy.
He wasn't even doing nothing. He's throwing you out, Freezy. Vernon Maxwell kill him.
Let's talk about this, Jay.
The one time Michael Jordan retires, gives us the opportunity to win a championship, and you laid the biggest egg.
Okay. You know what? Maybe I'll debate on one condition. If we look back at your record and you have one W, if you have one W on your debate record, then we'll go ahead and get it on.
Come on, just fight him.
I really want to know why you don't want to debate me. Because if y'all think about it, there's no way he can win.
You gotta earn.
There's no way he can win. I wish John Starks earned some of them points he had, and we would have like we haven't seen the championship in 26 years instead of 50 years.
Put the Rocky music on, Don King. Don King, put the Rocky music on.
So the thing is you can't be like 0-17 and fight the champ. It don't work like that. You gotta work your way up. You gotta get your weight up. You know what I'm saying? How you 0-17? You ain't even got a split decision. You know what I'm saying? You losing by TKOs in every debate, and then you like, nah, I want to skip everybody and go straight to Ali. You 0-17.
The fans should vote. The fans should vote.
Yeah.
You say the fans should vote? Okay.
Yes.
Hey Kev, so they saying the fans should vote, right? What I think we should. I want to do some. Hold on. Let me acknowledge this super chat. So JD says, disregard contracts, Houston, Starks, or Spree.
Spree.
I would go Starks in that scenario over Spree in Houston. I mean, to me, that's the obvious one.
But he lost us the 1994 NBA Finals, according to Kevin.
Mo, don't get on that bandwagon, man. Don't be.
Listen, how old are you? How old were you even alive in that? Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I remember.
I'm taking your word for it, Kevin.
Vividly, I remember watching the game, and actually, no, I'm lying because there was a moment in the game where the game was interrupted. If you remember, that game was interrupted for OJ Simpson that chase interrupted the game. I was like, what the hell is going on?
We was tight.
And my mom was like, why are you that cussing? I'm like, I don't know why they got this three-way thing going on, and I'm in the middle of I'm mind you,
everybody was tight. I remember that when they was chasing OJ with the Bronco and all that,
And then came back and John Starks still ain't made a shot yet. And I'm like, what's going on with John Starks not hitting the shot?
Right,
why is Vernon Maxwell making him look this bad?
Freezy, he wants to fight you, Freezy.
No, he don't want this, man.
Freezy, Kevin, do you want to fight Freezy?
I don't want to have him be 0-18. I don't want to make him 0-18.
Kevin, do you want the smoke? Yes or no, Kevin?
My man, he gave me this opportunity. I don't want to make him look bad on his own show. Him like this. I don't want to make him feel like John Starks.
Oh,
and I'm running back 12. That's
Yo,
the thing.
Freeze.
I don't want to make him feel like
Freeze.
John Starks.
18,
Yeah.
I'm running
you gotta fight him.
Hold up.
Freeze, you gotta fight him.
Let's go, Freeze. They going crazy in the comments, Freeze.
Hey,
They calling you Uncle Ducky, Freeze. They calling you Uncle Ducky in the comments, Freeze. They calling you Uncle Ducky in the comments, Freeze. They said you ran. They said you ran off on the plug.
Oh,
wow.
you ran off on the
They said you running off on the plug. They said they calling you Uncle Ducky in the Freeze in the comments. Yo.
Okay.
Let's go.
I'm
Let's go.
good.
Lace them up. Lace up the gloves. Lace them up.
I'm super good. I'm good because Kev is 0-17, and I ain't trying to push him.
Breezy, he's asking for. He wants a
He
fight.
he wants to smoke.
Yeah,
MW wants a fight.
The chat said, get it on, man.
Yo, that was a good show last night.
That was
a good show last night.
That was fire. How Chuck B moved this thing towards me. Scrapping with Kev W. I thought you came on here with your robes and stuff on, so you can you had smoke with somebody. I think it was Sports Vibes TV.
Oh
And
Can we talk about Freezy? Kevin Dubs is right there. He's right on the screen. He's waiting for. He's ready to knuckle up, bro. He said you don't want it with him, man.
Legion, you know what's good, man. You looking like
Kevin W does not. I've never seen him this
Full
short.
pull out to mandatory.
He's ready for war. Kevin W doesn't even go to war like this for Kevin Knox. He said he's ready to go to war. That 94
Hey,
fight.
the thing about Kev W argument is I know who his trainer is. So Kev W trainer is Nate Robinson. Right, he don't want to get dubbed like Nate.
He wants to fight. Kevin said he just wants to fight you.
We ain't debating.
I would say my trainer's John Starks, because if that's the case, because
he got the Floyd Mayweather trainer.
2 for 11.
So what's on? I'm
understanding. He went 2 for 18.
So what's on the line?
In the biggest game in the NBA.
Kevin, he wants something on the line.
Yeah. So I mean, what's on the line? Because for me, I mean, my record is sterling. You know what I'm saying? People aspire to have my record. You know.
Listen, I'm not doing this for records. I'm doing this for the truth. And the truth must be exposed.
You'd be like, well, I'm not winning.
Knicks fans,
no more.
We as Knicks fans have not seen a championship since 1973 because of one man, and his name is John Starks. The reason the New York Knicks have not seen a championship since Clyde Frazier, since Willis Reed limped onto the court, was because of John Starks.
So you're saying that John Starks has been on a roster since 1973?
No, I'm saying since then. He is the only reason.
I just wanted to know.
Because when the Knicks had the best opportunity to win a championship, the best opportunity since then to win a championship, John Starks was nowhere to be found. That should have been an APP on John Starks.
So read the super chat. So the super chat said, disregard contracts, Houston, Starks, or Spree.
In game 7?
No. I'm talking we talking about overall. Which one would you take out of that group? Because this is not specific to game 7, right? Because Spree and Houston never saw a game 7. Only Starks. So it's not specific to a game 7. So it's asking, who would you prefer, Houston, Starks, or Spree?
I would take Houston because obviously if John Starks can look like that in game 7, I'd rather take anybody other than him if he's gonna look like that in game 7.
You know why? You know why I would take Starks? And this is why I'm not gonna pour you up in a debate. Because Houston and Spree, they played together. Starks didn't have another guy in the backcourt with him. And Starks made the game 7. Right? And Houston and Spree, neither Houston nor Spree had a shot in the air to win the championship. But you know who did? John Starks. That's why I'm not going to pour you up.
That is misleading. That is misleading.
No, that's not misleading.
That is misleading because
you got to play a game 6 before you get to game 7.
Why don't you guys do a debate, Freezy? Why are you wasting all your parts now?
Houston and Spree lost in 5, and they were together. If you had given Starks a cat like Spree or Houston to play with,
John
maybe
Starks had Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, but Patrick Ewing
Who is
is
better
Patrick Ewing
than
is,
both of Houston
hey,
and Spreewell.
Hey, you know what? You know what? And so did Spree in Houston. They had a Patrick Ewing.
No, Patrick Ewing was not there.
No, okay, Patrick Ewing. Okay,
he was not there.
I got you. So you saying Patrick Ewing wasn't on the roster?
No, not in the finals, and not against San Antonio. No.
Here we go with
Freezy. Why don't you just debate him?
Patrick Ewing played in the playoffs in 1999. No.
Hey, so JD says, "Hey JD, thanks for the super chat." JD says, "Taking this to my grave. If Chauncey Billups does not get hurt in Game 1 versus Celtics, Knicks would have won that game.
We'd have won the championship if Chauncey Billups didn't if Chauncey Billups didn't get hurt. We was winning that championship. I'm sorry.
We would have won a championship if John Starks didn't go for 2 of 18.
Damn.
Damn.
You did it again, Freezy.
Yeah. So I'm gonna let this rock because he ain't in my weight class. Cav W, get your weight up, though. I mean, seriously.
It's not a chance.
He got his win. He won to win 2 of 18. Maybe he was tired by that time.
But because all the points you said amount to 1 point, right? All the points you said, all that thing for the last 30 minutes.
Hey,
amounts to
all
1
the shots
thing.
that John Starks took.
So when I asked you just now, when I said,
you see this?
Who would you
you see this, Lindsay?
Rocket. We in a mess hall, and they put us in a mess hall. I'm about to go back to my cell, man. I'm good.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This ain't nothing. He would have got called up for y'all entertainment.
Freezy, you're the one that's dunking it. Kevin said he wants it. You're giving. You can have 2-minute debates, Freezy, because this is actually good. Have 2-minute
Chuck,
debates.
you see what you started, Chuck? You see what you started, Chuck?
Ain't got nothing to do
Over
with
2
that.
minutes. We asked you 3 questions. We can give you 3 questions, Freezy, please.
Legion, this is not fair. When I asked him, I just wanted to test the waters. I wanted to test the waters to see if he was legit. So I said, who first, Stark, Free, or Houston, right? And he picked one of the two that was a duo that played together, right? And then I was like, well, who was Stark's dynamic partner? And he said Pat Ewing.
I took
Pat Ewing was the center for both. If Starks had a Latrell Sprewell or a Allen Houston in that Game 7, things would have been different. But you can't look at Pat Riley.
You Uncle Duck.
Okay.
First off, that is misleading.
Freezy, you're my hero, Freezy. You're my hero. I
didn't play in the playoffs in '99, and even in that season, he was a shell of himself, anyways. So to sit here and say, "Oh, he didn't play with nobody," that's no. Don't do that to Patrick Ewing. Don't try to throw him under the bus for John Stark's shortcomings.
They call you Freezy Affleck.
Greatest New York Knick under the bus because John Starks couldn't hold his weight against Vernon Maxwell.
They're calling you Uncle Ducky.
Okay, Vernon Maxwell.
Yeah, they call you Uncle Ducky.
Come on, Freezy. Don't do this, Freezy.
No, man.
I'm watching my hero back away from a debate. My heart is broken.
Kev W is our guy. This is Kev W's channel. You know what I'm saying? Kev W, this is your channel. Why are you trying to get embarrassed on national TV?
Freezy, they just called
John Starks
got embarrassed on national television.
Oh my God.
Freezy, just take the debate, Freezy. You're doing too much.
They just called you Howard the Duck in the comments, yo. Howard the Duck movie, fam. They called you Howard the Duck. They called you Howard the Duck, fam.
Right. I'm going to rock with that, though. I'm going to rock with that.
Freezy. They called you Howard the Duck, fam, in the comments.
Freezy, I remember the old days of Freezy when you battled me to Aaron Naismith versus Vassell. And you lost 5-0, but you held your head up high. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm seeing my hero quit. You inspire me in this, man. You quitting on us?
I'm saying,
nah, Knicks fans never quit. Knicks fans never quit. We in it to win it, man.
Rocket said it best. Mr. Rocket said it best. Knicks fans never quit, Freezy. Are you a Knicks fan or you a quitter?
We never quit. We gonna blow Denver out tomorrow. Matter of fact, what's up with Denver tomorrow? Do Denver want that smoke with us tomorrow? Are we gonna run Jamal Murray out the building? Are we gonna run the Joker out the building?
Before we get to more point things, let's get back to Freezy Dunky.
DSJ, somebody wants some smoke on DSJ.
I tried to change the narrative. I tried to change the narrative, but Freeze, man, come on, Freeze. Freeze, get back in the ring, Freeze. I'm throwing you my gloves, Freeze. I'm throwing you my gloves, Freeze.
Freeze,
I'm throwing you the gloves,
Freeze. I like John Starks, but trying to debate on John Starks in this one game There's one game is a losing cause. Nobody can defend that. Nobody can defend John Starks in Game 7. There's nothing anybody can say. So I'm going to defend Freezy on that because he knows walking into a ring trying to defend John Starks in Game 7 of that game is a losing cause.
Nah, man. Hey, man.
That's my idol, man.
And here I am trying to give Freezy an out, and he's saying no. I'm trying to give him an out.
All you got to do is apologize, man. Just apologize.
I want Freezy,
Yo. Smash that like button. Smash that like button and subscribe if you like this show, man. Smash the like button and subscribe to Knicks at Night, man. Come on, smash that like button. Let's go. Let's get them likes and subscribe. Let's smash that like button. Let's go.
Yo, somebody, y'all dodging me on DSJ.
No.
Y'all dodging me on DSJ.
No one.
Y'all dodging me on DSJ.
We want John Starks debate. We don't want DSJ. We don't care about DSJ right now, man.
Hey, man. So
we're crying right now, man.
The John. Sorry about that, referee. Hey, so the thing about DSJ, man.
Oh, Moses is back. Moses might want that smoke. Moses is back. Let's go.
I think yo, my man be having my back. This is the channel.
Let's go.
Damn.
Yeah.
You sad too, right, Chuck?
Yeah. Congratulations, Kev.
Yeah.
Kev got his win.
Congrats, Kev.
Hey, congrats, Kev. Kev finally got that W. Yeah, hey, Kev W for real now. Kev W for real.
Congrats, Kev. Congrats, Kev. I'm proud of you.
You got that W tonight against
Welcome to the club.
That was great, Kev. Good job, bro.
You got that W leading in the night to against Denver.
Yeah, Kev, you did an excellent job tonight. Good job.
So Keith, why y'all dodging the DSJ?
Nah, Freezy. Nah.
Why y'all dodging the DSJ conversation?
Nah, Freezy.
You can't deflect it back to DSJ. DSJ on the bench still. DSJ on the bench still. Chopping it up with Theo Pinson.
All right.
God of Moses Elijah, your boy Uncle Freezy, the august leader of the show, backed down on a John Starks argument with Kevin Wright. And you know how Freezy likes to set up fights, but when a fight was set up for him to argue and defend his honor, you know what I mean? He backed out against Kevin Wright. Now he wants to pick a random fight with DSJ. It's like, what do we? You know what I mean? Like, why would you give up a Thanksgiving dinner for cereal?
You win some, you lose some.
Wait, are you saying Freezy lost this one?
I wasn't insinuating. All I'm saying that's what goes into a battle. You insinuating. I'm not insinuating. I was trying to say you win battles, you lose battles, and that's how it goes. That's the name of the game.
But you gotta throw a punch though. You just don't get
Freezy.
You gotta come in and throw a punch, man. You can't get disqualified.
Theo Plus said his heart is broken. Everyone's calling you
protect yourself at all times. Protect yourself at all times, man.
Freezy, aka Gusto. Kevin wins flawless victory. I agree. He didn't have to fight.
Mortal Kombat, finish him.
He has. Hey, congratulations, Kev.
Oh my God! Don't concede.
No.
Congratulations.
No.
So, yeah, man. So the DSJ thing is real, right? So I feel like so I said this before that a rising tide raises all boats. So if you see improvement and resources and energy put into one player in order to help the team win, I think you see that same energy and resources put into all players to help the team win. So I don't think the DSJ say versus a Julius Randle improvement is mutually exclusive. I think if you see improvement in one player, that turns a good player into a great player. I think you can see the same energy and resources put into a bad player, at least make that player average. So I don't think we should throw DSJ away. I don't think the experiment is over. You know what I'm saying?
I think DSJ be average though. We're waiting for him to be average.
Yeah, well,
get there first.
Well, he's hurt right now though. You know what I'm saying?
Waiting for Quickley to be average. That's our draft pick.
Time is ticking, and his time is ticking too. His time is ticking, man.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I wanted to also bring up to y'all. because what we're assuming is that Emmanuel Quickley took DSJ's minutes, and I'm here to tell you that Quickley was just holding it down until DSJ comes back.
Yeah. Quickley ain't ready. He definitely should be in the G League somewhere.
Yeah, I mean that 1 for 9, is not an indictment on Thibodeau and the coaching staff. It's just a rookie that couldn't walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, and it happens. Sometimes we get in those places.
And when Alec Burks come back, he could forget about it. When Alec Burks back, you could forget about it. Alex Burks and Austin Rivers, it's just a wrap. So
they got a jersey for him.
So I'm saying, like, when you get Burks and when you have Burks, Rivers, and DSJ all healthy at the same time, I think Quickley's minutes is going to be sliced to maybe nothing almost.
So you think Frank or DSJ? Frank or DSJ then?
No, Frank is more of a wing. I don't see Frank running the point.
Right. I can see him play the 2 or the 3. Frank will get minutes though. Because if y'all look at we let a dude named Hamidou Diallo go for a career high against us. And I'm here to tell you, if Frank was on the floor, and I'm not a big Frank fan, I mean, I value his energy on defense, but everything else, man, I'm like, hey, I can take him or leave him.
Diallo's RJ Barrett's man. That's his man. Like that's one of his right hand men. That's RJ Barrett's right hand man.
That's him and not that Kentucky together. Hamidou Diallo could not create his own shot until Kevin Knox was hitting him off. Right? And then yesterday, Hamidou Diallo came in the building and lit up Knox. And
we played down to the competition. We played down to the competition last night.
But that's after Chris Paul. But that's after Chris Paul. Chris Paul led them to the playoffs and all that. You got to put that in context that he has a lot of experience, Hamidou Diallo.
Did we just almost get that lie that was just told just a minute ago? we just literally just go gloss over that fed freezing this line about Kevin Knox. Like Kevin Knox guarded Diallo at all yesterday. Like that never happened at all.
Don't play one-on-one. Teams don't play one-on-one.
Yeah, Al Horford looking like the old Al Horford in his prime.
The man in front of you is your man.
Al Horford and George Hill looking like Scottie Pippen and Al Horford and George Hill and Diallo and them boys looking like, man.
This chat, man. I love this chat.
So y'all are saying that y'all expected Hamidou Diallo to come in and score 25 points.
The Knicks always let anybody come in and score 25, 30 points. We always
but not this year. Hold on, not this year. Not this year. Let's talk about this year.
Let's talk about the guards that we have played. The guards that we have played have killed us. Let's be real. Let's go back and look at that. The guards that we have played have continued to. That has not changed. The guards we have played are still killing us. In every game, we've been killed by the guards. I'm not glossing over that fact. That's a fact. The guards have killed us. I'm like, Elfrid Payton and RJ. No, they're killing them. Okay. Ain't nobody got nothing to say now.
I mean, we still at the.
I'm still laughing at the chat. Can Freezy fight Kevin Wright on Knox then?
We still locked in that 5 right now.
Freezy, can you fight Kevin Knox on Knox then? Is that acceptable?
No, I know. Me and Kev W ain't doing. Y'all trying to make two brothers fight. Two brothers ain't gonna fight.
This is sparring. Kevin doesn't mind. Kevin Wright does not mind this. He will fight for Kevin Knox to the death. He wants you to fight him on Kevin. You have not fought him on Kevin Knox. You made everybody else fight him on Kevin Knox except for yourself, Freezy.
This is not a pro fight. This is an exhibition.
Thank you. It's an exhibition. This is when they can't turn on Negan, man. We got to turn on Negan, man.
It's just an exhibition.
I just didn't like how
it's just an exhibition.
My man under the bus, like he was personally guarding the.
Wait a minute. That Russian
Freezy,
killed
you can redeem yourself, Freezy.
That Russian killed Apollo Creed in that exhibition.
Yeah.
Hey, Freezy.
We ain't trying to have two brothers fight, man.
Hold up. You make me fight. You make me fight against everybody. I come out there against everybody. You do this to me. Now you tell me you can't fight, Freezy?
That's because you a stone cold killer.
And you not.
I was just allowing
And you not
natural.
So you were my Cody, and you left me out there to fight everybody and do all the dirty work. And when you got to put in work, you don't want to put in work.
I saw you dismantle Isaiah B one time.
I destroy everybody. That's me. I was born like that. But you put it too, Freezy. You create this arena. You got to honor your own arena, bro. Okay, John Starks, fair enough. But Kevin Knox, fight Kevin Wright on Kevin Knox. Look at him rocking back and forth. He's ready for you, bro.
I'm definitely that's.
That's just a chance.
Kev, hey, Kev W.
Just take it, Kevin. Don't say anything, Kevin.
Yeah, take this W. Take this W and put it on your record.
I was saying that.
Now we want that smoke with Denver, man. We don't want no Knicks fans fighting. Man. We want that smoke with Denver. Where the Denver fans at? Where them Denver trolls at?
Draw out Chuck B over
We got Denver tomorrow. We got the Denver tonight. Man.
Someone said Freezy's in Wakanda heaven. Yo.
Oh, wow.
Oh, y'all killing Free. Come on.
Oh, wow. That was funny. That was funny. Yeah. So Chuck, you ain't gonna. So what we gonna do with DSJ, man? We gonna let this ride. We gonna let them say the stuff about DSJ and let them walk.
Well, I think it's the style. I think it's the system. He just playing under control. I don't want to say he lost his burst or anything, and until I see him in the open court and he don't have no explosion. But playing under Tibbs, nobody's really pushing like that. You know what I'm saying? So we haven't seen enough. We haven't seen enough.
Tibbs is a defensive coach, man.
I would like so Keith,
he's not getting the best out the offense in the players, man.
DSJ, Emmanuel Quickley backcourt.
Who?
A DSJ, Emmanuel Quickley backcourt.
Too small in the backcourt. Too small. They're gonna be too light. They're gonna be too light in that backcourt. They might be fast or whatever, but they're gonna be too small on the defensive side. They're gonna be able to pick up.
Nah. What it creates is driving lanes for penetration against the zone. You know what I'm saying? Because when you had DSJ and RJ in the backcourt against the zone, teams are like, man, we ain't gotta do nothing. We can sit in the zone. Neither one of them can shoot.
So we relegating RJ to the bench?
No, that's
RJ could play the three, but you guys also said IQ.
So you rather have RJ play the three? You rather have RJ at the three? So who we kicking out? Who we kicking out? Reggie Bullock?
No, we kicking out Knox. We taking Knox minutes.
What the hell?
But he's not a starter. Knox is not a starter. Reggie Bullock is starting right now. So we moving. We kicking RJ to the three, and we having Randall at the 4 and Mitch at the 5, and DSJ and Quickley.
I'm here to tell you.
So Quickley before Rivers and Burke.
But the point you missing, though, Rock, is this. The point you missing is this. When teams get in the 2-3 zone, you can't rebound anyway. Teams that play 2-3 zone, they don't rebound the ball well. There's one of the drawbacks.
Right. I know what you're saying. I'm talking about. We're talking about.
But hear me out. It's two drawbacks to the 2-3 zone. Teams can't rebound out of it, and they give up. Sometimes they give up 3-point shots. That's why they say shoot you out the zone or whatever, right? Because a lot of times you can't be put in. You can't be in position in the 2-3 and be in position to rebound at the same time. You know what I'm saying? You try to hustle to get to that point, but it's a disadvantage. This is one of the reasons why Syracuse has never been a good rebounding team, because when they're in the 2-3 zone, you sacrifice a stiff, long, big man that be a rim protector for
pause on that one.
But you sacrifice that for length and athleticism. Like, so as opposed to a guy 6'11" rim protector, you have like a bunch of guys like between 6'5" and 6'9" with long arms, so they can play in the zone or whatever. But the thing I was posing to Keith and is this: if you do DSJ and Quickley together, and maybe with another shooter, say you do have Knox as opposed to RJ, right? Now I think you have the ability to create lanes in the zone where DSJ can effectively get to the basket, penetrate the zone, and enough outside shooting to keep defenders at home. So you won't have these closed lanes where DSJ can't get up to speed, right? And because what happens is people say this about DSJ, but they don't say it about Russell Westbrook. They say DSJ has lost a step because he can't. You never see him use his athleticism. He looks slow, right? But teams use the 2-3 zone against Westbrook and force him to shoot, right? But they don't say the same thing about Westbrook.
They was also talking about moving Top into the 3 though. They wanted to try Top. They wanted to try. They were talking about trying Obi Top.
What they got to do with Westbrook? That ain't got nothing to do with Westbrook. That ain't got nothing to do with DSJ, dog. What I'm saying is I think what we doing is using one optic and spreading it all across the table for my man career going forward.
So Freezer, you said you want to put DSJ with IQ, or that's a possibility.
Yeah,
right?
just a possibility. I'm not saying write this thing in stone. And also,
I agree with that.
I didn't say send IQ to the G League. Chuck said that.
Okay, just wanted to confirm, because that's why you keep IQ up here, because IQ is one of those players where even if, as Chuck says, he's not knocking his shots down. No, it wasn't Chuck. It was Kevin, right? Kevin said that Kevin Knox is shooting better than IQ. The thing is,
Kevin W say a lot of stuff.
Yes, the thing is, defenses aren't reacting to Kevin Knox. I didn't check it. I didn't confirm, but IQ defenses are reacting to him in ways they're not reacting to Kevin Knox. So that's why you want to keep IQ up here, opposed to what Chuck is saying, trying to be a hater and talk about sending him down to the G League. So keep IQ up here.
So my question
send him to the G League. He had one bad game. That's wild.
So the question. So the question was, how do you feel about DSJ?
As much as he talks about him.
The same thing you said, Freezer. You could fit the both of them on the court at the same time. I was just confused as to whether or not you guys wanted him up with the big club or down playing at White Plains with the Westchester Knicks. Something you guys, or not everybody, but some people suggested you do the same thing with DSJ. And I was going to say, if you send DSJ to the Westchester Knicks, where he's, playing, and, I know there's no fans, but there's a certain level of professionalism going to Madison Square Garden and getting ready for your games, as opposed to going to White Plains and getting ready. So if he's already dealing with things with his psyche and his heart or his drive to continue to be good at this game, if you guys send him to the G League, then that's pretty much it.
He might not make it back up to G League.
He's not making it, yeah. And if he does, it's not going to be with us, because remember, this is his last year. So if we're going to have a shortened G League season where we're not getting the most reps for these guys, if you send him down there, he's most likely not going to come back unless there's some grace of God and he finds his athleticism and he finds that will to win.
The athleticism have never.
But I see Chuck's point with sending Quickley to the G League, because if you send Iggy to the G League, if you send Iggy to the G League, you can send Quickley to the G League. There's no drop off in that. And you want to keep Quickley fresh, so there's no drop off in sending him to quickly to the G League, because you want to keep his legs fresh. You don't want him to be relegated to the bench and just sitting there. Even though we want him to learn the game, but you can learn the game in the G League. That's what it's for. It's about training.
I don't think IQ will be sitting on the bench though. IQ has shown when he's playing and when he's given minutes, he's a good contributor. He had a couple bad games, and that's going to happen for a rookie. There's peaks and troughs to the season. But I'm not going to sit there and say. We got
Austin Rivers and Alec Burks, and even one of them was starting too.
Those are pieces, but just because we have Alec Burks, Austin Rivers, and a few other guards doesn't mean IQ has no spot in the rotation.
I also think that Julius Randle and Kevin Knox might complain if they move IQ to the G League. He gels well with those guys too.
No, he don't. You went from saying one bad game to a couple. Sports.
Yeah, we're not saying IQ.
No.
Go to G League, but they're not just going. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you're saying that he had more than one bad game. I would say he only played a couple minutes in the game where he got yanked. So I wouldn't say he had a bad game. He had a bad couple minutes, and Tibbs didn't give him the opportunity to redeem himself.
That's a game. He got yanked for a minute, for a reason.
However you want to phrase it is how you want to phrase it. But I'm afraid of the way I just phrase it.
It counts as a game.
It counts as a game, but you can't sit there and say it's a game as if he played what his averages are for the season. He had 4 minutes, Tibbs pulled him, and then he went with another player.
So does IQ need to go to the G League or not?
No, hell no.
What makes you guys hold up? What makes you guys say G League in the first place? What's your argument?
Chuck.
No, He
crazy.
just Chuck just said that just to say it.
No.
Okay, hold on, but I want to hear his argument because we got to hear
Somebody
something
said G
rational.
League, and I agreed with it.
Why you agreed with it?
Why not?
Nobody's.
Well, why you have to say yes versus no? Why yes? What made you respond to the question? It's an irrelevant question to the first place. What made you say yes?
Because he sucks right now.
Explain how he sucks. Explain it.
He only been played 3 games.
5 minutes versus Chuck.
Hold on. I'm listening. I want to listen because he's talking, so I want to listen when he's talking.
All right, he played 5 minutes and got pulled in one game, didn't get back in, right?
Coming off injury.
The second game, he went 1 for 9 and was terrible.
Coming off an injury.
Off an injury? What
He got hurt with the hit pointer, man. That's why he
played
he
after
never got hurt with that hit pointer. He never been out no game.
Yesterday.
Chuck versus God.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna listen because I want to listen to his point. He's saying G League. He's not saying bench him. He's saying G League. So what made you go that extreme to say yes? Send him to the G League.
Because we doing this with the because we got guys coming back off an injury, and he could use some G League minutes. He could use G League minutes to get his game right.
Like DSJ coming back.
Freezy.
Why can't he just learn off of that? Do that in practice. He could.
Because he's trying to win games.
I'm sorry.
He could remain in the roster.
God versus Chuck in the
First of all, he's
God for no man.
Hold on.
Don't do that.
No. First, why can't he just stay in the roster and just learn when practice? Like, why he has to be sent to the White Plains and the whole notion?
Oh, wait a minute though, God.
Why you acting like it's a demotion though?
God versus Chuck.
You pushing an extreme. Hold up. You pushing an extreme.
I agreed with
situation.
I wouldn't have said it off the top of my head, but
well, you actually said it.
You acting like
it's the same thing. But you're pushing it more than anybody else in the panel.
But
y'all stop going at each other. Let one person talk.
Hold on. You pushing.
So make it a debate, Freezy, so they could all have.
No. I could just if you could just give me let me talk. Hold up. You're pushing it more than everybody in the panel that he should go G League. Not that he should be benched. And on top of that, you pushing more that he sucks more than anybody in that panel too. So I want to listen to your rationale because you usually speak very rational.
Yeah, I rationally told you he sucked the last 2 games.
2 games. So you're telling me 2 games. 2 games. So you're saying 2 games he should be sent to the G League. That's what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, first of all, it's not a demotion. He's a rookie.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with going to the G League to get minutes, to get your thing right. What he showed the last game, it looked like is mental too. And you can't do that on the big up here with the big team. You know what I'm saying?
Just to counter what Chuck is saying.
Quickly's fearless. Quickly show he's not scared of no NBA teams. He showed he ain't
so
scared.
right now, so you would right now, so right now you will send him to the G League, or you will wait it out 10 more games.
It wasn't my idea. I just agreed with it.
Okay, so we're gonna drop it because it wasn't your idea. Okay, let's just drop it. It wasn't a good idea, and he just agreed with it. Let's just drop it.
Yeah, he got something.
What do you hold up? What do you see in him? First of all,
he said
what makes him above the G League?
Hold up.
What makes him above?
At the end of the day, you just agreed with it, and it was an irrelevant statement. It was something you just agreed with out of the quickness. Like,
so now I'm asking you, what makes him above the G League?
I think he's proven a little bit more. I would wait. I would definitely wait before I start saying he sucks. I would definitely wait. I would definitely wait before saying G League. Like, at least I think he's proven for me to be patient at least 10 more games or 15 more games before I start thinking. Like, at least we had RJ do really bad for people to have conversations to say, listen, should we reduce his minutes? Should we bench him? At least he's done. There's a level of extreme of, and we look at his field goal percentages of RJ. His field goal percentage is bad. His 3-point percentage is bad. The only thing that's good is his free throw percentage at 78%. So at least that's rational for me to say, okay, I can understand if somebody says reduce his minutes or send him to the bench. At least that's rational. But IQ, haven't seen something so extreme to say, yo, you know what? For you, Chuck, to say one, he sucks, and two, we should send him to the G League.
I said he sucked the last 2 games, is what I said. And for two, RJ's not a shooter, so for you to bring up his percentages, Quickley is a shooter, right? And he's shooting 37%.
Quickley is a point guard that can shoot.
First of all, Quickley's not a point guard. Quickley's a
he's playing point guard when he's out there on the court. He's playing 100% out of his minutes on the court.
So do Randall.
Point guard.
So do
Quickley
Randall.
says he thinks of himself as a point guard. He did say that in an interview. He thinks of himself.
It don't matter what he think. Frank think he a point guard.
Right.
Frank and no
But
point
the
guard.
coach thinks he's off ball. The coach thinks Quickley is a point guard. So if the coach thinks Quickley is
a point guard, Phil
no,
Jackson.
he moved him off ball. We're talking this year. Tibbs moved Frank off ball.
This is year 4. So there was
but we're talking about what's going on this year. Why we gotta go keep bringing up what's going on in the past? Let's talk about what's going on this year.
Because you're talking about who thought what. We had coaches. We had a bunch of coaches that
IQ's
thought he was
only year in the league, so we're gonna talk about this year. No, if IQ came into the league this year,
overrating Emmanuel Quickley.
I think he's decent. Hold on. To answer that question, I think right now he has proven to be decent for 15 minutes. We want to see his. Do you want me to list you off his percentages, his stats for 15 minutes? It's 40% from the three. Chuck is right. 37% from the field. 37, and
1 assist, 1 rebound.
1 assist. But again, he's only worked with the minutes given. I think he's not. I wouldn't say necessarily. He has some bright moments. That's the thing about Quickley. For 15 minutes, there are some days, there are some games where he does space the floor, which we know that Alfred Payton lacks. Who else lacks? RJ is struggling with this shot. He's not a shooter. So sometimes when you see Quickley on the floor as one of our guards, and most of our guards are shooting a lot of threes, when you see Quickley go 3 for 3 or 3 for 5 and spacing the floor and drawing fouls, and everybody's saying, "Hey, listen, man, this guy is drawing fouls as if he were a veteran." That's what makes him valuable. It's his ability to draw fouls in 15 minutes, and also to the ability to knock down, to be a 40% three-point shooter. That's what makes his 13 to 15 minutes like, wait a minute, how am I going to replace somebody like that so fast? And why am I going to even send him to the G League? Now, granted, do we need a point guard? Yes, I do. I agree with you. We need a point guard, but I definitely would disagree with the panel for those that want to keep Quickley in the 15-man rotation and in the 10-man rotation.
Yeah, because all this point guard by committee stuff, man.
I mean, the guy is drawing fouls.
So with all that said, it seems as if we're dodging the question if Emmanuel Quickley if the fans are overrating Emmanuel Quickley.
100%.
Well, what's the baseline of what we're rating IQ as? So we know whether he's overrated or underrated.
He's a backup. I would say he's a backup.
So at the high end, we're looking at him as a piece of the point guard puzzle going forward.
Yeah. Right now, based on our roster. Based on the roster.
Okay.
Based on the roster, that's what they're saying. They giving him the keys. They let him drive the whip. At this point.
All right.
It works. We only 10 games in, man. You can't jump off the bridge at 10 games in and just be like, oh, Quickley ain't, and send him to the G League. I don't see you're gonna break his confidence like that. And he's confident. He showed he wants to be in New York and he wants to play.
See that word confidence. See the word confidence, man. And so I kind of agree with you. That word confidence is reigning in our conversations. And so for instance, there's one kid. I don't want to say his name because people are touchy about him like they are about Frank. Like the only good game he had all year, game in Tampa, where his mommy and daddy was in the audience, and he hurt his hand shooting an uncontested 3-point shot, and he came back out bandaged like he was a POW.
Yeah,
he came back out like he
came back out like with that mode he played in Tampa against Toronto every night. Oh man, yeah, he was driving to the basket. He was doing everything. He showed he had a motor in Tampa against that crowd with his family, but you can't,
Right.
Why he can't do that? Why he ain't doing that every night, man?
Right.
I mean, he does it in spurts. He does it in spurts. I ain't gonna say he's not trying. He's out there trying, but sometimes he just look lackadaisical on the court.
And the same, you can say that the opposite about RJ Barrett. So RJ Barrett is confident for no reason. Like, why are you still confident to take these threes like at this rate, and you're not hitting them? It's like you're.
Because he's locked in at the 2. They ain't relegating him to the bench, and he's just shooting us in games and shooting us out games, and he's just chucking up shots because he don't see that he's moving out that 2 spot. And like I said, Austin Rivers and Alec Burke come back. Why not start them and bring RJ off the bench if he's just gonna keep chucking up shots? So Austin Rivers scored 14 points and bring us back in the game.
Rock, don't do that. Rock, don't do that. Don't do that. Barrett is stand up.
Yeah, Barrett. He's a baller.
Rock said, bring Barrett off the bench. I'm here to tell you.
That's actually.
I'm not saying bring him off the bench. I said why not? If he's going to be shooting us in and outside the games, like I don't think it's going to break his. I don't think that's going to break Barrett's confidence. Barrett is confident. He's every night he comes up to the shows that he plays. He's logging in 44 minutes in his second year. He's not showing that he's scared. RJ Barrett bounces back every game. You never see RJ Barrett with his head down. Good game, bad game. He comes and plays. He comes to play every night. Every night, RJ Barrett's on the floor coming to play. We can't say that about everybody on this roster.
Yeah, but the results ain't good every night, though.
I just said that.
No, I'm saying
he shoots us in games and out games. It's like Starks. Starks the same way, hot and cold, hot and cold, hot and cold. But just like Starks, he made people want to be Knicks fans. RJ Barrett is making people want to be Knicks fans again.
John Starks made me want to punch him in the face.
John Starks. There should be a John Starks day at MSG.
Just like Latrell Sprewell.
Find out what day Game 7 was.
Latrell Sprewell came here was doing the same thing.
John Starks day.
So does RJ Barrett have an upside like Latrell Sprewell?
No.
That's a big question. Does RJ Barrett have an upside like Latrell Sprewell?
No.
Right?
So John Starks.
So why couldn't he be relegated to the bench?
Nobody should ever be able to wear the number 3. Period. Nobody should be able to wear the number 20. Period. Right? For a couple of guys that wore those numbers.
They ain't win no championships. So what you mean they can't be able to wear these numbers? They ain't bring no championships.
Well. So
once they put a bin in the sky, that's the only reason we can't say they can't wear these numbers.
That's what Knicks fans say, right? Knicks fans say that, but Pat Ewing's number is retired, right?
Yeah, that's true too. I see that point. So I retract that. I'm a man, so I retract that statement.
So my thing is this: we look at Pat Ewing's career and say, Pat Ewing put the franchise on his back and guided him to such and such and such and such. Pat Ewing ain't put no franchise on his back.
What?
Pat Ewing ain't put no franchise on his back. Pat Ewing was a great player. He was a great player, an all-time NBA great. But he didn't put that franchise on his back. I tell you what, he did not even start going deep into the playoffs until John Starks showed up. Y'all can say that like with y'all.
When Oakley came here from Chicago,
Nah, Oakley wasn't taking them to no Eastern Conference Finals.
But he made the team strong. He made us look fearless.
Where was Oakley at in that Game 7?
Some could say he said and start going into deep in the playoffs until Pat Riley got there. If you wanted to say that argument, I'd be like, okay.
I want to. Freezy, I kind of want to talk about Patrick Ewing a little bit because
that's a good
that whole situation with Patrick Ewing, is that why the Knicks will never get the number 1 pick ever?
I don't know. That's conspiracy, but the thing is this. I have a take on that and thought on that, right? So the Knicks will never get. I don't think the NBA will allow the Knicks to get the number one pick, and they will always do stuff to deep six the Knicks getting big time free agents. Because what happens is if the Knicks are able to get to those resources, like get number one picks and get high price free agents, it'll kill the NBA. And the reason why I say that is this: if you create a vacuum and the NBA like the Yankees did in baseball, then you start getting franchises moving around and detraction and all kind of stuff. Like if you watch the Yankees, when the Yankees were winning championships, teams were also about to go bankrupt.
Yep, because they had the capital to spend. They had the capital to spend, and we selling out the Garden losing.
Yep. And then so you got teams like the Montreal Expos who were good while the Yankees weren't winning. As soon as the Yankees started winning, right? As soon as the power vacuum shifted to the Bronx, the Montreal Expos almost got detracted. They even played games in Puerto Rico. They had to find a place. They moved them to Washington to DC, and they still can't sell out games hardly. I know they won the World Series and all that, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's cool. But look, if you think the Memphis Grizzlies are struggling right now, if you think teams like the New Orleans Pelicans are struggling right now, if you think the Charlotte Hornets are struggling right now, you let the Knicks get the number one pick a couple years, or you let the Knicks get LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo type setup in New York, right? All of a sudden, all your teams are going to be struggling financially because which I hadn't noticed is small market teams have been winning championships over the last decade or so, right? And I know you're like small market teams, man. Uncle Freeze, you crazy?
Golden State, man.
Golden State, yeah.
See, I
wouldn't call Golden State a small market.
I would disagree with that statement for this one thing. Unlike baseball, where for a long time there was no cap, so you could spend whatever you wanted to spend, and the Yankees just spent more because they just wanted to spend more. Where the NBA, you can't do that. Like regardless of how many people we wanted to have, we still couldn't go over that limit anyways.
There's ways around.
That's why I disagree with that.
Right,
but there's an actual hard cap in the NBA that you can't go over.
But Kev, okay, so to your point, and so follow me on this. So to your point, 135 million in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is not the same as 135 million dollars in cap space in New York City. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's going to Milwaukee, Wisconsin to play with Giannis. I'm here to tell you, and you don't have to believe me. You could just look at the free agents that have signed there over the years. Nobody. They couldn't even keep Malcolm Brogdon. Think about that.
They didn't keep Malcolm Brogdon because of themselves. They messed that up.
Right, because right. So
they had just spent for Chris Middleton and they had just spent for Brook Lopez. So they were like, somebody not about to get paid.
And Giannis just got paid this year.
So you're saying Brook Lopez cost them Malcolm Brogdon?
Him and Chris Middleton, because they had paid both of them.
Right. So what I'm saying is in the salary cap sport, think about this.
And they gave Chris Middleton the max.
And in the salary cap sport, the one that you just mentioned, the Oklahoma City lost Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kevin Durant, Serge Ibaka, Reggie Jackson. Right? Think about that. All these dudes came in successive drafts, right? Right? All these Kevin Durant left. Kevin Durant left Oklahoma City. James Harden left Oklahoma City. Russell Westbrook left Oklahoma City. Serge Ibaka left Oklahoma City by trade. Reggie Jackson left Oklahoma City via free agency.
No, they chose to pay Ibaka instead of Harden.
Right.
Yeah, they chose it. And they didn't lose Kevin Durant because they weren't willing to pay. They were willing to pay Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant just left.
Y'all missing my point. The point is you can go over the salary cap. Y'all know that.
Yeah.
If
you have your own players, you can go over.
Right. You can
go over via trade to a certain instance.
Do you think James Harden? Listen, check this out. So, do you think James Dolan would have cut the check to keep Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Serge Ibaka, Reggie Jackson altogether, do you think he would cut the check? Do you think he would pay the luxury tax?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
You know why? You know why?
James Dolan's doing that.
Because it's New York.
Yeah, James Dolan doing that.
Man is making money hand over fist. That's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm telling y'all. Y'all not feeling me on this point.
James Dolan would have did that. He would have ran them players into the ground.
Right.
He was not shaking that team up.
But the national narrative is, oh, you can only have 2 stars. No, you can have as many stars as you want if you maneuver it in a Golden State. Golden State was paying Clay, Steph, KD, Draymond all at the same time because they were winning championships. They were generating revenue.
The difference in these scenarios is this: these small market teams drafted these players, built them up, then paid them. They didn't bring in a whole bunch of high-priced free agents. These are their own players that they paid to get over the salary cap. They didn't just bring in a whole bunch of free agents. No, these are the Clay, Steph, Draymond, Barnes. These were their players. They paid them the max. How the contracts worked out to bring in Kevin Durant was their monies didn't carry over that year, so they had the money because they were still on like their previous deals. So they had money under the cap.
They were on their rookie extension.
Oklahoma City, those were their players. Golden State, these were their players that they paid.
But Kev, what I'm getting at is this: if Oklahoma City had the money to pay all those guys, would they still be there?
More than likely. I don't know, because that's a weird dynamic. I don't know how.
Regardless
at their height, I don't think. Here's my thing. Actually, could they have reached the levels that they have reached together? Would James Harden be James Harden? Would Russell Westbrook have been Russell Westbrook getting triple doubles, and Kevin Durant? Could they have done that together? I don't think they could have.
Right. So you maybe not. But the question is, would Oklahoma City cut the check? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because you know Dolan's gonna cut the check. Dolan don't care. He's still paying Derek Fisher. I mean, I'm not Derek Fisher. Noah.
Joakim Noah.
We know President not gonna cut the check though because he didn't.
I mean,
Freezy.
Yeah,
we still might be paying Derek Fisher.
That whole argument, that whole OKC argument, I feel in my eyes lacks context because I feel like one of the main reasons that team broke up was because they lost in the finals. They lost in the finals against LeBron James' Miami Heat.
And they showed I'm like to play with each other no more.
I'm going to object to that point because we don't know for sure, right? So you might be right. You might be right. You might be 100% right, but we don't know that for certain. What we do know for certain is when it came to payday, when it came time for them cats to get paid, cats start moving around. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Like the reason why they traded Serge Ibaka is because they knew his extension. They couldn't afford his money no more. You know what I'm saying? And so now you got to move him in order to. But if that had been the Knicks, would the Knicks have gone over the salary cap like that to win a championship? Yes, we can all assume yes, because since during that time and before, we had been pursuing free agents to come to New York and they wouldn't come. So if we had those guys and they were already that good, are you saying that the Knicks wouldn't try to keep them?
Well, here's the thing. When you look at it, you got to also look at this too. There's 30 NBA teams, right? And how many of them? Technically, if you want to be specific, they're all in major cities. If you want to say that, I mean, there's a difference, but they're all in pretty major metropolitan areas. Is how many big cities are there? I mean, you have New York, LA, Chicago,
Miami,
Houston.
It's like 5 or 6 of them.
And maybe Philadelphia, but outside of that, I mean,
but Houston doesn't operate like a big market team. They're big.
I'm just saying major market cities.
The owner's also going broke too.
Yeah.
He owns a lot of restaurants that are shut down.
It's not that many. Like case in point, the San Antonio Spurs, we all agree is a small market team, but they've been competitive for 25 years.
Yeah, they ain't going nowhere. They always gonna be a staple point. San
but their
Antonio.
stars also took below market deals
And
in order
so
to facilitate that winning.
and San
Yeah, that's
Antonio
true.
is the
That's true.
outlier.
Good point.
But like you can't use San Antonio as the outlier and say it's the way all smart market teams operate, because Charlotte doesn't operate like that. Memphis doesn't operate like that. Oklahoma City doesn't operate like that.
What up? Memphis was good for a long stretch of time, and Memphis paid people. They paid Marc Gasol. They paid Mike Conley. They even paid Chandler Parsons.
But they don't have championships. So San
But
Antonio
they paid their players.
Right. But okay. So if you go by size and population and all that stuff, Boston is the same size as San Antonio. But Boston operates as a big market team because they want to win at all costs. You look it up. Boston, Massachusetts is not a big city, right?
No, I've been. I know it's not.
Yeah, it's crammed.
It's big, but it ain't like.
Yeah, but it's not. It's not New York City. Yeah, right.
Everybody know everybody in Boston. I've been up to Boston a couple of times.
But there ain't no place in the world like New York City.
But Kev. So now you onto my point. Right?
I understand. If that's the case, look at Chicago. Chicago is a big market team. Chicago hasn't had sustainable success in like 6 years.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something about Chicago, about the Chicago Bulls. Outside of the Michael Jordan era, name one deep stretch of time where Chicago has even been above. I mean, average. And name
the Derrick Rose era.
Derrick Rose, Carlos Boozer and them guys.
Right. After the Tom Thibodeau era, I put it like that. The Tom Thibodeau era.
Outside of the Jordan years, when have the Bulls won a championship?
I mean,
outside of the Jordan years, when have the Bulls been to the championships? Period.
I mean, you can say that about the Tim Duncan area. I mean, technically, the Spurs haven't really done anything without Tim Duncan.
But my point is, you said Chicago is a big market team.
Yeah.
And did you keep reverting back to San Antonio?
No. What I'm saying is, Chicago is like the second, or I think the third or fourth largest city in America. So they are a big market team. But you're proving your point against it as saying they're a big market team and people want to play in big markets, but nobody want to play in Chicago.
No,
we wanted to play in Chicago for a little bit,
right? Even
you got to think, even in the Jordan years, they talking about big markets. If you want to talk about big markets, even when they were winning championships, Chicago didn't want to play their players.
Right. That was before the salary cap era too. So I understand where you're coming from. What I'm saying though is if New York becomes the Death Star, and all other franchises are at risk of going under, is what I'm saying. Like the Knicks has the Knicks are in a situation where they can go 20 and 62 and sell more tickets than the world champion LA Lakers.
But that's not fair to us because we still haven't won a championship.
No, I don't believe. This is why I don't believe that. This is why I don't believe that. I don't believe that at all. And I point to this.
Not fair to us.
We had money, and nobody wanted to come here.
But that's not. But okay. So we mixing up two things. What I'm saying is this: right now, the Knicks, in their disastrous state, has the biggest net worth of any team in the NBA, right? And so we have data to back it up. Forbes has them listed above everybody, right? We don't have to debate that. We know that. Now, what happens if the Knicks, who don't win diddly and is an embarrassment to the NBA, turns it around and starts winning championships? How are you going to divide the money up? You can't because people have stopped buying. Okay, so here's the thing, right? So say, and I'm just using it as a wild example. Say the Knicks get Cade Cunningham, right? And he's a star, and we win championships back to back. You know what's going to happen? People are going to stop buying Zion Williamson jerseys in New Orleans, Louisiana, and they're going to be buying Cade Cunningham jerseys of every variety in New York. I'm telling you, that's how this thing works.
Oh no.
They're gonna opt to come. Zion Williamson gonna come to New York. That's what's gonna happen. You gonna see Zion Williamson in New York.
Or even that.
Freeze, I got a question though to that. Like, I see the Lakers winning championships, and they're close to. They have Sacramento, Then they also have Golden State. Then you have also the Clippers. Like they're doing their thing, winning championships. They're still getting the number 2 pick, the number 3 pick, the number 7 pick.
No, not at the same time. Not at the same time. They all of the number 2 picks, the picks they got 3 years in a row, the number 2 pick. We know the NBA was stacking them up because they can't let the West Coast fall off.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So we know that.
So
we know that.
The Western Conference is always better than the Eastern Conference, man. They got all the elite stars in the
but that's a big market team. My whole thing: why are they going to help a big market team like the Lakers, and why can't? Why and if we and I don't know about that whole argument because like I see the Lakers getting a lot of work done, and you're saying
how though?
I mean,
they finished with the 8th worst record in the league. They got this number 2 pick, right? They finished with the 5th worst record in the league. They got the number 2 pick. They had the 10th worst record in the league, and they got the number 2 pick. I think they finished with the 9th worst record, and they got the number 4 pick right behind us, right? Who moves up that many times in a row?
I agree with you. Great point.
And so, how many times have the Knicks moved up in the draft?
Not much.
FW. How many times have the Knicks moved up in the draft?
Technically for RJ.
Yep, that was the first time that we got the 3 pick.
We didn't move up for RJ.
We won 17 games.
No, we had the worst record. No, we had
percentage-wise, we had the best to get the 4th pick, I believe. The 4th or the 5th pick. We had a better chance of getting the 4th pick than the 3rd pick, and we wound up getting the 3rd pick.
But you talking about once the draft started. Before the draft started, we had the worst record in the league, and so we should have got the number 1 pick if everything
exactly, and we still got the 3 pick, and we lost out on Ja Morant and Zion Williamson.
Once the draft started and the Lakers moved up, now it's like you got the worst team in the league versus a team that finished 10th, and then we beat them out for the 3 pick. We should have beat them out for the 3 pick because we had the worst record. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we should have got the number 1 pick because New Orleans had, I think, the 6th worst record, the 7th worst record, and they got the number 1 pick.
And still end up with that pick, son.
So my whole thing, you think that all has to do with trying to with that 1985 cold?
No, what I'm saying is if the Knicks get good and dominate resources, the NBA will start having to contrast teams because they won't be able to compete. Because the Knicks have a honey hole. The Knicks have a fan base that if the Knicks go 0-82, they still going to be the most valuable franchise in the NBA. Sure.
So nothing's going to change.
No, but what if the Knicks start winning championships?
Nothing's going to change.
No.
Like you said though, most teams that win a championship have the number. Please. Most teams that have a championship have the number 1 pick, like you always say.
Well, okay. Let me ask you this. So I'm gonna ask Kevin W. Hey, Kev. So if the Knicks win the championship, are you buying a Knicks championship tee and a Knicks championship hat?
You said if the Knicks win the championship?
Yeah.
I already have that. So
no, if the Knicks win the championship. If the Knicks win a championship, are you a Knicks fan that's already spending money on swag going to buy more Knicks stuff?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
Well, that's what every team. Well, the Laker fans did that.
Exactly. I mean, technically, they merge. As soon as your team wins the championship, they already got the merchandise that says NBA champions on it. They want you to buy merchandise.
You can only have 1 chance.
I'm buying something that's going to say NBA championship.
Every fan base does that.
We've been wanting that for 40 years. Yeah, we're going to want that. That's memorabilia that's going to be worth.
So here's the second part. So here's the second part of the argument that I want to ask y'all to elaborate on. So have you ever been in a city that when a certain team comes to town, you go see that team play as opposed to the home team?
I live in North Carolina, so if that answers your question right there.
Yes, because I go to Charlotte games too, and you know what? Not to see the Hornets.
Yeah.
Not to see the Hornets. It's to see the Knicks.
Well, New Yorkers move around.
I used to do that when I lived in Philly. I used to go to the Philly games to see other big market teams come to play there. Yeah, when I was in Philly.
Right, but what I'm saying is so now, so take away the scenario where the Charlotte Hornets are the NBA champs. Say they're the normal Charlotte Hornets of whatever, right? Now I can look. I can legit go to a Charlotte Hornets game on game day. I can get off from work and drive to Charlotte and go sit about 20 rows up at a Charlotte game.
And the
You know what I'm
tickets
saying?
be dumb cheap, right? And the tickets
And
be
it
dumb
be,
cheap, right?
and I can and I can hear and I can hear the coach talking to the players. That's how empty the arena is, and they be coming around to you offering you specials like,
Hold
hey,
on.
Right.
So this is a fact. So for the last 4, maybe 5 years, I have seen the Knicks play in Charlotte on my like they either play, I don't know who does it. They either play like the day before or the day after, somewhere around there, my birthday, like the 27th of January. They're always in Charlotte.
Hmm.
And I usually I've sat courtside once, but I don't sit anywhere farther back from like the third row.
right.
I don't think I've ever paid more than $200 for a ticket.
I'm telling you, this is what I'm trying to explain to Chuck B. So they spoiled and they New York Knicks them because they see things operating from a Knicks fan's perspective. What you gotta look at is an NBA fan. Like I can get in my car. I can get in my car on game day, drive to Atlanta, and sit 4 rows back from the Atlanta Hawks on their side behind their bench and not even spend $200.
Damn, that's crazy.
And so, but
we're a losing franchise. We're a losing franchise, and we can't even. You know how much the courtside seats at the Knicks is?
Right.
That sounds like a Nets ticket price.
Yeah, so if I take $200 and go to MSG, where am I gonna be sitting at?
Top of that.
You're still sitting all the way in the back.
Top of that.
That's
That
what
don't
I'm
make no
saying.
sense. It don't make no sense. That's
It's
crazy.
with a vacuum now.
It's highway robbery.
And the Knicks suck. And can you imagine what happened? How much those tickets gonna be when the Knicks win a championship?
It's gonna be like a prize fight. It's like watching Mayweather fight every night. You're never gonna be able. You're gonna be looking like you're gonna have to come there looking like American Gangster with the they would made what's the name Denzel every night.
Yeah, and so here's the thing. Now you're talking about and so I'm trying to sway y'all to my side, and I don't know think y'all gonna ever.
Nah,
agree.
we
I'm gonna put this bug in y'all ear.
I see your point.
But so here's the thing: the Knicks is the most valuable franchise, right, of any team in the NBA. Mm-hmm. And how many nationally televised TV games do we get now? How often do you see the Knicks on TV now in the national televised game?
I'm actually upset because I know Monday that the game's gonna be blacked out here in my house. So
right,
it would have been more if we kept KP.
But I'm saying, but Chuck, that's what I'm saying. All these things is y'all are agreeing with me on these individual points, but won't agree with me on the big point. The big point is if the Knicks had all the resources, I'm telling you, the NBA will look to either do something to break up that Knicks franchise. I mean, not franchise, but the roster, or contract small market teams. These small market teams are barely surviving right now. Why do y'all think they always get the number 1 pick?
How do you think the Knicks hurt that by winning? I don't get the.
I'm not saying that they hurt that by winning. What I'm saying is the league doesn't want the Knicks to be in that position to win. They don't want the Knicks to be the Yankees. If the Knicks become the Yankees, then other franchises are at risk.
What about the Nets? What about the Nets situation?
The Nets are in that situation too. They're in New York, and they're the 7th most valuable franchise in the NBA.
But they're still not getting that cover on the news daily. They're still not getting the cover on the New York Times over the Knicks right now, and we losing. We still gonna get that front page before the Brooklyn Nets, and they got KD and Kyrie Irving, and they gentrified Brooklyn, and they still will never be in a better position than the Knicks in the general market upside.
So Sports Vibes TV, you think I'm way off on this assessment?
That's true.
So Freezer, do you think the NBA is going to get in the way of the Nets also, as well as the Knicks?
No, it's just the Knicks. The Brooklyn franchise, the fan base is not big enough.
It's New York. I don't know.
You could probably compare Brooklyn to a Boston, where the fan base is passionate, but they're not big. Well, no. I take that back. Boston's franchise fan base is big and passionate. Right, I'll take that back. But I say I would compare him
Compare him
to
to the Clippers.
yeah, something like that. Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Making it safe.
So Chuck, you don't agree? You think I'm way off base?
Yeah. All right. The Lakers are what, second on that list?
Yeah.
And them winning did hurt who?
But Chuck, they're not the but the Lakers are not the Knicks though.
If they're second on the list,
You saying they should be close, right?
Yeah.
You saying they should be close because they're second. Golden State is third.
Yeah, but them winning don't affect, and it ain't taking money out of anybody else's pockets.
But the thing is, the Lakers won a championship, right?
Yeah.
The Golden State Warriors won a championship, right?
Yeah.
The Knicks ain't won nothing. The Knicks ain't even made the playoffs. How's that close? How's that close? What if the Knicks had won 3 championships out of 5 years like Golden State? Will we still be having the same discussion?
That hurt the Hornets. The Knicks win.
Dog, it does hurt. It does hurt the Hornets, man. It hurts the small market teams.
I'm gonna listen through you guys through my cell phone, guys. Have a good night, okay?
All right, man.
All right.
All right, man.
Sports Vibe, but Charles, Rocket, Kevin, W,
All right.
Crazy. Take it easy, guys.
Have a nice night,
Enjoy the rest of your
Moses.
night.
All right.
So you don't see where if the Knicks had the number 1 pick. I'm telling you, this thing goes all the way back to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and I know y'all like, man, what you talking about? And so here's the thing: when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said, "Hey, man, trade me somewhere. I'm tired of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, bro. I'm tired of this small market team. I don't want to be here. I need to either go to out west, LA, where I played basketball at UCLA, or I need to go to the Knicks, where I'm from." Right? Think about that. Think about Willis Reed, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, or Earl of Pearl Monroe, and Clyde Frazier. Think about what that team would have done in the 70s.
Crazy.
Right? Just think about that real quick, right?
Yeah, they would have never lost.
Right.
I mean,
And so the commissioner says, okay, we're gonna trade you to one. We're gonna work a trade so you can go to one of these 2 teams, right? But the trade got to be fair. And so the thing, it came up as a coin toss, right? The commissioner says, heads is LA, tails is New York, right? Right. So they flip a coin. They flip the coin or whatever. The commissioner scrapes the coin off the ground and puts it in his pocket and said, "It's LA, it is." And so they worked the trade to get him to LA. You know what I mean? Because he knew, even that commissioner knew, if you put the brightest star in New York City, no other team would compete. The Knicks were winning championships without Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Could you imagine what they would have did with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar during the 70s?
I mean, I look at it like this, and I take this as a whole. If you look at the top, let's say the top 20 players in the league today, right now, how many of them were number 1 overall picks? Like 2, maybe 3. So you don't have to have the number 1 pick to get the best players, because
but it makes it harder.
I mean, it's nice drama, it's nice TV. Oh, the Knicks have number 1 pick, but that pick can turn out to be what's his face from Cleveland.
What you call it?
See, again, we're using outliers, Kev. You can't use outliers, man. So debate me in this. You can't use outliers. Look at who's the NBA champ right now? Who's the defending NBA champ?
The Lakers.
Lakers.
How many dudes on their roster was the number 1 pick in the draft?
2.
3.
Who?
Dwight Howard.
Dwight Howard's not on the Lakers no more.
His career.
No, I'm talking about at the time they won the championship.
I know you're talking about.
Still at the end of his career. I mean, it's not like he primed Dwight Howard. And besides, he was coming up the bench. So that should tell you something too.
Okay, all right. Just keep being in denial. I'm telling you this thing about so this summer here is 2021, right? And y'all gonna be like, man, I wonder why nobody wants to come to the Knicks, man. We can't never get the number 1 pick. We can't never sign a high price free agent. Free agents don't want to come here. Dog, I'm telling you, there's something to it. It's not.
Knicks thought they had the best player in this draft. they were trying to move up for him again from 8.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They was going for Obi. They were trying to get as close as possible. They wasn't trying to go for nobody else. They wasn't trying to go for LaMelo or Wise.
Right.
They were going for Obi. So they think they got the best player in this draft.
Well, and so so I'm gonna let the Death Star argument rest because I feel like I'm right, and I feel like y'all just don't want to concede, even though I pointed out all these things that y'all agree with.
No, I'm saying, let's look at this. Did Toronto have a number 1 overall pick when they won a championship? No. When Golden State won their first NBA championship, did they have a number 1 overall pick?
Yes.
No.
Yes, they did.
Who?
Andrew Bogut.
Really?
And Andrew Bogut was the number 1 pick by the Milwaukee Bucks. Yes.
Are you like Andrew Bogut was a reason they won the championship?
No, don't hit me with the reason. Don't hit me with the reason. The number 1 pick on your roster comes with a lot of other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, San Antonio was losing money hand over fist. They was playing in this place called the Hemisphere Arena. It was like a carnival type arena where they used to do rodeos and drag race, all kind of mess, right? They mess around and get David Robinson, and they're like, how David Robinson how they get the number 1 pick? How did San Antonio get the number 1 pick and the dude ain't even coming here for 2 years? And then when they get David Robinson and they needed a new arena, they wound up getting Tim Duncan. Right? Tim Duncan was the number 1 overall pick, and they started winning champions. I'm telling you, it's something to this. It's something to this thing where, you ain't gotta believe me, man. I'm just let it rock. Okay.
I just can't believe you brought up Andrew Bogut. Like Andrew Bogut is the reason
that beatboxing is mad loud.
Nah. Okay. So the thing is the number 1 to me. The number 1 pick thing is a legit thing to think about, right?
Okay, in Toronto, then how come Toronto didn't have a number 1 overall pick on their roster?
And they won a championship, right? So okay. So how come the Lakers had 3 number 1 picks on their roster and they won a championship? Since we bringing up outliers.
I mean, there's more teams. I think like when Dallas won.
What about the Miami Heat? Did the Miami Heat have a number 1 pick on their roster?
They literally had the same player the Lakers had.
Right. What about the Cleveland Cavaliers?
They had the same player.
Right.
It's one guy. It's not like it's a different person. It's the same person.
Right.
That's the same thing. That's not an argument. It's the same guy.
No, but it means something. It carries some weight.
One player carries some weight.
Right, but he plays
the difference. That one player carries weight.
Okay.
So you think the lottery is rigged?
Yes.
All right. So they have team officials that go back there with the drawings and stuff.
Right.
So you think the Knicks are saying, okay, we'll wait our turn in a couple of years or whatever. So you think they in cahoots in agreeing not to get the first pick?
No, that's not what I said.
No, I'm asking.
No, what I'm saying is the NBA says, hey, we got this firm such and such and such and such to do the drawing for us, right? But on draft night, on just past draft night, they were like, hey, the NBA teams don't go inside the room with them. They go in a place to verify the results. They're not in the room where they actually pick the number 1 pick. They be in there to verify that the process is right. That's a difference.
And you know this.
Yep. My man said it at the draft. My man, not this draft. I'm sorry, not this draft. The Zion draft, the RJ Barrett draft. They were like, the representatives for all teams will be there to verify that the results are accurate. Right? It's team officials and certain members of the media. But when it comes to the actual number 1 pick itself, they don't do envelopes in the tumbler no more. They don't do that. They don't do that no more. They don't do it like the Pat Ewing draft.
Mm-hmm.
They do it by these certain sequences of balls to ensure that this thing is supposed to be fair or whatever.
Yes, or that.
Yeah. So they don't even have the team officials in there when they do that. They just verify the picks, and then once they verify the results, they're sworn to secrecy. They can't tell, even though they know.
Don't the Knicks benefit? Don't the league benefit from the Knicks being good?
No, man, because
the two big market, the biggest market teams being good. No.
What I'm saying is the Knicks can be 20. The Knicks can be 20-62, and they'll be the most valuable team in the NBA. Right now, imagine Knicks fans spending money, NBA fans that used to spend money in Portland, Oregon, spending money for the New York Knicks. Do you see what that create? That creates a situation where these teams that were surviving off the court revenue don't get that off the court revenue no more.
Good point. Yeah, I'm about to check out. Yeah, I'm gonna see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna win against Denver. We gonna see win against Denver.
Yeah, we're gonna win. RJ gonna put up 40.
What the hell?
Again?
You said that against OKC, man.
Yeah. And I projected 35 the other time. But anyway, I didn't want to get into like the conspiracy theory bag, but I'm telling you, you have to look at all these things individually and collectively. Like you notice every summer we get let down about the draft. We suck and we never move up in the draft. When's the last time? I mean, think about it, man. Think about it. When has the Knicks ever moved up in the draft? They got Pat Ewing in the lottery that one time. And in the 36 years since, the Knicks have never moved up.
Get that number one pick, man. We
Right.
ain't never see it.
And
nobody made us rank Knox.
Yeah, Chuck.
Nobody made us pick Frank. We could have picked Donovan Mitchell.
Oh, okay. So here's one for you. So JD says when the Cavs get the number one pick the year they knew LeBron went back to Cleveland, when the Bulls got the number one pick, Rose hometown kid, how NBA tried to get Cavs picks after LeBron left. Suspect. He right. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and so sports vibes, follow me on this. Right?
Why would they care about the Cavs?
The Cleveland Cavaliers lose. The Cleveland Cavaliers lose
because LeBron was from Ohio.
They lose the greatest player of all time. They lose the GOAT, right? And then in the next 4 drafts, they get 3 out of the next 4 number one picks in the draft.
Well, if that was the case,
they get Kyrie, Andrew Wiggins, and Anthony Bennett.
Did the Bulls have the number one pick when after Jordan left?
No.
Why not?
No. Things is different. The time is different.
David Stern was still the commissioner, right?
Yes. And you know David Stern. And you, hey Kev, don't act like David Stern didn't have an axe to grind with us. Don't act like David Stern didn't have the axe to grind with us. You remember when in the fight that the Miami Heat instigated? And
David Stern is still holding on to that.
When Van Gundy was grabbing that guy's feet.
Yeah. So but the thing is, so follow me. So LeBron leaves Cleveland, right? And goes to the Miami Heat. What happens to Cleveland? Cleveland's in the street burning jerseys. The owner is writing a Benedict Arnold letter, open letter to LeBron James, passing it to the media. Like, how can you betray us? You know what I'm saying? Y'all remember that? And the dude legit cried a river. He was the one, and so here's the thing too that y'all don't that people sleep on. He was the one owner that voted against Chris Paul going to the Lakers. Right? He pitched a fit. He pitched a fit about Chris Paul being traded to the Lakers to go team up with Kobe. That was him. Right? Like, why are y'all giving all the major market teams all this talent? The little guys can't win without talent. We can't keep our talent. It's the reason because of the thing he said is the reason why there's a 5th year on your max extension. You know what I'm saying? So to entice guys to stay with these small market teams.
I think more players stay than go. They make a big deal when LeBron James go. Here's my thing. Everything revolves around LeBron James. So there's a big deal when LeBron James leaves. But nobody says anything about Damian Lillard when he re-ups with Portland. Nobody says anything that Tim Duncan stayed in San Antonio for 20 years.
But
or
Tim
Reggie
Duncan,
Miller
was,
stayed in
Tim
Indiana.
Duncan was almost gone. Tim Duncan was almost gone.
He stayed.
I understand what you're saying, but Tim Duncan, Tracy McGrady, and Grant Hill were all going to team up in Orlando, right?
But here's the thing, Orlando.
But listen, hear me out on it. Hear me out on it. So Tim Duncan, the only reason why Tim Duncan even turned down Orlando was because of the way Orlando treated his family when he was coming to Orlando to sign the contract. Tim Duncan was like, yo, I want to bring my family with me on this plane to Orlando so that I can sign the contract to come to Orlando, right? And so Orlando was like, and you know, it was actually Doc Rivers. Doc Rivers was like, nah, man, we ain't loading up all these people. Man, what do you think this is? Tim Duncan never gets on the plane. He stays in, he goes to Orlando, turns right back around, flies to San Antonio, and signs that.
All I'm saying is players stay. People make a big deal about LeBron James because he's the anointed one or whatever. But if you take LeBron James out of the equation, there's no conspiracy at all. It's everything for the last, since 2002, has ties to LeBron James changing the landscape of how the NBA is. Orlando has had the number one pick twice in 25 years.
Right.
Orlando. And that's as small as you can get.
Who did they draft for the number one pick? Shaquille O'Neal and who else?
And Howard.
And Dwight Howard. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And they also had a top pick in them. They got Penny.
Okay.
It wasn't number one pick. I think Penny went like in the top 5, but no one says it. The Sacramento Kings don't get a number one pick. You know, the Trailblazers don't get a number one pick. Well,
the league knows the Kings don't know what to do with a number one pick.
The last time they did, they got no. I don't think they even had number. I don't think Portland's ever had. The last time they had number one pick, they got Bill Walton.
No, they got Greg Oden.
They did get Greg Oden, didn't they?
Yep.
Well, that says a lot about them.
Yep. And they had the number 2 pick a lot of times too.
Yeah, but they don't get number one. There's a lot of teams that don't get the number one pick. You know.
But my point to it is
Charlotte, small market. They don't get the number one pick.
Right. So what my point to it is, in a power vacuum, if the Knicks become great like the NBA fears, nobody can withstand the vacuum that's created. Think about it. So I'll humor Chuck, right? So Chuck thinks this whole thing is crazy. Mm-hmm. Like, you know, why would, if a New York team becomes dominant in sports, how does that affect other teams? I'm gonna give you an example. So back in the day, so in the early 80s, this team called the New York Islanders. I got really good. They built a dynasty, right? They legit built a dynasty. So this team, what they did by becoming a dynasty in New York, has created a situation where other teams in the league could not sustain financially. It actually led to the team from Colorado moving to New Jersey and becoming the Devils, because they couldn't make enough money in Colorado. They had to move to that same major media market in order to survive. Right? Another example. With the Yankees and the late 90s, I think it is. They probably had one of the best teams ever for like a 5-year stretch. They become dominant. They win the World Series. What that creates is a vacuum where small market teams like the Montreal Expos can't even get enough people. They were drawing like 700 people to games because the Yankees were good, right? They had to move that team. I think they moved them first to Florida, Puerto Rico. They were splitting games between Puerto Rico and some other place. And then they finally settled in Washington, D.C. Right? I mean, it's a situation where you got to look at these things. They're not separate things. They're not separate ends of the spectrum happening at the same time. These things have impact on each other.
All right. So if the league give a team the first pick, right? And that first pick is a bust. The league gonna keep giving that team the first pick till they get it right?
Yes.
Or did they do that with
They
Portland?
did it to Cleveland. Cleveland got 3 first.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Cleveland had drafted.
They did with Portland with Bowie.
Bowie, they didn't have the number 1 pick. Houston had the number 1 pick. They selected Olajuwon. And then Portland drafted. Portland had Jim Paxson, who was the starting shooting. I mean, not starting shooting guard, but he was a all-star guard, right? But he was getting pushed for minutes by the dude they drafted the year before, named Clyde Drexler. You know what I'm saying? And then so they like, yo, do we take a third guy? Do we really need 3 shooting guards with all-star potential? Or do we go out and get a big man? Because the big man, it seems like is the wave of the future. You know, we in the golden era of big men. You know what I'm saying? You can't fault Portland for saying you can fault Portland, but you can't really fault Portland for saying, you know what I'm saying, for saying, you know, we already have a all-star guard, and then the guy we drafted last year is damn near trying to cut into his minutes, and Clyde Drexler. Do we need another guy the same size at the same position? You know, I mean, some people that say best player available, I mean, I dig it. I dig it because it's Jordan. But if that dude's name was Max Jordan and he only averaged 18 points a game, would we really be having this conversation?
Oh, let me see something.
Shout out to you for that Islanders reference, though. Let's go Islanders.
Yeah, man. Hey, yeah, man. So yeah, I forgot the team moved from Canada to Colorado to New Jersey because the Islanders were so good they created a power vacuum. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. It's the same thing with it's the reason why the Big Red Machine didn't win a whole bunch of World Series, because you add free agency and you add the Yankees winning championships, and now it's like, yo, I got to trade off my best players because we can't compete with this Death Star that's been created in New York.
Okay, folks.
Yeah. You know, Markelle Fultz was not drafted by Orlando. He was drafted by Philly and traded to Orlando.
And Philly had multiple firsts too, right?
And Philly had multiple firsts. That's what I'm saying. When the league wants your team to be revived, trust me.
Well, no, because Philly, you can say that is the opposite, because Philly was purposely, knowingly tanking.
Yeah. And that was before. That was when
the NBA had an issue with that.
Yeah,
and they still got number 1 pick. So that, I think that is an outlier, because the NBA had an issue with the way Philadelphia was playing, and yet they still got number 1 pick.
So, but Kev, we all have an issue with exposing the plug.
But
you don't never expose the plug.
The NBA knew it.
But yeah, right. But the hookup is the hookup in private. You don't go out there and be like, yo, they hooking us up. We ain't gonna try to win no games because the NBA gonna hook us up regardless. You're not supposed to come out the mouth and say nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? You like, yo, the NBA is like, yo, the NBA coming in the back door. You don't have no lights back there. You just let them creep through the back door. Come on.
Because they made them fire. What was his name? Sam Hinkie.
Sam Hinkie, yeah.
They made them fire him
because Sam Hinkie was right. He was like, yo, why would I go out and try to sign free agents and spend all this money when we can tank and get the number 1 pick and get our own superstars in here?
But if it was a hookup, if it's the hookup and that's your man, you know y'all got something worked out, why is he losing his job?
Because he brought it public.
Right.
He made it too obvious.
And Kev, you notice he didn't get fired until the process had worked. They didn't fire him during the process. You know what I'm saying? They didn't fire him after the first year he said he was going to tank. They fired him after he had already had Ben Simmons, Markelle Fultz, Joel Embiid, Nerlens Noel, Jahlil Okafor. What's the other power forward name? I forget. But But they didn't fight him till after they had all that talent. And you don't think that's a coincidence?
Yeah, it is.
I'm just saying, it
A
can
lot.
work both ways.
You say it's a lot to take in. That's what
It can work both ways.
Pause, by the way. Nah. I'm telling you, the Knicks are not getting a number one pick, and the Knicks are not going to be able to sign high-priced free agents. The NBA does not want the Knicks to be good.
All right. So
hold on. Is Philadelphia a major city?
Yes.
They have a pretty rich history.
Yep.
They only have one championship, though, right? If I'm not mistaken, with Julius, Dr. J, and Moses Malone, they only had the one.
They may have. I don't know. I hate Philly, by the way.
But the thing is, what is the difference between Philadelphia and the Knicks? Like, why y'all want Philadelphia to be good, but not the Knicks?
Because in their best incarnation, they will not make the money that the Knicks make. Think about it. Right. So last year they made the playoffs, right? They made the playoffs for the last 3 years, and the Knicks are still more valuable than them. And the Knicks hadn't even sniffed the playoffs.
Here's the thing. A lot of what makes the Knicks valuable is Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden plays a big role in what makes the Knicks a valuable franchise.
Kev, I'm telling you.
Is that true or not true?
Yeah, I would agree. I think the arena has something to do with it. But look, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you this. I ain't trying to be snarky or nothing. But when you go to Charlotte Hornets games and they like, yo, now singing the Star Spangled Banner, I mean the whatever, Neo will come out there and he'll do his thing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? The Knicks will be like, now, doing the Star Spangled Banner, whatever. Garden organist Joe such and such. He's been a member of things are different, man. That's basically what I'm getting at.
I just look at it like
during the game, they come to the Garden live on January 26th, where we'll have Billy Joel performing at halftime. Hey, dog, it's a difference, man, between places. But
here's the thing. Why isn't Brooklyn? Because Brooklyn plays in New York City, regardless of whether it says Brooklyn, New York, or not. They still play in New York City.
But Brooklyn doesn't have the foothold in New York City as the Knicks do.
But
and not only that,
but if you're talking about just the location, they still play in New York City.
Right.
Yes, but they don't have the fan base, and just being a location, just being at a location isn't going to drive money as opposed to having a fan base of players. No, now when you're comparing it to somebody in the same city, if you want to compare the Nets to some smaller market team, yes, but if you're comparing them to a team that's in the same geographical location, then it comes down to the fan base. And the Knicks have a much larger, thriving fan base. They're closer to Manhattan, where they have more access to tourists and tourism. So you can't just compare it apples to apples when you're talking about the fan bases, because the Knicks fan base is what makes the Knicks who they are.
Right.
You don't see a fan base for the Knicks like that.
It's the location of the Knicks. If the Knicks didn't play in New York City, they wouldn't have the fan base that they have. New York City plays a role in that.
No, I won't argue and say it doesn't, but it's not as big as you try to make it seem.
If the Knicks played if they were the Buffalo Knicks, we wouldn't be up at 4 o'clock in the morning talking about them.
Right.
But you just said the Brooklyn Nets are in Brooklyn, and nobody's up talking about the Nets either.
They play in New York City. So they still have the same exact they may be in a different borough, but they still have the same exact location.
Yeah, but who's up talking about the Nets right now?
Nobody.
It's the fan base. It's not just about being in New York City. If you want to say because they're in Manhattan,
in New York City, because it's like I said, the location plays a part in it.
But Kev, the reason I'm saying
in New York City, they wouldn't be a fan base because it wouldn't. That's
clear. But we're comparing the Nets to the Knicks. We don't have to specify New York if we're comparing two teams in the same market. Now they're already in the same geographical location. Now we have to find what the difference is, and the difference is fan base. Because I want
to ask y'all a question.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going to ask Chuck and Freezy because y'all are older.
Okay, yeah, leave me out of it.
Yeah. No. Let me ask you a question. Is the city vibe, just the vibe of the city, even though the Yankees have way more championships than the Mets, but is it just a different vibe, like in 86 when the Mets won?
Right.
Was that just a different vibe in the city when the Mets won compared to when the Yankees win?
Right. So there was a buildup, right? So the Yankees won a chip in '78, and I think they lost to the Dodgers, right? And so the Yankees thought they were contenders every year. They made it back to the World Series in '81. I'm sorry. So they won in '77, '78. They didn't. Pittsburgh Pirates won in '79. Phillies won it in '80. They get a rematch with the Dodgers in '81. Right. The vibe of the city is it's about time we back. We about to win about 5 more chips. This is the Yankees, right? They lose to the Dodgers. They don't make it back. The Mets are terrible, right? I know this. I know this for a fact. I lived this. I used to go to Mets games, right? And so during that time, you could see the balance go from the Yankees here, or with a camera, the Yankees here, and the Mets here, and you could see them coming closer and closer together, closer and closer together. You know what I'm saying? Because the Yankees started getting old and started throwing money away because they thought they were one player away. And I hate if that sounds familiar. But the Mets had been losing for so long, they were getting high draft picks. Right. So they're getting high draft picks. They picked Strawberry #1 overall in 1980. They picked Doc Gooden. They picked Tim Tuffle. You know what I'm saying? They find this kid, Mookie Wilson. They get this kid, Lynn Dykstra. All these kids are young, like 19, 20 years old. And so while the Yankees are coming down off their slide, the Mets are on the incline. So the Mets had not just took the city by storm, but they chipped away at the city until 85 come. So 85 come, the Mets make a run for the playoffs, and I think they win like 90 something games, but they lose out to the St. Louis Cardinals or somebody. And so all off season, all the Mets are saying like next year is gonna be our year. And so spring training come, they do this song called Let's Go Mets Go. Right? People are like, yo, they talking about winning the World Series in spring training. The scale is tipped to the Mets. Right? So then the Mets go on this rampage through the regular season and destroy teams. Right? They take over the city. Right? But then when they get to the playoffs, and this is what actually sent the Mets fans over the top. The Mets didn't romp through the playoffs. They struggled. And so their games were compelling. There was high drama. So people was on the edge of their seats for all these Mets games, but the Mets kept pulling out games, showed heart and determination. So now you see people like that compelling story. You know what I'm saying? So they get to the World Series, and in their last at bat, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yo, this dude got 2 strikes on him, and this thing about to be over. The Mets about to break our heart, right? The Mets pull out a miracle, right? Mookie Wilson hit this ball down the line. Y'all know the rest of the story, right? And so now the momentum off that built this thing where Mets fans kind of took over the city from the Yankees, for like a 3-year stretch, but they couldn't sustain it. And so the Yankees and the Mets went through this thing where they were tied for the city loyalty until Gene Michael took over for the Yankees as their GM full time. Like, yo, we ain't paying no more money to no free agents. We gonna build this thing through the draft. We ain't no. And so what they did was they got their Jorge Posadas, their Derek Jeters, and all that stuff through the draft, and they created a power vacuum in sports where the Yankees were the hottest thing in sports. Period. I'm talking about international soccer. I'm talking about the NBA. I'm talking about all these things. The Yankees was the hottest thing going.
But here's the thing. So this is the thing. So the Yankees, even up until let's say 1980, had already won like 20 championships, right?
Yeah.
So the Mets had only won like 1. How in the world can a team that's already won 20 championships compared to 1 be fighting over the loyalty of the city? Because 20-1 is like, that's not close. They've had legends.
Yeah.
Literally the greats of baseball. If there's a Mount Rushmore, there'd be probably 3 Yankees up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
How can you be fighting for the love of a city when one team has 20 championships and the other one just has one?
Well, look at this. Look at this. Where will Brooklyn's footprint be? And how long has Brooklyn been in Brooklyn? 10 years? 11
No,
years?
like 5 maybe.
Has it? Has it been?
I don't think they've been in Brooklyn long. Maybe a little longer. Maybe close to 10. Maybe close to 10. Probably 10.
My point is where's Brooklyn gonna be at in 10 years if they keep signing Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving?
So you think if the Knicks are on their way to winning, right? Say they're in the finals, you think the NBA gonna rig it so to set the refs up to make us lose? Like,
have you ever heard of a story about crooked NBA refs?
Yeah, but
are you trying to say that the NBA paid John Starks to go 2 for 18?
Here we go.
No.
Because I can see that. Like, hey,
no.
John,
What I'm saying,
game.
What I will
Freezy,
say,
Kev, the Nets moved in 2012. Just to let you guys know.
Okay. And they moved from Newark, right?
Yeah, from Newark. From the Prudential, right? The Prudential Center?
Yeah.
That was there?
Yep. So here's the thing. And I tell this story, man, and people think that I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm not really. I just think this is true. There was 2 eras of Knicks basketball where the Knicks should have been the NBA champs in the 90s. The 97 team where the league suspended everybody so the Knicks wouldn't advance in the playoffs. And the 92 season where Jordan had a severely sprained wrist, right? And then Starks swiped at it and they booted Starks from the game. And the refs called ticky-tack fouls for the rest of the playoffs against the Knicks. And it was as blatant as day that the 92 Bulls should not have beaten the 92 Knicks, right? But Jordan was such a money train. Nobody was wearing Starks shoes and apparel like that in 92.
There's one.
Everybody was wearing Jordan stuff. The Jordan marketing machine by Nike in the NBA is a classic example of where putting money in people's pockets makes people's integrity take a backseat.
I'm going to ask you and Chuck a question because y'all are older. Going into the 94 finals, did y'all think the Knicks are going to win? Did y'all because I don't remember because I was like 8 or 9. Were the Knicks the favorite to win the championship that year against Houston?
I don't remember if they was the favorite.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing with that. So the favorites, I think, if I remember this correctly, were the Atlanta Hawks and the Seattle Supersonics.
No, I'm talking about when the finals started.
Yeah, versus Houston.
Yeah. So I think the Knicks were probably the favorites, but Houston jumped out on the Knicks quick. And so the thing about it is what we don't remember or we fail to recognize is John Starks was hurt and shouldn't even been on the roster. Shouldn't even been on the playoff roster. There is no 1994 New York Knicks run to the finals without John Starks. There is no finals without Starks. You can go back so right before the All-Star break in 1994, for some weird reason, John Starks goes from an above average starter to this dude is a legit force in the league. This dude at 6'2" is one of the premier shooting guards in the NBA. Right? This dude is defending dudes, man, 5 inches taller than him, 6 inches taller than him, 3 inches, 4 inches taller than him. Cats like Reggie Miller, that's legit every ounce of 6'7" is getting guarded by a dude that's 6'2", right? Reggie Miller is a dude that went to a powerhouse blue blood college and has his number retired there, is being guarded by a dude that played for 4 different colleges and was saved off the scrap heap. Dude was bagging groceries before he got his final shot with the Golden State Warriors. I'm sorry, with the Golden State Warriors. The coach of the Golden State Warriors was like, "Yo, I'm gonna send you to Knicks camp, man. Hey, I forget Pat Riley. The dude told Pat, like, Pat, yo, this dude has something with him. He fits with what y'all are looking for. Why don't y'all give him a look?" And the only reason why Starks even made the roster to start with is because he tried to dunk on Pat Ewing and fell and sprained his ankle, and you can't cut injured players. Only reason why he even made the roster. So a lot of the stuff that we say about Starks, man, to me is unfair. And that John Starks, out of any NBA player, in my opinion, out of any New York Knicks, I'll put it that way, out of any New York Knicks that has ever played, got every ounce of the potential that he had, and he left it out there on the floor. So when cats bring up names like Hubert Davis, you like, yo, this dude had all that potential and couldn't do nothing. Rolando Blackman was a washed up old man that talked too much, basically. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what the year '94. Because when Starks was coming back, the Atlanta Hawks was the hottest team in the NBA. John Starks went in there and shut down everybody, and started this thing where Starks was probably I'm not gonna say the MVP of the league, but at least in the conversation, because Pat Ewing was having a down year in '94. Yes.
With a down year for. Look at the stats.
Yep. And you know what? Hey, you know what? And while you looking, look, Google Jeff Van Gundy. Google what Jeff Van Gundy said about keeping John Starks off the playoff roster.
So when did this conspiracy start?
What conspiracy?
To keep the Knicks from winning.
It's not a conspiracy, dog. I'm telling you, the NBA does not want the Knicks to win championships.
Okay, when did this start?
74, when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar said, "I want to get traded to the Knicks or the Lakers."
So they wasn't gonna let us beat Houston?
Huh?
You said
how does those two don't go together?
We was in the championship. We was about to win.
Right, we was in the championship, about to win. Right. But 94 though, Chuck, 93 and 94, Michael Jordan wasn't in the league.
Yeah, but if the league was trying to keep us from winning, how did they let us get all the way to the finals?
I'm not for sure. That's a good one. I need to research that one some. But I'm here to tell you, and you probably know this yourself, that 97 team was too good to lose to that Bulls team.
And you saying that they won't let us get the first pick, right? We won't get the first pick.
Right. So where's your proof against that? Where's your proof against that theory?
Oh, hold on. Here's my thing. What if the eighth pick becomes the best player in the draft?
Here's an interesting thing. In 93, 94, the preseason odds, the Knicks had the best chance to win the NBA championship. We were the favorites going in that year.
Kev,
Vegas odds.
You said 93, 94, right?
Going in the year.
You said 93, 94, right?
Yeah, the year we went to the finals.
Because we had been the best team in 90, 91, 92, and 92, 93. But we played Chicago. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you this, dog. I was there.
Jordan wasn't there. Like Jordan wasn't there.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. You're right about that.
Houston was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They were the seventh. They had the seventh highest odds, but we were like literally clear cut 2-1.
Who was second? Seattle, right? Seattle was second, right?
Phoenix.
Phoenix was second. Oh yeah, they made the finals. Yeah, that's right.
The year before.
So let me answer Chuck's question. So Chuck said, what if the best player in the draft is ranked 8th, or is the 8th best player, or whatever? It's not about who you take with the number 1 pick. It's about the power that the number 1 pick gives you, right? So say we get the number one pick this year, right? We could take that number one pick in this year's draft and trade it for multiple first round picks. You know what I'm saying? Or we could trade it for a superstar. It's the power that the number one pick gives you.
I don't like that.
Yeah, so you're not feeling that the number one pick can be traded for multiple picks.
I don't think the league is purposely giving you the number one pick so you could trade it. Like that's too much. It's
I agree with you say right there. Yeah, I agree with what you say. I'm saying, I agree with what you're saying right there. That's too much conjuring. And it leaves too much of a trail to get caught and doing something deceptive. Right?
Yeah.
So I feel you. I feel you there. So let me before we wrap this thing up, man. So the DSJ thing is real. Kev, the DSJ thing is real. I'm telling you. You want to know how, right? You want to know how.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the thing with DSJ. DSJ is so superbly gifted physically that people are enamored with his physical abilities, right? They're enamored with his physical abilities. If you have physical abilities that are 1%, like you're in the top, you're on top of the food chain in terms of physical ability, teams will do stuff. They will give you chances that no other team, like for instance, this high school kid named Randy Moss got a scholarship to go to Florida State, right? I mean, got a scholarship to go to Notre Dame. He picked Notre Dame, right? So everybody was like, man, this kid Randy Moss ain't nothing but a troublemaker. and he was, right? But everybody was like, yo, this dude is 6'4", is running like in the 4.2s. He can catch and run routes. That's insane. Because back then when dudes were 4.2, they usually couldn't catch. But not only is he running 4.2, he's 6'4". That's rare. That's super rare. Dudes 6'4" don't run 4.2s, right? And not only is he 6'4" and run 4.2s, you telling me this dude can catch too? What's going on here? So he goes to Notre Dame. Notre Dame, like, man, why do you keep failing the piss test? We telling you when the piss test coming. Yeah, I don't care about no piss test. Okay. So they kick him out of school, right? Before Randy can sit out, Bobby Bowden scoops him up and bring him to Florida State. That never happened. Never happened. Big time schools, they never do that. So now he at Florida State, and Bobby Bowden's like, hey, Randy, the piss test tomorrow, man. Don't smoke tonight. The results come back. Randy Moore, like, dog, I told you when it's coming, and you still. And so, anyway, fast forward. Long story short, when you have physical abilities, people will give you 1,000 chances, and that's the thing for DSJ. And so here's the thing about where I was gonna dust up Kev in this debate is the reason why I didn't want to do it, right? So DSJ is drafted by the Dallas Mavericks, right? DSJ is drafted by the Dallas Mavericks, right? This dude DSJ, he had a decent rookie season. It wasn't that impressive. It was okay. You know what I'm saying? If we had that for the Knicks right now, we'd take it, right? So the Dallas Mavericks, they draft this point guard named Trae Young, and so the front office is like, yo, what do we need Trae Young for when we got DSJ? What do we need Trae Young for when we have DSJ? Right? So casual basketball fans will be like, yo, Dallas didn't draft Trae Young. Hey, if y'all remember on draft night, Trae Young got traded for Luka Doncic. You know what I'm saying? Because the Dallas Mavericks already had a point guard that they were happy with. You know what I mean? You don't trade away a Trae Young. Do you see Trae Young's numbers? Do y'all see Trae Young's numbers? Cav W, you see Trae Young's numbers?
What?
Yeah, exactly. That's why you would have got dusted up in this debate.
No, I didn't hear what
That's
you
why
said.
you would have got dusted up.
I didn't hear what you said.
Because the facts are that the Dallas Mavericks had Dennis Smith Jr. and they traded Trae Young because they already had a young point guard. While
No,
that might
they traded Trae Young because they wanted Luka Doncic.
no,
That's what
if they wanted Luka, they could have drafted him straight up.
No, I think the Hawks picked him.
Atlanta picked him first.
Yeah,
Atlanta picked Luka, and they had Trae Young.
Right.
And they wanted Luka.
You saying Atlanta wanted Luka?
No, Dallas wanted Luka.
Why did Dallas want Luka?
Scouting, I guess.
Luka's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
because you legit could have looked at a scenario where Trae Young could have been with the Dallas Mavericks, right?
That would seem weird. It could happen, but I don't know.
But Dallas already had a young point guard that they liked.
Yeah.
Why would you bring in Trae Young and Dennis Smith Jr.? They're like, yo, we already got a young point guard that we like. We gonna bring in this other guy, this kid Luka. You know what I'm saying? That's where you get dusted up in this debate.
Well, not really, because Luka, regardless of whether he's not the point, technically, Luka is still a point guard. He's listed as the point guard.
Right. You can call him whatever you want. You can call him Big Wing. You can call him Chicken Wing. You can call him whatever. But the fact is, Dallas said, "Hey, we'll take Luka because we already have a young point guard that we like."
But they traded him for another point guard. So it's not like they got drafted a point guard. Like, we're going to trade him for a center. They traded one point guard for another point guard, even though they had a point guard.
Coming in, Luka was a shooting guard more so. He fit into a point guard now, but when he was coming in, most people saw him as a shooting guard that could handle some playmaking duties.
Yeah.
He blossomed into what he is now. Yeah.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is when the rubber met the road, the Dallas Mavericks made a decision on DSJ. They felt like DSJ was a valuable piece. We can't deny that. You know, we can't deny the fact that Dallas liked Dennis Smith Jr. at the time that they were getting either Luka or Trae Young.
So, hey, I'm about to sign off for tonight.
Go ahead and run. Go ahead.
Literally not running at all. Literally not running. I mean, I love DSJ. We have the same alma mater. So I'm not about to say nothing bad about Dennis. I have a connection with DSJ. I've seen him play in college. We're both from North Carolina.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Hey, Chuck, tighten up with your DSJ too.
NC.
Because the fact that you didn't say that about DSJ means you getting mighty slack with the DSJ repping. You know what I'm saying? You saw Dallas trade one point guard for another one because they were satisfied with the point guard that they had.
I'll catch y'all later tomorrow.
All right, Kev. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, your morning, I guess at this point.
Yeah, man, I got to get off it too because I got to do the Knicks morning drive in a few minutes. Well, not a few minutes, but at 8:45.
Yeah, but I wasn't gonna debate DSJ being he ain't really play this year.
Right. So the thing is not just DSJ's his production right now, because we know the Knicks don't develop. The Knicks don't develop guys. Look at RJ Barrett. The Knicks don't develop guys. So DSJ coming here and not producing, is that a surprise? How's that a surprise to somebody? You know what I'm saying? How? Think about that. DSJ comes here and he regresses, right? And people are like, oh, DSJ is the bum. How about the Knicks development staff is the bum? How does a guy come here and average at 14 points a game and 5 assists come here come here and can't even get half that. And then we make 1,000 excuses against him.
To be honest, in his last days with Dallas, he wasn't playing that well. And then he came over here, and then, we had the coaching staff or the previous coaching staff. So I would like to look and see what DSJ is able to do under this staff. We can all admit the previous regime didn't do the best at developing players, but ever since we've seen him running under Tibbs' system, I haven't seen any progression. Right. And I've seen progression from some of the other players, not as much as I would like to see, but if I'm seeing progression from them, I should still see some from DSJ. And in the limited amount of times he's been on the court, I haven't really seen that.
Offensively.
Defensively, he's doing his thing. I can't lie.
He gave us a triple-double before he came.
Yeah.
Against the Knicks.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen much of that since he's been here. So.
Yeah. And you know what? But the thing is that an indictment on Dennis Smith Jr. or is that the team, the franchise organization?
Both, because we already know the New York Knicks regime, the previous regime, was flawed. So we know that we can already look at what they did and say, all right, they could have been an issue. But we've also seen DSJ work in Dallas and in New York under multiple regimes and still have the same issue. So it's kind of like, Russian roulette. Who is what is the common denominator when they're both issues wherever they are?
It's DSJ. He was
good in Dallas, though. He was good in Dallas.
He was good up to a point, and then once Luka came, it was over. That's why they got him out of there.
Yeah, because he didn't want to play off the ball.
He wasn't good off the ball.
No, because he's not an off the ball player. He's an on ball player.
He averaged 13 off the ball.
Say it again.
He averaged 13 off the ball.
Okay, and how much did he average off the ball for the Knicks? 4?
We said the Knicks is a whole different story.
The Knicks are a whole different story. The Knicks are a whole different story in that they throw the rock and then hide their hand is basically what the Knicks have been the last such and such amount of years. And you know what? And you can't say that it's just a player because everybody that comes here, outside of Porzingis. Outside of Porzingis, you don't see a cat get okay. So here's the thing. How does RJ Barrett look? He's a number 3 pick in the draft.
Terrible right now.
How did Obi Toppin look in his 1 game, 2 games, whatever?
Terrible.
RJ's been scaring me recently. Like, he's had his moments, but I've kind of been looking at him and I've been hoping he's not a 2 guard that came in an era too late based on his play style. So if he's able to get the jump shot down, if he's able to work inside out and operate efficiently, then he should be fine. But if that jump shot never develops and he's still struggling from in and around the basket, then we might have some trouble with that number 3 pick.
Right. And same thing with Obi Toppin. How does Obi look?
Obi, we haven't seen much from Obi, but I think they're forcing him to shoot too much from the outside, or he's forcing himself to shoot too much from the outside. I don't think Obi should be throwing up 8 shots.
But there is a problem though somewhere in the Obi thing.
DSJ,
what do you mean?
14-5 when he first came here. 14-5.
Yep.
When he first came here.
Yep. And what happened is he had a bad stretch where he was missing free throws, and people were booing him. You know what I'm saying? And then the next year he came in and laid an egg. You know what I'm saying? That this season, the next season with injuries and all that stuff.
You see, so that kind of stuff is getting to him. So that's why when I heard you guys saying we should demote him to the G League, I'm like, if you demote him to the G League, that might be the final straw.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's able to recover from that.
I would say this about DSJ. I think we should take our time and just let him play. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what else is there to look? I mean, look at what the point guard looks like right now. Did y'all see Alfred Payton in the last game?
Yeah, I'm not a fan.
You telling me DSJ is worse than that?
He didn't look better than that in the short stint he played in preseason. He didn't show me much. I wanted to see a lot from DSJ because when I made my videos on my channel, I wanted DSJ to be the starter. I wanted us to feed him to the Wolves, see how he'd operate against other teams' first units. And if he's able to be that piece, then we could have, used him, or we could have worked on the second unit and try to build other players through that way. But when we saw DSJ in the preseason, I didn't see much that I liked outside of his defensive intensity. Offensively, he looked lost, multiple turnovers, and his shot wasn't there. He had one shot that dropped, and then I think in the following possession, he got a little too antsy, shot another three. And, I don't really think DSJ has a fit on this team now with all the guards we have.
Wow.
Burke spent time in the G League and he came back all right.
Yeah. But did anybody question Burke's mental strength or the fact that he would be able to persevere? Because we already mentioned that he got booed at the free throw line, and that was able to affect his game. So if you do something as drastic as demote him, like I don't go to Westchester Knicks games a lot, but I've been to Westchester Knicks games and games in that arena because the Liberty play there now, unfortunately. And it's a completely different environment. Like when I go to a Liberty game at the Garden compared to a Liberty game at White Plains, it just doesn't feel like a professional event, to me at least. I'm used to seeing, the players out there, the crowd, even though there's no crowd in attendance now, but I'm pretty sure the locker rooms are different. It's just the preparation for the game or leading up to the game is going to be completely different. So for his psyche to be damaged to that extent, being sent down to the G League, I don't see him recovering. Not for the Knicks, at least, especially for a team he didn't want to come to in the first place.
Right.
Well, I wouldn't do that to him now after in his fourth year, but I was saying that more like for Quickley.
But I think Quickley benefits the team when he's on the court. Like even if he's not having a good game statistically as an individual, what he's able to contribute as a floor spacer, as a decoy on the court, I think, it's hard to really put a numerical figure on it because there's no stat that's really going to say IQ is helping people get shots open. But you're seeing when IQ's on the court, the way the defense overcommits to him, it gets a lot of players, a lot of open shots. Knox is a beneficiary of that. Austin Rivers is a beneficiary. There's a lot of players that benefit from IQ just being on the court.
Right.
But my whole thing is sending rookies to the G League shouldn't affect their psyche because a lot of rookies aren't expected to get a lot of minutes anyway in the NBA. So you can make up for those minutes in the G League, opposed to sending a veteran to the G League. That's more of a demotion when you send a 4-year veteran to the G League.
Yeah, I don't think I was encouraging sending Quickley to the G League. I don't want Quickley in the G League because, like I said, up here, he can make a larger contribution just being on the court and also working and building chemistry with those players that are going to be part of our core for the future. Right. So him, playing down in the G League, doing much of nothing, especially when there's no real G League now. Like if we send him down to the G League, it's nothing to do. There's no games playing. So I'd rather have him up here working with the team, working under Tibbs. Tibbs is telling him what he wants, what he needs as a floor general. That way he's able to understand and, apply that on the court in the second unit until they're able to give him the reins and potentially be a starter.
Right. I feel you. Hey, fellas, let's end it on that note, man. So I'm going to go get some rest real quick, go get something to eat, healthy snack, and jump back up for Knicks Morning Drive. Hey, Sports Vibes TV, man. Thank you for coming through. Thank you for the insight. Hey, Chuck B, you're going to have to put that title on the line at some point versus some real contenders. So we got a lot of pretenders that want to come and make their name by knocking off a champ. So, but anyway, I'm going to rock. Hey, man, thank y'all for coming through. Thanks, everybody in the chat. Shout out to the mods. Hey, I'm going to jump off. I'll holler at y'all in about 4 hours.
All right, now.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Yep.